Hello, everyone, and welcome to Terrified Tales. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So, before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Let us know in the comment now. Get comfortable and relax. Story 1. The sound of rain pattered against the window. A gentle rhythm that barely masked the tension building in Eleanor Hart's mind. She sat in her office, her fingers tracing the edges of her notebook. Across from her, Adrian Vale leaned back. In the leather armchair, his posture deceptively relaxed, as if this were a casual chat rather than the first session with a renowned psychologist. Do you ever think about how fragile memory is? Adrian's voice was smooth, almost hypnotic. His dark eyes seemed to pierce through her, like he wasn't just speaking to her, but dissecting her thoughts. Eleanor tilted her head, her professional demeanor firmly in place, though something about his presence unsettled her. "It's not uncommon to question memory, Adrian," she said, keeping her tone neutral. "The mind has its way of protecting us." "Memories can blur, shift, even lie," Adrian interrupted, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "They don't just blur, Doctor. They rewrite. They adapt. And sometimes they're not even yours to begin with." Her pen stilled over the notebook. The room felt colder somehow. She hadn't yet asked him to explain why he'd sought her out, but his statement had the air of intention, as if he was testing her reaction. "Tell me more about what you mean," Eleanor prompted, her voice calm. Though her pulse quickened, Adrian leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Do you ever wonder if the things you remember are really your own, or if someone gave them to you?" The way he said it, so casually, sent a faint chill crawling up her spine. She shifted slightly in her chair, keeping her expression composed. "That's an interesting perspective. Why do you bring it up?" Adrian chuckled softly, the sound low and unsettling. "Because, Doctor, what if I told you that some of your memories aren't real?" For a brief moment, Eleanor's professional facade faltered. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat. He was studying her now, his gaze sharp, unyielding. "I don't mean to startle you," he added, his tone almost playful. "But you look like someone who's lived through a lot. Am I wrong?" Eleanor tightened her grip on the pen, her mind racing to regain control of the conversation. "Adrian, you came to me for help. If we're going to work together, it's important to establish trust." "Trust," Adrian repeated, the word dripping, with irony. He leaned back again, his smirk fading into something colder. "I trust you, Dr. Hart. The question is, do you trust yourself?" The air between them grew heavier, the quiet hum of the rain outside amplifying the tension. Eleanor glanced at the clock. The session had only just begun, yet it felt as though she'd been locked in this room with him for hours. "I trust myself." "Completely," she said firmly, though the certainty in her voice felt forced. "Why do you ask?" Adrian tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "Let's just say we all have cracks, even the strongest of us. And sometimes the things we think we know about ourselves, they're just stories we tell to feel safe." Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. There was something about his words that felt too deliberate, too targeted. She forced herself to smile. "Why don't we explore that further next time?" Adrian nodded slowly, as if he could see right through her calm exterior. "Sure," he said, standing. "Next time." But as he turned to leave, he paused, his hand resting on the doorknob. Without looking back, he added, "Oh, and Doctor, the memory of your sister. Clara, wasn't it? Hold on to that one. It's important." Eleanor froze, Her breath hitched. She hadn't spoken of Clara to anyone, not even in passing. Her sister's name hadn't crossed her lips in years. By the time she looked up, Adrian was gone, leaving her alone in the room with the rain and a suffocating sense of unease. Her fingers trembled as she closed her notebook for the first time. In her career, she questioned whether she was the one in control. The rain hadn't stopped when Eleanor finally locked up her office for the night. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows on the wet pavement as she made her way to her car. Adrian's words echoed in her mind. Clara. She hadn't thought about her sister in years, let alone spoken her name. It wasn't a memory she revisited willingly, and yet there it was alive again, brought to the surface by a stranger. Sliding into the driver's seat, she closed the door and let out a slow breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Reflections stared back at her in the rearview mirror, the faint glow of the dashboard illuminating the weariness in her face. What could Adrian possibly know about Clara? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sharp buzz of her phone. She glanced at the screen, an unfamiliar number. For a moment, she hesitated, her thumb hovering over the decline button. Something compelled her to answer. Dr. Hart speaking. There was a pause on the other end, long enough to make her think the caller had hung up. Then a voice, soft and low, broke the silence. Do you remember the day it happened? Her breath caught. She gripped the phone tighter. Who is this? Another. Pause. Then the voice continued, ignoring her question. You've spent years pretending you forgot, haven't you? But you didn't forget, did you? You buried it. Eleanor's chest tightened. The room felt suddenly smaller, the air thinner. Listen, I don't know who you are, but if this is some kind of joke, it's not a joke, Eleanor. The way they said her name sent a shiver down her spine. It's time to remember. Before she could respond, the line went dead. She stared at her phone, her pulse pounding in her ears. The call had lasted less than 30 seconds, but the weight of it lingered, pressing against her ribs like a vice. The drive home was a blur, the rain-slicked streets and passing headlights melding into a haze. By the time she parked in front of her townhouse, the voice on the phone and Adrian's parting words had fused into a single, nagging thought. The memory of your sister. Clara, wasn't it? Hold on to that one. It's important. Inside, the house was silent, the kind of stillness that felt intrusive. She set her bag on the counter and poured herself a glass of wine, hoping it would steady her nerves. Her phone buzzed. Again, this time a text message. She snatched it up, half expecting another cryptic message. Instead, it was from Malcolm Ryder, a colleague and occasional confidant. Everything okay? You seemed off today, Dot. She stared at the message, debating how to respond. Did she tell him about Adrian? The phone call? No, she wasn't ready to share any of it yet. Just a long day. Thanks for checking in, Dot. She sent the reply and placed the phone face down on the counter. Eleanor made her way to the living room, the wine glass in hand, and sank into the couch. The framed photo on the side table caught her eye, a picture of her and Clara as children, taken in their backyard. Clara's smile was wide, her eyes bright with mischief. The sight of it stirred something in Eleanor. A memory surfaced, faint and blurred around the edges, like an old film reel. They were playing hide and seek. Clara had darted behind the big oak tree at the edge of the yard, her giggles carrying on the summer breeze. Eleanor was counting, her hands over her eyes, when she shook her head, the memory slipping away before she could grasp it fully. Her stomach churned as she stared at the photo. Why had she kept it out? She packed away most reminders of Clara years ago, unable to face the gnawing guilt every time she looked at them. The sound of footsteps startled her. She froze, her ears straining against the silence. Was it the wine playing tricks on her? Then she heard it again, a deliberate, measured step. Coming from upstairs, her breath hitched. Slowly, she set the glass down on the table, her heart hammering in her chest. The sound of another footstep closer this time sent a jolt of fear through her. She rose from the couch, her movements careful and deliberate, and reached for the heavy paperweight on the table. Her fingers curled around its cool surface as she stepped toward the staircase. "Hello?" Her voice was steady, but her hands were trembling. No answer. The house was silent again, the kind of quiet that felt oppressive. She edged closer to the stairs, her grip tightening on the paperweight. Creak. She whipped her head toward the sound, her pulse pounding in her ears. The shadows at the top of the stairs seemed to shift, a dark shape flickering at the edge of her vision. She blinked, and it was gone. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. A long moment, Eleanor stood there, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. When nothing else happened, she slowly lowered the paperweight. Her rational mind kicked in, pushing away the fear. It was an old house, creaking floorboards, the wine playing tricks on her. But as she made her way back to the couch, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been there. Watching she picked up the photo of her and Clara, her eyes scanning the familiar image. And then she noticed it. In the background of the photo, half obscured by the oak tree, was a figure she hadn't seen before. A boy. Her blood ran cold. The photo had been taken decades ago. She had stared at it countless times, and yet she was certain the boy hadn't been there before. The glass in her hand shook as she leaned closer, her eyes widening. He was staring directly at the camera, and he looked just like Adrian Vale. The wine glass slipped from her hand, shattering on the hardwood floor. Eleanor barely flinched, her eyes fixed on the photograph. Her breath quickened as she scanned the image again and again, desperate to make sense of what she was seeing. Boy in the photo was young 10, maybe 11, but there was no mistaking it. The same sharp cheekbones, the same dark eyes, and the same faint smirk that Adrian had worn in her office earlier that day. But how? Eleanor tore her gaze from the photo and stumbled back, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and dread. She hadn't known Adrian before he walked into her office. She was certain of that, and yet his face had been in this photograph, frozen in a moment from her childhood. The sound of the rain outside brought her back to the present. She crouched down and began picking up the shards of glass, her hands shaking. Every movement felt surreal, like she was acting out a scene she wasn't fully present for. As she stood to toss the broken pieces into the trash, her phone buzzed on the counter, jolting her. She grabbed it, half expecting another cryptic message, or a call from an unknown number. Instead, it was a notification. Unknown number, one new message. She hesitated before opening it. The message contained only 3 words. "Do you see?" Her stomach churned. She stared at the screen, rereading the text until the words seemed to bleed into one another. The phone slipped from her hand, clattering onto the counter. The rain outside grew heavier, the sound pounding against the windows. Eleanor's mind raced. She needed answers, and there was only one person who could give them to her. Grabbing her coat, she left the house and drove through the storm, the city streets a blur of glistening lights and shadowed corners. Adrian's file sat on the passenger seat, the corners of the pages curling under the weight of the rain-soaked air dot by the time she reached her office. The rain had soaked through her coat and into her sweater. She didn't care. Her only thought was to confront Adrian, to demand the truth about the photograph and what he knew about Clara Dot. She fumbled with her keys, unlocking the door and stepping into the dimly lit hallway. The air was cold, the fluorescent lights flickering faintly overhead. Her office door was slightly ajar, though she was certain she'd locked it when she left earlier. She pushed it open cautiously, her pulse quickening. The room was empty. The familiar scent of old books and leather filled the space, but something felt off. Her gaze swept the room, landing on the chair where Adrian had sat earlier. There, on the seat cushion, was an envelope. Her name was scrawled across the front in bold, uneven handwriting. She picked it up, her fingers trembling as she tore it. Open. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in half. Unfolding it, she read the message aloud, the words barely more than a whisper. You've always known the truth. Stop running. Her legs felt unsteady, the weight of the message pressing down on her chest. Adrian had been here. He had left this for her, knowing she would come back. The question burned in her mind. What truth was he talking about? Eleanor sank into her chair, the photograph of Clara and the boy still clutched in her hand. She stared at it again, her mind flipping through the fragments of memories that she could no longer trust. The phone on her desk rang, the shrill sound slicing through the heavy silence. Her heart leapt as she grabbed it, pressing it to her ear. Without checking the caller ID, "Dr. Hart," she said, her voice trembling. There was a pause on the other end, long enough to make her wonder if the call had disconnected. Then a familiar voice spoke. "Did you find it?" "Adrian." Her grip on the phone tightened. "Find what?" He chuckled softly, the sound low and unnerving. "You're holding it, aren't you?" "The photograph." Her mouth went dry. "How do you know about this?" "What do you want from me?" "What I want isn't important. What matters is what you want, Eleanor. Do you want the truth? Or do you want to keep lying to yourself?" She stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You do," Adrian said, his tone calm, almost soothing. "You've always known." "That day, by the oak tree, you remember more than you're willing to admit." Eleanor felt the blood drain from her face. She staggered back, her mind spinning. "How do you know about the tree?" "You'll find out soon enough." The line went dead. Her hand fell to her side, the phone slipping from her grasp. The sound of it hitting the floor barely registered as her mind replayed his words. The oak tree, the photo, Clara, somewhere in the recesses of her memory. A buried truth was clawing its way to the surface. She wasn't sure if she was ready to face it, but she knew she couldn't stop now. Eleanor didn't sleep that night. She sat at her kitchen table, the photograph of herself and Clara lying in front of her. The boy's face stared back at her, haunting and familiar. Every time she tried to piece together how Adrian could have been in her childhood photo, her thoughts spiraled into the same questions. Had he been there all along? Was the photo altered? Or was something else happening, something she couldn't explain? By morning, her eyes were bloodshot and her hands trembled as she poured a cup of coffee. The rain had stopped, leaving the city under a gray, overcast sky. She picked up her phone, scrolling through her recent calls. Adrian's number wasn't listed. She hadn't expected it to be. Her gaze drifted to the corner of the kitchen where a box of old belongings sat. She hadn't opened it in years. It contained the remnants of her childhood, the things she couldn't bring herself to throw away. Even after Clara's death dot, with a deep breath, she pulled the box onto the table and opened it. The scent of old paper and dust filled the air as she sifted through the contents. Faded drawings, a broken bracelet, and a few photographs she'd packed away long ago. Near the bottom, she found Clara's journal. The cover was frayed, the edges worn from years of handling. Eleanor hadn't read it since the weeks following Clara's death, and even then, it had been too painful to get through. Now, though, she felt compelled to open it, as if the answers she needed were waiting. Inside, she flipped through the pages, the scrawled handwriting, a mix of childish exuberance and something darker. Most of it was harmless accounts of games they played, silly arguments, and dreams Clara had for the future. But near the back, the tone shifted. One entry caught her eye. "There's a boy who watches us from the tree. Ellie doesn't see him, but I do. He told me a secret today. He said there's something Ellie doesn't know. I don't think I should tell her, though. She might get mad." Eleanor's breath hitched. Her pulse quickened as she reread the words, her fingers tightening. Around the journal, the oak tree, the boy dot Adrian dot. She turned the page, desperate for more. But the next few entries were mundane, almost as if Clara had deliberately avoided mentioning the boy again. Frustrated, Eleanor closed the journal, her mind racing, her phone buzz breaking. Her concentration. She picked it up, seeing Malcolm's name on the screen. For a moment, she debated ignoring it, but she needed a tether to reality, something. Anything to ground her. "Malcolm," she said, her voice hoarse. "Eleanor, you sound terrible. Are you okay?" His concern was genuine, but she could hear the faint edge of skepticism in his tone. "I'm fine," she lied. I had a rough night." "Is this about the patient you mentioned the other day? Adrian?" Her grip on the phone tightened. "Yes, I think he's playing games with me, Malcolm. He said personal things he shouldn't know." There was a pause. "Eleanor, are you sure he's not just triggering memories?" "It happens. Patients say things that resonate, even if it's unintentional." "This isn't unintentional," she snapped, her frustration bubbling over. He knew about Clara. He knew about the oak tree. Malcolm was silent for a moment. When he spoke, again, his tone was cautious. "Eleanor, it's been a long time since the accident. Are you sure you're not projecting? Grief can do strange things to memory, even after all these years." She clenched her jaw. "I'm not projecting, Malcolm. Something is wrong here. I need to figure out what it is." "I'm just saying be careful," he said gently. "If you need to take some time off, I can help cover for you. You've been through enough without adding this kind of stress." "Thanks. But I'll be fine," she said, ending the call before he could say more. Her fingers hovered over the phone screen for a moment before she opened a search engine and typed in Adrian Vale's name. The results were sparse. A few generic social media profiles that didn't match his face, an obituary for an unrelated Vale, and an article about a legal case involving someone with the same name, but nothing about her Adrian. She leaned back in her chair, her frustration mounting. Whoever Adrian was, he'd made sure to leave no trail. Her gaze drifted to the journal again. The words Clara had written were playing in her mind. "He told me a secret today. He said there's something Ellie doesn't know." The sound of a knock at her front door snapped her out of her thoughts. She glanced at the clock. It was barely 8. Who could it be this early? She approached the door cautiously, peering through the PEEPHOLE dot no was there. Frowning, she opened the door and stepped outside. The street was quiet, the air damp and cool. On the doormat was another envelope. Her heart raced as she picked it up, her fingers trembling. The handwriting on the front was the same as before, bold. Uneven letters spelling her name. She tore it open, her eyes scanning the single piece of paper inside. The oak tree. Noon. Don't be late. She stepped back, her pulse pounding in her ears. Whoever was doing this knew exactly how to push her buttons. She glanced at the clock again. It was 9:15. That gave her less than 3 hours to decide whether to play along or ignore the message entirely. As she closed the door, her gaze fell on the photograph once more. The boy's face stared back at her, unblinking. She had to know the truth. The clock on the wall ticked steadily as Eleanor sat in her car, staring at the dirt path that led to the oak tree. It was a place she hadn't visited in years, one she deliberately avoided after Clara's death. Yet here she was, parked at the edge of a wooded area, the memories already tugging at her like claws. The note in her hand felt heavier than paper had any right to be. The oak tree. Noon. Don't be late. The message was simple, but the weight of it was suffocating. A deep breath. She opened the car door and stepped out. The damp earth squelched under her shoes as she approached the trailhead. The air was thick with the scent of wet leaves and earth, and the trees seemed to press in around her, their bare branches clawing at the gray sky. Each step brought her closer to the clearing where the oak tree stood, and with it came flashes of memories she couldn't suppress. Clara's laughter, the two of them running through the woods, the feel of bark against her palms as she hid behind the massive trunk, counting aloud as Clara giggled and darted away, and then the memory she always avoided, the one she couldn't explain even to herself. She stopped walking, her heart racing as the clearing came into view. The oak tree stood in the center, its gnarled branches stretching wide like skeletal arms. Time had worn the tree, but it was unmistakable, a silent sentinel of her childhood. At the base of the tree was a figure. Eleanor froze. She couldn't see his face, but the way he stood with his hands in his pockets and his head tilted slightly upward was unmistakable. Adrian. He turned slowly, as if sensing her presence. His dark eyes locked onto hers, and a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. "You came," he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. Eleanor swallowed hard, forcing herself to keep walking until she stood a few feet from him. "What? Is this Adrian? Why did you bring me here?" He gestured toward the tree, his movements casual, as though they were old friends reminiscing about simpler times. "This place is important, isn't it? To both of us." She glared at him, her unease giving way to anger. "Stop playing games with me. I want answers." Adrian's smile faded, and for a moment, his expression softened, almost as if he felt pity for her. "You already have the answers, Eleanor. You're just too afraid to look at them." Her fists clenched at her sides. "If you don't tell me what this is about, I'm leaving." Adrian tilted his head, studying her. "Do you remember what happened here, the last time you saw Clara?" The air around them seemed to still. Eleanor's chest tightened as fragments of that day resurfaced, Clara running toward the tree, her laughter ringing out like a bell, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, the sudden scream that shattered everything. "I remember she fell," Eleanor said, her voice trembling. "She slipped and she didn't fall," Adrian interrupted, his tone sharp. "That's the story you told yourself. That's the lie you've been living with all these years." Her vision blurred with tears, her emotions a whirlwind of anger and confusion. You don't know what you're talking about. You weren't there. Adrian took a step closer, his eyes narrowing. I was there, Eleanor. I've always been there, watching. And now it's time for you to see the truth. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, holding it out to her. It was a silver locket, its surface tarnished with age. She recognized it immediately. That's Clara's, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Adrian nodded. She gave it to me that day. She told me to keep it safe. Her hands shook as she took the locket from him, her mind racing. How could Adrian have this? How could he know about Clara, about the tree, about anything? What do you want from me? She asked, her voice breaking. Adrian stepped back, his gaze steady. I want you to stop running, to face what really happened. You've buried it for so long, but the truth doesn't disappear just because you ignore it. The locket felt warm in her hand, as though it carried a pulse of its own. She opened it with trembling fingers, revealing a faded photo inside, a picture of her and Clara, their arms wrapped around each other, smiling. But something was wrong. In the background of the photo, partially obscured by the oak tree, was the same boy she'd seen in the other photographed dot. It was Adrian. Her knees buckled, and she sank to the ground, the locket slipping from her grasp. This isn't possible, she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. This can't be real. Adrian crouched in front of her, his expression calm, almost gentle. The truth isn't always easy to accept. But you need to remember, Eleanor. You need to see it for yourself. She shook her head, her tears falling freely now. Why are you doing this to me? Because you've forgotten who you are, Adrian said, his voice barely above a whisper. And it's time to remember. The words hung in the air as the world around her seemed to tilt, the edges of her vision blurring. Memories surged to the surface, fragments of that day bombarding her with relentless force. Clara's laughter. The oak tree. The boy watching from the shadows, and then the scream. The sound tore through her mind, pulling her into the past with a ferocity that left her gasping for air. The last thing she saw before the world went dark was Adrian's face, his eyes unyielding. You're almost there, Eleanor, he said softly. Just a little further. Eleanor awoke to the sensation of cool earth beneath her fingers and the faint rustle of wind through the trees. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. The sunlight filtering through the branches above seemed disjointed, as though she were caught between a memory and reality. She sat up slowly, her head pounding. The clearing was empty now. Adrian was gone. Her eyes landed on the silver locket, lying in the grass where it had fallen. She reached for it, her fingers curling around its familiar shape. The faded photograph inside confirmed what she already knew. Adrian's face was there, as impossible as it seemed. Her heart raced as she tried to make sense of what had happened. Had she fainted, dreamed it all? But the locket was real. The photo was real. The shadows of the oak tree stretched long and thin as the sun sank lower in the sky. Eleanor checked her phone. Hours had passed, yet she had no memory of what had happened after Adrian spoke to her. A faint sound drew her attention, a rustling in the underbrush. She froze, her senses heightened, her breath caught in her throat. The sound grew closer, steady and deliberate. Who's there? She called, her voice trembling. The rustling stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the figure stepped into view. It wasn't Adrian. It was a man she didn't recognize, tall, with a weathered face and eyes that held a quiet intensity. He looked at her as though he'd been searching for her. "You're Dr. Hart, aren't you?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly. Eleanor nodded, her body tense. "Who are you?" The man stepped closer, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "My name's Henry Vale. I'm Adrian's brother." Her pulse quickened. The name was familiar. Adrian had mentioned a brother once, though he'd been vague about the details. "What are you doing here?" she asked, rising to her feet. "I came to warn you," Henry said, his expression grim. "You're in danger." Eleanor's head spun. Danger? From Adrian? Or something else? "Start explaining," she demanded, her voice sharper than she intended. "What do you know about Adrian? About all of this?" She held up the locket, her hand trembling. Henry's gaze fell on the locket, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "So he gave it to you," he murmured. "I was afraid of that. What does that mean?" Eleanor snapped. "Stop speaking in riddles and tell me what's going on." Henry hesitated, as though weighing how much to reveal. "Adrian, he has a way of getting into people's heads, making them see things that aren't real, or sometimes things they've tried to forget." Eleanor's blood ran cold. "You're saying he's manipulating me? That none of this is real?" Henry shook his head. "No, it's real, but not in the way you think. Adrian doesn't create memories, he brings them to the surface. The ones you've buried. The ones you don't want to face." Eleanor took a step back, her mind reeling. "Why? What does he want from me?" Henry's expression darkened. "He's looking for something. Something only you can give him. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know it has to do with Clara." The mention of her sister's name sent a jolt through Eleanor. "Clara's dead," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry didn't respond right away. Instead, he looked at her with an intensity that made her feel as though he were peeling back layers of her soul. "Are you sure about that?" The question hit her like a physical blow. She stared at him, unable to form a response. "She died," Eleanor said finally, her voice trembling. "I was there. I saw it happen." Henry's gaze didn't waver. "You saw what you were meant to see, what someone wanted you to see. But the truth is more complicated than that." Eleanor's hands clenched into fists, the locket digging into her palm. "If you know something, just say it. I'm done with the cryptic nonsense." Henry took a deep breath, as though bracing himself. "Clara's death wasn't an accident. And Adrian, he knows more about it than you realize. That's why he's been drawing you back here to this place." The ground seemed to shift beneath her. Eleanor shook her head, her voice rising. "What do you mean it wasn't an accident?" "I saw her fall. I heard her scream." Henry stepped closer, his voice gentle but firm. "You saw what someone wanted you to see," he repeated. "But what if she didn't fall? What if someone pushed her?" The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Eleanor's knees threatened to give out. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, that's not possible." Henry's face softened, his eyes filled with something like pity. "You need to remember, Eleanor. Adrian's trying to force you to see the truth, but you have to face it on your own." Her chest tightened as the memories she'd spent years suppressing clawed at the edges of her mind. The sound of Clara's laughter, the way the sunlight had filtered through the trees, the sharp scream that had shattered the calm, and then nothing. The blankness that followed had always been a relief. but now it felt like a void, a gaping hole where the truth should have been. Henry placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip steady. "Go back to the tree," he said quietly. "Stay there until you remember. It's the only way to stop this." Eleanor wanted to protest, to tell him she wouldn't dig up what she had buried so long ago. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, she turned and walked back toward the oak tree, her steps slow and deliberate. The air around her felt heavier with every step, the weight of her memories pressing down on her like an invisible force. When she reached the base of the tree, she hesitated, her breath shallow. She closed her eyes and placed a hand against the rough bark. The flood of memories hit her all at once, a tidal wave of sound and color and pain. Clara's laughter, the boy, in the shadows, and then the scream dot. It wasn't Clara's dot, it was hers. Eleanor's knees buckled as the realization struck her like a thunderclap. The scream she had replayed in her mind for years, the one she had always believed was. Clara's was her own. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she leaned against the oak tree for support, her fingers digging into the bark. Memories she had kept buried for so long began to surface. Fragments of a day she had desperately tried to forget. She closed her eyes, letting the images unfold in her mind. Clara's laughter echoed through the woods as they played hide and seek. Eleanor had been counting by the tree, her face pressed against its rough trunk. She could hear Clara's voice, teasing and playful, as she darted from one hiding spot to another. But then, something changed. She remembered turning around to find Clara standing near the edge of the clearing, her face pale and her eyes wide with fear. Clara wasn't looking at her. She was looking past her at something or someone hidden in the shadows. Eleanor's head snapped up, her eyes scanning the woods around her. The clearing was silent now, the only sound the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Her hand tightened around the locket as another memory surged forward, pulling her deeper into the past. She had called out to Clara, asking her what was wrong. But before Clara could answer, a boy stepped out of the shadows. He was tall for his age, with dark hair and a calm, unnerving smile. Eleanor's stomach churned as recognition hit her. The boy from the photograph. Adrian, except it wasn't Adrian, at least, not the man she knew now. It was him as a child, just as he had appeared in Clara's journal. The memory shifted, sharp and vivid now. The boy had said something to Clara, his voice low and coaxing, that Eleanor couldn't make out the words. Clara had turned to her then, her expression a mix of fear and defiance. "Go back to the tree, Ellie," Clara had shouted. "Don't look, just go back." Eleanor had frozen, confused and frightened. The boy had taken a step closer to Clara, and then the scream. Eleanor's eyes flew open, her chest heaving as she stumbled back from the tree. The past and present blurred together, her mind reeling from the onslaught of emotions. She turned to see Henry standing at the edge of the clearing, watching her with a solemn expression. "What happened?" she demanded, her voice shaking. "What did he do to her?" Henry hesitated, his hands clenched at his sides. "It's not that simple," he said finally. "Adrian didn't hurt Clara, at least not directly, but he was there when it happened." "What does that mean?" Eleanor snapped, her frustration boiling over. "What aren't you telling me?" Henry sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Adrian's always had a way with people. Even as a kid, he could get into your head, make you see things the way he wanted you to see them. He used to call it a game." Eleanor's stomach twisted. "A game?" Henry nodded. He liked to push people to see how far he could go. With Clara, I think he pushed too far. Eleanor's breath hitched as another memory surfaced, sharp and undeniable. She remembered Clara screaming at Adrian, telling him to leave her alone. She had stepped toward him, her fists clenched, and then the image shattered like glass, leaving Eleanor trembling. "I don't understand," she whispered. "Why would he do this? Why would he come back now?" "Because he needs you to remember," Henry said, his voice low. "There's something he's looking for, something that only you can give him." Eleanor stared at him, her mind racing. What does he want? What is this all about? Henry hesitated again, his expression conflicted. "It's about Clara. About what really happened that day. Adrian's been piecing it together, but he can't do it without you." Her grip on the locket tightened as the weight of his words sank in. "You're telling me he's been manipulating me, dredging up my worst memories, just so I can help him figure out what happened to my sister?" Henry nodded slowly. "It's not just about the past, Eleanor. It's about the truth. And the truth has a way of demanding to be seen, whether we want it or not." The words sent a chill down her spine. She looked back at the oak tree, its branches stretching wide like an ominous specter. "What if I don't want to see it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry's gaze was steady. "Then Adrian will keep coming. He won't stop until you face it." The clearing seemed to close in around her, the air thick with tension. She could feel the weight of her memories pressing down on her, threatening to pull her under. But a part of her knew Henry was right. She couldn't run from this anymore. With a shaky breath, she turned to him. "What do I do?" Henry reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "This might help," he said, handing it to her. She unfolded it, her eyes scanning the handwritten text. It was a list of dates and locations, each one tied to a specific memory from her childhood. "Adrian's been following these," Henry explained. "He's retracing the steps that led to that day. If you want to stop him, you need to stay ahead of him." Eleanor stared at the list, her heart pounding. Each entry felt like a doorway to a part of her past she had locked away. The first location was a lake near their childhood home, a place she hadn't visited since Clara's death. Her hands trembled as she folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket. "I'll go," she said, her voice steady despite the fear curling in her chest. "But if Adrian wants me to remember, then he's going to get more than he bargained for." Henry nodded, his expression unreadable. "Be careful, Eleanor. The truth has a way of changing everything." As she turned and walked back toward her car, the locket clutched tightly in her hand. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was heading straight into the lion's den, and she wasn't sure she'd come out unscathed. The drive to the lake was agonizing. Eleanor gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles white as her mind churned through fragments of memory and dread. The list Henry had given her felt like a roadmap to hell, each location a marker of something she had tried to forget. The lake had been her and Clara's favorite place when they were children. It wasn't far from their childhood home, tucked away behind rows of tall pines. They'd spent countless summers swimming in its cool waters, skipping stones and sharing secrets on its banks. But the lake wasn't just a place of happy memories. It was also where Clara had started to change. The sun was low on the horizon when Eleanor finally pulled into the gravel lot near the lake. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. She stepped out of the car, her shoes crunching against the gravel, and walked toward the narrow trail that led to the water's edge. The lake came into view, its surface still and glassy, reflecting the soft hues of the evening sky. The sight tugged at something deep within her, a mix of nostalgia and unease. She stopped at the edge of the water, her gaze scanning the familiar landscape. The rocks where they used to sit were still there, worn smooth by years of wind and waves. The old wooden dock stretched out into the water, its planks warped and gray. And then she saw it dot at the end of the dock stood Adrian. Eleanor's heart sank. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she forced herself to take a step forward. The locket in her pocket felt heavier with each step, as though it were tethering her to the past. Adrian turned as she approached, his dark eyes meeting hers with an unsettling calm. He didn't look surprised to see her. "You're here," he said, his voice soft but clear. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her voice sharp. "Why are you dragging me through this?" Adrian gestured toward the water. "Do you remember this place, Eleanor? You and Clara used to come here all the time." Her stomach churned. "Of course I remember. What does that have to do with anything?" Adrian tilted his head, studying her. "Everything," he said simply. "This is where it started. The first time Clara told you about me." Eleanor froze, her breath catching in her throat. The memory hit her like a wave, pulling her under. She was 8 years old, sitting on the dock with her feet dangling in the water. Clara was next to her, her face turned toward the lake, her expression distant. "There's a boy in the woods," Clara had said suddenly, her voice quiet. Eleanor had laughed, thinking she was making up another one of her stories. "What boy?" Clara had turned to her then, her eyes wide and serious. "He watches us. He knows things, Ellie. He told me something about you." "What are you talking about?" Eleanor had asked, frowning. "There's no boy," but Clara had insisted. "You don't see him because he doesn't want you to, but he's real, and he knows your secrets." Eleanor's hands clenched at her sides as the memory faded, leaving her standing on the shore, her heart racing. "You were the boy," she said, her voice trembling. "It was you all along." Adrian's expression didn't change. "I told her things she needed to hear, things that would prepare her for what was coming." What was coming? Eleanor snapped, her anger bubbling to the surface. "What are you talking about?" Adrian stepped closer, his voice calm but firm. "Clara was special, Eleanor. She understood things that you didn't. She saw things for what they really were. And because of that, she became a target." "A target for what?" "For the truth," Adrian said. "The truth about what happened to her, to you, to your family." Eleanor's chest tightened. "You keep saying the truth like it's some kind of prize. But all you've done is manipulate me, drag me through my worst memories. Why?" "Because you've been living a lie," Adrian said, his voice rising. "You've buried the truth so deep, you don't even recognize it anymore." But Clara, she knew. She saw it, and it cost her everything. Eleanor shook her head, her vision blurring with tears. "I don't understand. What did she see? What did you tell her?" Adrian's gaze softened, and for a moment he looked almost human. She saw what really happened that day at the oak tree. She saw the truth about you. Eleanor's breath hitched. "What are you saying?" "You didn't just lose Clara that day," Adrian said, stepping closer. "You lost yourself. You've spent years running from it, but it's time to stop." The locket in her pocket burned against her skin as though it carried the weight of everything she had tried to forget. What happened to her? Eleanor whispered, her voice breaking. "Tell me what happened." Adrian's expression was unreadable. "I can't. You have to see it for yourself." Before she could respond, he turned and walked toward the dock, disappearing into the shadows. As though he had never been there, Eleanor sank to her knees at the edge of the water, the weight of his words pressing down on her like a stone. The truth was close now, just out of reach, and she wasn't sure if she had the strength to face it. But she knew one thing for certain. She couldn't turn back. Eleanor sat at the edge of the lake, her reflection wavering in the water as the ripples spread outward. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows over the woods. Adrian's words echoed in her mind, an insistent, haunting refrain. "You lost yourself that day." Her fingers trembled as she took the locket from her pocket. She opened it again, staring at the photo inside. The boy Adrian stood in the background, as vivid as if he had been there just yesterday. How could a child she had never known suddenly become the man who was pulling the strings of her life? How could he be connected to Clara, to the tree, to her past? A breeze stirred the trees, and the faint scent of pine and lake water reached her, bringing with it another memory. It was years ago, a time when the lake was her sanctuary. She and Clara had spent nearly every afternoon there, skipping stones and daring each other to swim further out into the water. But the summer before Clara's death, everything had changed. Clara had started coming to the lake alone. Eleanor had followed her one afternoon, curious why her sister no longer wanted her company. She had hidden behind a tree, watching as Clara stood at the water's edge, talking to someone Eleanor couldn't see. She remembered calling out to Clara, asking who she was talking to. Clara had turned quickly, her expression panicked, and shouted, "Go away, Ellie. You're not supposed to be here." Eleanor's chest tightened as the memory washed over her. She hadn't thought about that day in years, hadn't dared to examine why it had felt so wrong. The locket clutched in her hand felt heavy, as if it contained more than just a photo. She ran her thumb over the engraving on the back, a faint swirl of lines that almost looked like letters. Squinting in the fading light, she traced the pattern with her finger. It wasn't just a design. It was a date, 07-14-2003. Her heart skipped a beat. That was the day Clara had died. The realization sent a shiver through her. Adrian hadn't just given her the locket as a token. He had meant for her to find the date. It was a breadcrumb leading her closer to the truth. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, the sudden sound startling her. She fumbled to pull it out, her heart racing. The screen lit up with an unknown number. For a moment, she hesitated. But then, she answered. "Hello." Adrian's voice was calm, almost soothing. "You're starting to remember, aren't you?" Eleanor gritted her teeth. "What do you want from me, Adrian?" "Why are you doing this?" "I told you," he said. "You need to see the truth, but you're still holding back. You're still afraid." "Afraid of what?" She snapped. "Of who you are," Adrian replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "And of what you did?" The line went dead. Eleanor stared at the film, her heart pounding. "What I did." The words rang in her ears, setting her nerves on edge. She turned the locket over again, tracing the engraved date with her thumb. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, but they didn't form a picture she understood. Yet she rose to her feet, her legs shaky beneath her, and walked back to the dock. The wooden planks creaked under her weight as she stepped out over the water, the cool evening air pressing against her skin. Standing at the edge, she stared down into the dark surface of the lake. The reflection that stared back at her was unfamiliar, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear and something else, guilt. She closed her eyes, letting the memories come. She was back at the oak tree, the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Clara was standing near the edge of the clearing, her back to Eleanor. The boy Adrian was there too, his voice low and coaxing. Eleanor had called out to Clara, but her sister hadn't turned around. She had taken a step closer to the boy, her fists clenched. Then something shifted. Clara had turned, her face pale and her eyes filled with fear. She had shouted something at Eleanor, her voice urgent and desperate. "Go back, Ellie. You're not supposed to see this." But Eleanor hadn't listened. She had taken a step forward, her own fear mounting, and when it happened, Clara had screamed, a piercing sound that echoed through the woods. But it wasn't Adrian who had pushed her dot, it was Eleanor. The memory hit her like a tidal wave, leaving her gasping for air. She stumbled back from the edge of the dock, her hand flying to her mouth as the truth crashed over her. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. That can't be." But the memory was clear now, vivid and undeniable. She had pushed Clara. She had been the one to send her sister falling into the abyss. Her legs gave out, and she sank to her knees on the dock, the weight of the revelation pressing down on her like a crushing force. The locket slid from her fingers, landing on the wooden planks with a soft thud dot as the wind picked up. Carrying the scent of the lake and the trees, she heard a voice soft and familiar. "Ellie." Her head snapped up, her breath catching in her throat. Standing at the edge of the dock was Clara. Her sister's figure was faint, almost ethereal, her hair flowing around her like smoke. Her eyes were sad but kind, filled with a warmth that made Eleanor's chest ache. "Clara?" Eleanor whispered, tears streaming down her face. Clara smiled faintly, her voice carrying on the breeze. "You remember now. You finally remember." Eleanor shook her head, her voice breaking. I didn't mean to hurt you." Clara's expression softened. "I know. It wasn't your fault, Ellie. You were scared. We both were." The words struck Eleanor like a balm and a dagger all at once. Clara took a step closer, her figure shimmering like a mirage. "But you have to let go. You can't keep punishing yourself." "It's time to move on." Eleanor reached out, her hand trembling. "I don't know how." Clara's smile widened, and for a moment, the warmth in her eyes was enough to push back. "The darkness. You'll figure it out," Clara said. "I'll be with you, always." And then she was gone, her figure dissolving into the night like mist. Eleanor sat there for a long time, the locket lying beside her, the weight of her grief and guilt finally giving way to something else. Hope. The dock was empty now, the faint scent of the lake hanging in the air. Eleanor sat motionless, her hands resting on her knees, the locket glinting faintly beside her. The image of Clara, the warmth in her eyes, the softness in her voice lingered. In her mind, as vivid as the rising moon reflected on the water, her sister's words replayed in her head. "You have to let go. You can't keep punishing yourself." But how could she let go? The truth was out now, raw and undeniable. She had pushed Clara that day. Whether it was fear, confusion, or something deeper that had driven her actions, the result was the same. Clara had fallen, and Eleanor had spent her life running from the memory, burying it under years of guilt and denial. She reached for the locket, holding it tightly in her palm. Its weight felt different now, not heavier, but grounded, like an anchor keeping her connected to something she hadn't fully understood before. The sound of footsteps behind her broke through her thoughts. She turned sharply, her heart racing. only to see Henry emerging from the shadows of the woods. "You saw her, didn't you?" he asked, his voice low but steady. Eleanor hesitated, her fingers brushing against the locket. "I don't know what I saw," she admitted, "but it felt real. It felt like Clara." Henry nodded, stepping closer. "She's been waiting for you to remember." Eleanor narrowed her eyes, her exhaustion and frustration bubbling to the surface. "You keep saying things like that, like you know more than you're telling me. What aren't you saying, Henry? Why was Adrian there that day? Why has he been pulling me back into all of this?" Henry's jaw tightened, and for a moment, she thought he might avoid the question. But then he sighed, lowering himself to sit on the edge of the dock beside her. "Adrian and I, we were different, even as kids," he began, his gaze fixed on the dark water. Adrian especially, he had this way of getting inside people's heads. He called it a gift, but it was more like an obsession. He wanted to know how far he could push someone before they broke. Eleanor's stomach churned, the pieces clicking into place. And Clara? Was she part of his experiments? Henry shook his head, his expression dark. It wasn't like that. Adrian didn't choose her. Clara chose him. Eleanor's breath caught. "What are you talking about?" "She saw something in Henry," said, his voice soft. "Something most people didn't." Clara wasn't just any kid, Eleanor. She was sharp, intuitive in a way that scared even Adrian. She figured him out before he figured her out, and that made her dangerous. "Dangerous?" Eleanor repeated, incredulous. "She was a child." "She was more than that," Henry replied, his eyes meeting hers. "Clara understood people in a way most of us never will. She knew things about you, about Adrian, about herself that she couldn't explain. And Adrian, he couldn't handle that. He needed to control it, control her." Eleanor's pulse quickened as the pieces of the puzzle shifted into focus. "So he manipulated her? He got into her head, made her believe things that weren't true." Henry hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, but not the way you think. Adrian didn't create her fears, he amplified them. Clara already felt like she had to protect you. He just gave her a reason to act on it." The weight of his words settled heavily on Eleanor's chest. "Protect me? From what?" Henry's gaze softened, and for the first time, she saw genuine sadness in his eyes. From herself, Clara thought she was the problem. She thought if she was out of the way, you'd be safe. Eleanor's breath hitched, a cold realization dawning on her. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "That's not true." She did, Henry interrupted gently. "Clara didn't want to fight Adrian. She wanted to protect you. That's why she asked you to go back to the tree. She didn't want you to see what was happening." The memories surged again, more vivid this time. Clara standing between her and Adrian, her voice firm despite the fear in her eyes. "Go back, Ellie. You're not supposed to be here." Eleanor pressed her hands to her temples, her mind spinning. "But I pushed her. I saw her fall." "You reacted," Henry said. "You were scared. Adrian pushed her too far, and she was trying to keep you safe. But none of it was your fault, Eleanor. Clara made her choice." The words sliced through her, sharp and painful. She wanted to reject them, to hold on to the guilt that had defined her for so long. But deep down, a part of her knew Henry was telling the truth. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she looked at the locket in her hand. It felt like Clara was still there, a presence she couldn't explain, but didn't want to let go of. "What does Adrian want from me now?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why bring me back here? Why make me remember all of this? Henry's expression hardened. Adrian's not finished. He thinks there's more to Clara's story, something. Even you don't know. He's convinced you're the key to finding it. Eleanor stared at him, her mind reeling. But I don't have any answers. I don't know what he's looking for. Henry stood, his gaze steady. Then you'd better find out before he does. Because if Adrian's right, the truth might be more dangerous than either of us realizes. Eleanor's chest tightened. As she looked back at the lake, the reflection of the moon rippled across its surface, fractured and shifting like the memories she was still piecing together. She rose to her feet, clutching the locket tightly. Where do I go from here? Henry stepped aside, gesturing toward the woods. Follow the list. Each place will bring you closer to the truth. But be careful, Eleanor. Adrian's not just looking for answers, he's looking for control. And if he finds it before you do... He trailed off, but the weight of his words hung in the air. Eleanor nodded, determination hardening in her chest. She didn't know what Adrian wanted, but she knew one thing for certain. She wouldn't let him take anything else from her dot, with the locket in her hand and the list tucked into her pocket. She turned and walked back toward the path. This time, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The drive to the next location on Henry's list felt heavier, as though the air itself weighed down her thoughts. Eleanor clutched the wheel tightly, her knuckles pale against the leather. The locket sat on the passenger seat beside her, a constant reminder of the sister she had lost and the truths she was still trying to uncover. Her destination was an abandoned schoolyard on the outskirts of town, a place she hadn't thought of in decades. The school had closed when she was a child, left to decay and gather ghosts of memories. Clara used to talk about it sometimes, calling it their secret kingdom, though Eleanor had never gone there herself. Pulling into the cracked asphalt lot, she killed the engine and sat in silence for a moment, staring at the crumbling building ahead. Vines had crept up the walls, and broken windows gaped like empty sockets. The faintest chill crept up her spine, as though the building itself was watching her. The list in her pocket felt like it was burning a hole. She pulled it out and scanned the next line. Abandoned playground. The swings. She stepped out of the car, the cool night air prickling her skin. The crunch of gravel beneath her boots echoed in the stillness as she made her way around the side of the school. The playground came into view, a graveyard of rusting equipment and faded memories. The swings hung limp in the breeze, their chains creaking faintly. A slide jutted up into the night sky, its once bright paint now dull and peeling. Eleanor's breath caught as she noticed someone sitting on one of the swings. Her first instinct was to run, but her legs refused to move. The figure was motionless, their head bowed. As she stepped closer, the moonlight revealed Adrian, his hands loosely gripping the chains of the swing. "You're late," he said, his voice low but carrying easily in the still air. Eleanor stopped. A few feet away, her fists clenched. "What are you doing here, Adrian?" He looked up at her, his dark eyes glinting with something she couldn't quite place. "Finishing what we started." "I don't want to play your games anymore." She snapped. "I remembered enough. I know what happened to Clara." Adrian tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "Do you?" Her pulse quickened. "I know she tried to protect me. I know she thought it was her fault, but it wasn't." Adrian rose slowly from the swing, his movements deliberate. "And what if I told you there's more? What if I told you that what you think you've remembered is only part of the story?" Eleanor's chest tightened. What are you talking about? Adrian took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. Clara wasn't just protecting you from me. She was protecting you from yourself. The words hit her like a physical blow. She stumbled back, shaking her head. No, you're lying. Am I? Adrian asked, his voice calm. Think about it, Eleanor. Why do you think Clara pushed you away that day? Why do you think she told you to go back to the tree? Eleanor's mind spun, the memories she had unearthed clawing at the edges of her consciousness. She didn't want me to get hurt. She wanted to keep me safe. Adrian's faint smirk sent a shiver down her spine. Safe from what? Her mouth opened, but no words came out. The truth was tangled in her mind, just out of reach, but it was there, waiting for her to grasp it. Adrian stepped closer, his voice soft but insistent. She knew what you were capable of, Eleanor. She saw it before you ever did. And she was willing to do whatever it took to protect you, even if it meant losing herself in the process. The weight of his words pressed down on her, threatening to crush her. Stop it, she whispered, her voice trembling. I don't believe you. Adrian tilted his head, studying her. Don't you? Her heart raced as she stared at him, her mind screaming at her to leave, to run. But her feet stayed rooted to the ground. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, holding it up for her to see. It was a pocket mirror, the kind she used to carry as a teenager. The sight of it sent a jolt through her. This was yours, wasn't it? Adrian asked, his tone almost gentle. You used to keep it in your backpack. Clara found it the day before she died. Eleanor's breath caught. She hadn't thought about that mirror in years, hadn't even realized it was missing. What are you trying to say? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Adrian's gaze bore into hers. You looked in this mirror every day, didn't you? And every day, you saw yourself as something you weren't. Clara knew that. She knew what you were hiding. And that's why she kept it from you. She thought it would stop you from seeing the truth. Eleanor's hands trembled as he stepped closer, pressing the mirror into her palm. Look, he said that. She hesitated, the weight of the mirror feeling impossibly heavy. Why? Because you need to see it for yourself, Adrian replied. You need to see who you really are. The words sent a chill through her, but she couldn't stop herself. Slowly, she raised the mirror, her fingers gripping it tightly. The reflection that stared back at her wasn't her own dot, it was Clara. Her sister's face filled the glass, her eyes wide and pleading. Ellie, stop, the reflection whispered, her voice trembling. Please don't do this. Eleanor gasped, the mirror slipping from her hands and shattering on the ground. Adrian stepped back, his expression unreadable. Now do you understand? Her knees gave out, and she sank to the ground, her breaths coming in short, shallow gasps. The memories rushed back with startling clarity. Clara screaming, Eleanor pushing her. But it wasn't out of fear or confusion. It was anger. She had wanted Clara to stop protecting her, to stop hiding the truth about who she was. Adrian crouched in front of her, his voice soft but firm. You're not who you think you are, Eleanor. You never were. And Clara knew that. Eleanor shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, this isn't real. This isn't the truth. Adrian's gaze was unyielding. It is, and it's time you stop running from it. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Eleanor closed her eyes, her mind a maelstrom of memories, guilt, and the undeniable truth that had been waiting for her all along. Eleanor sat frozen on the ground, the shattered mirror pieces scattered around her like jagged fragments of her own mind. Adrian's words echoed in her ears, relentless and cunning. You're not who you think you are. The world felt distant, unreal. Her breaths came fast and shallow, her chest tight with the weight of memories she could no longer suppress. She remembered Clara's voice, her desperate pleas. Ellie, stop. Please don't do this. The words she had buried deep now clawed their way to the surface, pulling her into the darkest corners of her past. Adrian crouched beside her, his calm voice cutting through the haze. You're starting to see it, aren't you? The pieces are finally falling into place. Eleanor shook her head, her hands trembling as she clutched her knees. No, this isn't right. Clara, she was trying to protect me. She loved me. Adrian's eyes softened, though his expression remained unyielding. She did love you. That's why she kept the truth hidden for so long. But love isn't always enough, Eleanor. Sometimes it takes something more. What truth? Eleanor snapped, her voice breaking. What is it I'm supposed to see? Why are you doing this to me? Adrian stood, his figure towering over her like a shadow. Because you've spent your entire life running from who you are, and it's time you faced it. He turned and walked toward the rusted swing set, his movements deliberate, his back to her. Do you remember the day Clara found the pocket mirror? He asked, his voice carrying over the still air. Eleanor's head jerked up, her vision blurry with tears. She didn't want to remember, but the memory surfaced anyway. Clara had found the mirror in Eleanor's backpack. Her curiosity piqued. What's this, Ellie? She'd asked, holding it up to the light. It's mine, Eleanor had snapped, snatching it back. Don't touch it, Clara had frowned, her brow furrowed with concern. Why are you so secretive about it? It's just a mirror. But it hadn't been just a mirror. Eleanor had known that even then, the memory shifted, and Eleanor found herself reliving the moment at the oak tree. Clara standing between her and Adrian, her small frame trembling but resolute. Go back, Ellie, Clara had said, her voice shaking. You're not supposed to see this. Eleanor had shouted back, her frustration boiling over. Why do you keep saying that? What are you hiding from me? Clara's eyes had filled with tears, but she didn't move. You don't understand. If you see it, you'll change. You won't be you anymore. The words hit Eleanor like a sledgehammer. She staggered to her feet, her breaths ragged. What did she mean? She demanded, her voice cracking. What was she so afraid of? Adrian turned to face her, his dark eyes piercing. Clara knew the truth about you, Eleanor. About what you're capable of. And she was willing to sacrifice herself to keep you from realizing it. Eleanor shook her head, her body trembling. You're lying. You're trying to twist everything to make me doubt her. Doubt myself. Adrian's expression remained calm, almost pitying. Am I? Or are you just afraid to look at the truth she tried to shield you from? He stepped closer, his voice soft but relentless. Do you remember the feeling you had when you pushed her? The heat in your chest, the surge of power? That wasn't fear, Eleanor. That was you. The real you. The memory surged back with brutal clarity. The moment her hands had met Clara's shoulders, the electric jolt that shot through her body. She hadn't been scared. She hadn't been confused. She had felt alive. Eleanor staggered back, her vision swimming. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. That's not who I am. Adrian tilted his head, his gaze unflinching. You've spent years pretending to be someone else. The kind, compassionate psychologist who helps people, But deep down, you've always known there's another side to you, a side you've buried, a side Clara tried to contain. The weight of his words pressed down on her like a crushing force. Her knees buckled, and she sank to the ground. Again, tears streaming down her face. "Why are you doing this to me?" She choked out. Adrian crouched beside her, his voice soft but firm. "Because you need to understand what you are before it's too late. Clara tried to protect you, but her sacrifice wasn't enough. You can't keep running from yourself. Eleanor, the truth will find you whether you're ready for it or not." She stared at him, her heart pounding in her chest. "What do you want me to do?" Adrian's eyes bored into hers, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stop hiding. Accept it. Embrace who you really are. Only then will you understand why Clara did what she did. Only then will you be free." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Eleanor closed her eyes, her mind a whirlwind of memories, guilt, and fear. And somewhere, buried deep within her, was the truth she had spent a lifetime trying to escape. Eleanor knelt on the cold, uneven ground, her breath ragged and shallow. Adrian's words echoed in her mind, relentless and cutting. "Stop hiding. Accept who you really are." But who was she? Her hands trembled as she pressed them against her face, her tears streaking across her palms. She had spent years shaping herself into a person she thought Clara would be proud of, a healer, a psychologist, someone who could fix others because she had failed to fix her own family. Now that image was crumbling, replaced by the dark, jagged edges of a truth she didn't want to face. Adrian remained crouched nearby, his gaze calm but piercing. He didn't speak, didn't push her further. He didn't need to. The storm in her mind was doing his work for him. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "Why won't you just leave me alone?" Adrian tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "Because you're not finished yet. You've only scratched the surface." Eleanor's chest tightened as the memories continued to churn within her, relentless and vivid. She remembered Clara's face pale, tear-streaked, her eyes pleading. "You're not supposed to see this." She had pushed her sister, but it hadn't been an accident. She had known what she was doing, at least in that moment. She had wanted Clara to stop, to get out of the way, to stop keeping secrets from her, but there was something else, something just out of reach, lingering. In the shadows of her mind, Adrian stood, brushing dirt from his hands. "Come with me," he said, his voice steady. Eleanor looked up at him, her pulse quickening. "Where?" "To where it all started." Her body tensed. "I thought this was where it started." Adrian shook his head. "No, the oak tree was just one chapter. The real beginning is somewhere else. Somewhere you've been avoiding your whole life." Eleanor swallowed hard, her hands clenching into fists. She didn't want to follow him, didn't want to be led any further down this path. But a part of her, a small, fractured part, needed to know. With a shaky breath, she pushed herself to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her. "Where are we going?" Adrian's gaze was unwavering. "Home." The word hit her like a physical blow. The drive to her childhood home was silent and heavy, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Adrian sat beside her in the passenger seat, his presence both imposing and oddly calm. Eleanor hadn't been back to the house since she'd sold it years ago. It had felt like a tomb, filled with too many ghosts, too many memories. Leaving it behind had been the only way she could move forward, or so she had thought. As the house came into view, her stomach churned. The familiar two-story structure loomed against the night sky, its once bright paint faded and peeling. The windows were dark, the porch sagging slightly with age. She parked in the driveway and turned off the engine, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Why here?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Adrian opened the door and stepped out, leaving her question unanswered. Eleanor hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. The locket felt heavy in her pocket, a reminder of the weight she carried. With a deep breath, she followed Adrian up the creaking steps to the front door. To her surprise, the door wasn't locked. It swung open with a faint groan, revealing the dim, dusty interior. The air inside was stale, carrying the faint scent of wood and mildew. The furniture was still in place, covered in white sheets that looked like shrouds. Time seemed to have frozen here, preserving the house exactly as it had been on the day she left. Adrian walked through the entryway without hesitation, his footsteps echoing on the hardwood floor. Eleanor followed reluctantly, her eyes scanning the familiar walls and corners. Every step felt like walking through a minefield of memories. "Why here?" she asked again, her voice trembling. Adrian stopped at the foot of the staircase and turned to face her. "Because this is where the story began. The oak tree, the lake, the playground. They're all pieces of the same puzzle. But this house is the frame that holds it all together." Eleanor frowned, her chest tightening. "I don't understand." "You will," Adrian said. He gestured toward the staircase. "Go upstairs." Her body stiffened, a cold dread washing over her. The upstairs hallway was where Claire's room had been. Eleanor hadn't set foot there since the day she moved out, unable to face the ghosts that lingered. "I can't," she whispered. Adrian stepped closer, his voice calm but firm. "You have to. Clara left something for you. Something you've been avoiding for years." Eleanor's breath hitched. "What are you talking about?" She knew. "You'd come back eventually," Adrian said. "And she left you a way to understand." The words sent a shiver through her, but she couldn't ignore them. With trembling hands, she gripped the banister and began to climb the stairs. Each step creaked under her weight, the sound like an ominous drumbeat. The hallway stretched before her, dimly lit by the faint glow of the moon through a cracked window. Claire's door was at the end, slightly ajar. Her legs felt like lead as she approached, the weight of the past pressing down on her. She pushed the door open, her breath catching in her throat. The room was exactly as she remembered it. The bed was neatly made, the shelves lined with books and trinkets from their childhood. On the desk by the window sat a single faded journal. Eleanor approached slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. The journal's cover was worn and familiar, the pages yellowed with age. She picked it up, her fingers trembling as she opened. Claire's handwriting filled the pages, each line pulling her deeper into the past. Eleanor sat on the edge of Claire's childhood bed, the faded journal open in her trembling hands. The room was deathly silent, except for the faint rustle of the pages as she turned them. Claire's handwriting, delicate yet urgent, sprawled across the yellowed paper, pulling Eleanor deeper into her sister's thoughts. The first few entries were innocent. Memories of summer afternoons at the lake. Stories about their games of hide and seek. A description of the oak tree, which Clara had always called their guardian. But as Eleanor turned the pages, the tone shifted. The light-hearted musings gave way to entries filled with fear and doubt. "Ellie doesn't see him, the boy. He's always watching. I don't know how to tell her." Eleanor's stomach churned as she read on. "He told me something today. He said Ellie would change, that she'd stop being my sister. I told him he was lying, but he just smiled. I hate that smile. The pages blurred as tears filled Eleanor's eyes. The words were a window into a side of Clara she had never known, a side that had carried burdens, far heavier than a child should ever bear. She turned to the next page, her breath catching at the sight of a bold, hastily written entry. He said, Ellie doesn't know who she is, that she doesn't see the other part of herself. I don't believe him. Ellie's good. She's my sister, but what if he's right? The weight of the words pressed down on Eleanor like a physical force, the other part of herself. Adrian had spoken about it too, hinting at a truth she hadn't fully uncovered. She flipped to the final entry, her hands shaking. The ink was smeared in places as though Clara had been crying while she wrote it. Ellie found out today. She saw him. She heard what he said. I tried to stop her, but it was too late. She pushed me, but I don't blame her. She was scared. I'm scared, too. Eleanor's breath hitched. The memory of that day at the oak tree burned brighter now, searing itself into her mind. Clara standing between her and the boy, the argument, the push, but it was the next line that froze her in place. If you're reading this, Ellie, it means you came back. It means you're ready to know the truth. I love you, but you need to understand. You need to know what you are. The words blurred as Eleanor's tears spilled over. She closed the journal, her chest heaving with sobs. Clara had known all along. She had known about the darkness Eleanor carried, the part of her that had frightened her even as a child. Adrian's voice broke the silence, startling her. She left it for you because she believed in you. Eleanor turned sharply, finding him standing in the doorway. His presence filled the room, oppressive and calm all at once. She believed you could face the truth, he continued, even if it meant shattering everything you thought you knew about yourself. Eleanor stood, the journal clutched tightly against her chest. What truth? Stop talking in riddles and tell me what you know. Adrian stepped closer, his dark eyes unyielding. You've felt it, haven't you? That surge of power when you pushed her. The way it felt like everything clicked into place for the first time. That wasn't fear, Eleanor. That was you, your real self. She shook her head, stepping back until her legs hit the bed. No, that's not true. I'm not some kind of monster. Adrian's smirk was faint, almost sad. You've always tried to be good, Eleanor. You've spent your whole life helping people, making amends for something you didn't even understand. But Clara knew the truth. She saw it in you before you ever did. Eleanor's voice rose, trembling with anger and desperation. If I'm so dangerous, then why did she love me? Why did she try so hard to protect me? Because she believed in you, Adrian said simply. She believed you could control it, that you could use it for something greater. But she knew it wouldn't be easy. That's why she gave everything to keep you from breaking. Eleanor's chest tightened, her breath shallow. What do you mean, use it? Use what? Adrian gestured toward the journal. Clara wasn't just protecting you from me. She was protecting you from yourself. The part of you that you've buried so deep, you barely recognize it anymore. The part of you that has the power to destroy or to save. The words sent a chill down her spine. She shook her head, her voice trembling. I don't want any of this. I just want to understand why Clara had to die. Why you won't leave. Me alone? Adrian stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Because you're the key, Eleanor, to everything. Clara's death wasn't an end, it was a beginning. And whether you like it or not, you have to decide what comes next. The room seemed to close in around her, the walls pressing tighter. The journal in her hands felt like it was pulsing with life, a tether to the sister she had lost and the truth she still couldn't fully grasp. What am I supposed to do? She asked, her voice barely audible. Adrian's expression softened, though his eyes remained piercing. Stop running. Stop hiding. Embrace the part of yourself that Clara tried so hard to protect. The part that scared her, but also gave her hope. Eleanor stared at him, her heart pounding. The weight of his words, of Clara's journal, of everything she had uncovered, pressed down on her like an avalanche dot, but somewhere beneath the fear and confusion, a spark of resolve began to flicker. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew one thing for certain: she couldn't turn back now. Eleanor stood in Clara's room, the journal pressed tightly against her chest. The weight of the past, the weight of Clara's sacrifice and Adrian's cryptic insistence threatened to crush her. But deep within, a flicker of determination refused to be extinguished. Adrian stepped closer, his presence unnervingly calm, as though he were the architect of everything that had unraveled in her life. This is your moment, Eleanor. Everything Clara fought to protect, everything you've buried, it's all been leading to this. Her voice trembled as she spoke, but there was steel beneath the cracks. Leading to what? What am I supposed to do? Adrian's dark eyes studied her, and for the first time, there was a glimmer of uncertainty. That's for you to decide. The answer wasn't good enough. It wasn't clear, wasn't tangible. Eleanor's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting into her palms. You've spent all this time pulling me back into the past, forcing me to relive the worst moments of my life. If you think I'm just going to blindly follow you into whatever comes next, you're wrong. Adrian's lips curled into a faint, almost approving smile. Good. You're finally starting to sound like her. The comparison sent a jolt through her, equal parts pain and pride. I'm not Clara. I never could be. No, Adrian said, his voice soft. But you're not just Eleanor either. You're both. You've always been both. The words settled in the air like an unanswered question, their weight pressing against her already fragile composure. She turned back toward the desk, her eyes scanning the journal one last time. Clara's words seemed to leap off the page, their urgency renewed. You need to know what you are. Her heart raced as she reached into her pocket and pulled out the locket. It felt warm now, almost alive, as if it were responding to her touch. She opened it, staring at the faded photograph inside. Clara's face smiled back at her, and behind her, Adrian as a boy watching, waiting, but something caught her eye. A faint engraving beneath the photo. She hadn't noticed it before. She squinted, tilting the locket toward the light. The inscription was tiny, almost invisible, but as she traced it with her finger, the words became clear. To my light in the dark. Eleanor's breath caught. Clara had always called her that when they were children, her light in the dark. The memory was faint but powerful, carrying with it the warmth of summer nights spent whispering under the covers, dreaming of a future. They would share dot tears welled in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. She turned to Adrian, her voice steady. I'm ready. Adrian's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable passing over his face. Are you? Eleanor nodded, the resolve in her chest growing stronger. Clara died trying to protect me, trying to protect something inside me that I didn't understand. But I'm not afraid of it anymore. Whatever it is, it's mine, and I won't let it control me. For a moment, Adrian simply stared at her, his calm exterior giving way to a faint smile. "You finally stopped running." Eleanor stepped forward, the locket still clutched tightly in her hand. "If this is about control, if this is about me being some kind of key, then I'll face it. But not for you. For her, for Clara." Adrian's smile faded, replaced by a faint nod of acknowledgement. "You're stronger than I thought." The air in the room seemed to shift, growing heavier, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. Journal, the locket, even the faint scent of Claire's perfume lingering in the room, all of it felt alive, as though the house itself were holding its breath. Adrian stepped back, his voice low but clear. "This is your choice, Eleanor. The next step is yours to take." Eleanor stared at him, her pulse pounding in her ears. The fear that had gripped her for so long was still there, but it no longer consumed her. It was tempered now by something stronger: clarity, purpose. She looked down at the journal, her fingers tracing Clara's final words one last time. "I love you, but you need to understand. You need to know what you are." Closing the journal, she slipped it into her bag and straightened her shoulders. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't running anymore. Eleanor turned to Adrian, her gaze steady. "Let's finish this." Adrian's faint smile returned, though there was no triumph in it, only recognition. "It's already begun." The room seemed to shift again, the weight of the past giving way to the promise of what was to come. Eleanor stepped forward, her steps firm, her resolve unshakable. Whatever the truth was, whatever lay ahead, she would face it on her own terms. For Clara, for herself, for the light she had finally reclaimed in the dark. Story 2. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, unremarkable at first glance. A plain white envelope, no return address, and her name, Sarah Grayson, printed in a neat, deliberate hand. Sarah would have dismissed it as junk mail if not for the heavy paper stock and the peculiar weight in her hand. Inside, the contents were brief but puzzling. "Dear Miss Grayson, I regret to inform you of the passing of your great-uncle, Mr. Aldous Grayson. As his sole surviving relative, you have inherited his estate, Blackwood Manor. Please contact my office for further details." There was a name and phone, numbers scrawled at the bottom. A lawyer, Henry Kavanaugh. Sarah read the letter twice, then a third time, trying to make sense of it. She didn't have a great-uncle, or at least not one she'd ever heard of. Her father, who'd passed years ago, had never mentioned an Aldous Grayson, and her mother's side of the family was equally barren of connections. Curiosity nagged at her. An inherited estate. It sounded like the setup to some Gothic novel, or a scam email. But the letter felt authentic, and something about the name Blackwood Manor stirred a faint, unplaceable memory in the back of her mind. Google first, she muttered to herself, grabbing her laptop. It didn't take long to find a match. Blackwood Manor was real. A sprawling, centuries-old property nestled deep in the woods of northern Vermont. Photos showed a towering, ivy-covered structure with dark, narrow windows and an air of foreboding. As she scrolled through articles, her stomach tightened. The estate had a reputation, a vague but persistent one. People called it cursed, whispered about strange happenings, and speculated why the family who owned it had abandoned it decades ago. Sarah closed the laptop and stared at the letter. A part of her wanted to toss it in the trash and forget it ever arrived. But another part, the part that loved mysteries and couldn't resist a good story, was already imagining what secrets might lie inside Blackwood Manor. By the end of the day, she had made her decision. The following morning, she called Henry Kavanaugh. His voice was calm and professional, but he spoke quickly, as though eager to conclude the matter. "Ah, yes, Miss Grayson," he said after she introduced herself. "I'm relieved you've contacted me. Mr. Grayson's estate has been in probate for some time, and your inheritance was only recently confirmed." Sarah frowned. "Why me? I didn't even know I had a great uncle." Kavanaugh paused, and she could hear the faint rustle of papers on the other end of the line. "Mr. Grayson was a private man. I'm afraid I can't speak to his personal choices. What I can tell you is that you are his last known relative. If you wish to claim the property, I suggest you visit the estate soon. There are details better discussed in person." The hesitation in his voice didn't escape her. "Details like what?" "Blackwood Manor is in need of attention," he said carefully. "It has been unoccupied for some time. I suggest you see it for yourself before making any decisions." Sarah agreed, though unease prickled at the back of her mind. By the end of the week, she was packed and on her way to Vermont, the lawyer's instructions clear in her mind. The drive was long and eventful until she reached the forest. The road narrowed, twisting through dense trees that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. Fog crept across the asphalt, clinging to the underbrush like something alive. Finally, the house came into view, looming at the end of a gravel drive. Blackwood Manor was even more imposing in person, its dark facade seeming to absorb the fading sunlight. The ivy that covered the walls gave it a wild, untamed appearance, and the windows, tall and narrow, glinted faintly like watchful eyes. As Sarah stepped out of the car, the air was colder than she expected, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and something metallic. The house seemed to loom larger the closer she got, its shadow swallowing the driveway. The front door creaked open before she could knock, revealing an elderly woman with a severe expression and sharp eyes. "You must be Miss Grayson," the woman said, her voice crisp and no nonsense. "I am," Sarah replied, suddenly unsure of herself. "And you are?" "Mrs. Finch," the woman said, stepping aside to let her in. "Caretaker of Blackwood Manor." As Sarah crossed the threshold, a strange chill washed over her, as though the house itself was welcoming her in, or sizing her up. "Welcome to your inheritance," Mrs. Finch said dryly, closing the door behind her with a heavy thud. The air inside was heavy with dust and the faint smell of old wood. Shadows stretched across the grand foyer, where a wide staircase climbed into the darkness above. Something about the silence felt unnatural, as though the house was holding its breath. The grand foyer of Blackwood Manor loomed around Sarah, its vastness both awe-inspiring and unnerving. Her boots echoed against the polished wood floor as she stepped further inside. Shafts of pale light streamed through the tall windows, illuminating motes of dust that floated lazily in the still air. Mrs. Finch locked the door behind her, the sound reverberating through the space like a final verdict. "This way," the caretaker said briskly, gesturing for Sarah to follow. Sarah's gaze darted around the room as she trailed behind Mrs. Finch. A grand staircase rose before her, its banister carved with intricate design patterns that seemed almost organic, like twisting vines or skeletal hands. Dark portraits of stern-faced individuals lined the walls, their eyes following her as she passed. The house smelled of age, a mix of wood polish, paste stone, and something faintly metallic. Mrs. Finch led her into a smaller sitting room off the main foyer. Despite its smaller size, the room retained the same air of faded grandeur. A fire crackled weakly in the stone hearth, its light casting flickering shadows across the dark, upholstered furniture. "Sit," Mrs. Finch ordered, motioning to a high-backed armchair. Sarah hesitated, the sudden authority in the woman's tone catching her off guard, but she obeyed. She perched on the edge of the chair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Mrs. Finch settled into the chair opposite her, her sharp gaze scanning Sarah like a teacher sizing up a wayward student. "So," Mrs. Finch began, folding her hands neatly in her lap, "I assume Mr. Kavanaugh told you very little about Blackwood Manor or its history." Sarah nodded. "He said I should see the house for myself before making any decisions. That's all." The older woman's lips thinned into a line, a flicker of disapproval flashing in her eyes. "Typical of him. This house is more than a piece of property, Miss Grayson. It's a responsibility." Sarah frowned. "What kind of responsibility?" Mrs. Finch hesitated, her gaze flicking toward the fire. "Blackwood Manor has been in your family for generations. Your great-uncle, Aldous, was its last proper steward. He was particular about who could enter certain parts of the house." Sarah tilted her head. "Certain parts?" Mrs. Finch's lips pressed together tightly. "Yes, there are rooms in this house that are off limits. They were sealed long ago, and they must remain that way." The vague warning only deepened Sarah's curiosity. "Why? What's in them?" "It's not for you to know," Mrs. Finch replied curtly. "All you need to understand is that this house has rules, and it's in your best interest to follow them." Sarah leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Mrs. Finch, if you want me to take this seriously, you'll need to give me more than cryptic warnings." "What exactly am I walking into here?" Mrs. Finch's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing. "You're walking into a legacy, Miss Grayson, one that your great-uncle worked hard to preserve. If you want to claim this inheritance, you'll need to respect the boundaries he set." The tension between them crackled like static, but before Sarah could respond, the distant sound of a door creaking open echoed through the house. Sarah froze. "What was that?" Mrs. Finch stood abruptly, her movements sharp and deliberate. "Probably the wind. This house is old. It has its quirks." But the way her shoulders tensed told Sarah otherwise. Mrs. Finch turned to leave, her voice clipped. "I'll show you to your room. It's been a long journey, and you'll need your rest." Reluctantly, Sarah rose and followed her out of the sitting room. They climbed the grand staircase, the floorboards creaking beneath their steps. The second floor was darker, the windows partially obscured by heavy drapes. Mrs. Finch stopped at a door near the end of the hall and opened it, revealing a modest but well-kept bedroom. "This was Aldous' guest room," she said. "You'll find it comfortable enough." Sarah stepped inside, her gaze sweeping over the space. A large bed with an ornate wooden frame dominated the room, its covers neatly made. A small writing desk sat by the window, and an antique wardrobe loomed in the corner. "Thank you," Sarah said, though the unease in her chest hadn't lessened. Mrs. Finch lingered in the doorway. "If you hear anything unusual tonight, ignore it. This house can be restless." Sarah's stomach tightened. "Restless?" The caretaker gave her a long, unreadable look. "Good night, Miss Grayson." Before Sarah could ask more, Mrs. Finch closed the door firmly behind her. The silence that followed was oppressive. Sarah sat on the edge of the bed, her pulse racing. The cryptic warnings, the strange noises, the unsettling aura of the house, it all felt like the opening act of a story she wasn't ready to hear. Her gaze wandered to the writing desk, where a small, unlit lamp rested beside a leather-bound, She stood and approached it, her fingers brushing the worn cover. The book wasn't a journal, as she first thought, but an old volume of poetry. She flipped through the pages absently, but something tucked between them caught her eye dot. It was a slip of paper, yellowed with age and covered in faint writing. She held it up to the light and read the words aloud. The silent key rests where the first star fell. Guard it, for it unlocks more than doors. A shiver ran down her spine before she could make sense of the note. A faint tapping sound echoed through the room like fingernails against glass. Her breath hitched as she turned toward the window. The tapping came again, soft but deliberate, as though someone or something was on the other side. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as the faint tapping against the window repeated. It wasn't frantic or hurried, but deliberate, each pause between taps stretching just long enough to let her nerves fray further. Her first instinct was to dismiss it, branches swaying in the wind. Maybe a bird, but the steady rhythm didn't feel natural. The window pane reflected her faint silhouette as she approached, her hands trembling at her sides. The glass was fogged slightly with condensation, blurring the view of the night beyond. Tap, tap, tap. Her fingers hesitated over the curtain. With a deep breath, she yanked it aside. The window was empty. Relief flooded her, followed by the faintest hint of embarrassment. Of course, it was nothing. Mrs. Finch had warned her about the house's quirks, the way old buildings could groan and rattle like living things. She exhaled shakily, pulling the curtain back into place. But as she stepped away, she noticed something. On the windowsill outside, faint but undeniable, was a set of scratches. She leaned closer, squinting at the markings. They were deep enough to cut through the peeling paint, forming crude, jagged lines. The pattern wasn't random. There was intent behind it, though its meaning escaped her. A sudden chill crawled up her spine, and she backed away from the window, the note still clutched in her hand. The silent key rests where the first star fell. Guard it, for it unlocks more than doors. She couldn't stop the words from echoing in her mind, as though the note were speaking directly to her. Shaking her head, she turned back to the bed and slid the paper into her pocket. She needed answers, but they could wait until morning. For now, she would try to sleep. Even if the house seemed determined to keep her awake. Hours passed in restless silence. Sarah lay on her side, staring at the faint patterns on the ceiling, cast by moonlight filtering through the curtains. Sleep eluded her, chased away by the hum of unease that had settled over the room. The sound of the tapping returned. She bolted upright, her heart pounding. This time, it wasn't coming from the window. It was coming from the walls. She strained her ears, holding her breath. The sound was faint but distinct, like fingers brushing against wood, moving steadily along the wall behind the headboard. "Mrs. Finch?" she called, her voice shaky. There was no answer. Summoning her courage, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. The floorboards creaked beneath her feet as she crossed the room. The sound stopped abruptly as she approached the wall, leaving only the oppressive silence. She pressed her palm against the wallpaper, the faint texture rough beneath her fingertips. Nothing, no movement, no sound, but then her fingers caught on something, a subtle seam in the wall she hadn't noticed before. Her breath hitched as she traced it, following the outline of what felt like a hidden door. Her fingers found a small indentation near the center, a circular groove that could easily hold a key, the silent key. Her pulse quickened. She took a step back, her mind racing. Mrs. Finch had warned her about locked rooms. about boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, but the house seemed determined to guide her. To this exact moment, the faint creak of the floorboards behind her snapped her out of her thoughts. She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The room was empty. Sarah's breath came in shallow bursts as she backed toward the bed, her eyes darting to every shadow, every darkened corner. The house was alive around her, its presence pressing against her like an invisible weight. She climbed back into bed, clutching the blankets tightly around her. Whatever secrets the house held, she would face them tomorrow in the light of day. The morning came with a soft gray light filtering through the curtains. Sarah felt as though she had barely slept, her body heavy with exhaustion. She dressed quickly, determined to find Mrs. Finch and demand answers. The scratches on the windowsill, the tapping, the hidden door, all of it pointed to something bigger than an eccentric old house. Descending the stairs, she found the house eerily quiet. The faint smell of breakfast wafted from the kitchen, but Mrs. Finch was nowhere in sight. Mrs. Finch? Sarah called, her voice echoing faintly. The stillness pressed in around her. For a moment, she considered leaving the house entirely, driving back to town and never looking back. But the note in her pocket weighed against her resolve. The silent key rests where the first star fell. The cryptic phrase felt like a challenge, an invitation she couldn't ignore. Steeling herself, she crossed the foyer and entered the library. The room was vast, its towering shelves lined with books that smelled of leather and age. Dust motes swirled in the light streaming through the tall windows. She began scanning the shelves, her fingers brushing over the spines of books, hoping for something, anything, that could shed light on the mystery. Near the corner of the room, she spotted a faint engraving on the wall, partially hidden behind a heavy chair. She moved the chair aside and crouched to get a better look. The engraving matched the scratches on the WINDOWSIL. A chill ran through her. She traced the lines with her fingers, feeling the roughness of the carving. It wasn't decorative, it was deliberate, a mark left behind as a clue. The tapping sound returned. Her heart leapt, and she turned sharply, scanning the room. Mrs. Finch? She called again, her voice trembling. The tapping grew louder, coming from the far end of the library. Her feet moved before her mind could stop them, carrying her toward the sound dot at the back of the room. One of the bookshelves stood slightly ajar, revealing a narrow crack of darkness behind it. Sarah's pulse raced as she reached for the edge of the shelf. Taking a deep breath, she pulled it open. Behind it was a narrow passage, the air inside cold and damp. The tapping stopped. The narrow passage behind the bookshelf loomed before Sarah, the darkness inside impenetrable. A faint draft whispered out, carrying with it the smell of damp stone and decay. She hesitated at the threshold, her instincts screaming at her to turn back, but curiosity tugged harder. Gripping the edge of the shelf for support, she stepped inside. The air grew colder instantly, the chill biting against her skin. The walls were rough stone, their surfaces uneven and slick with moisture. The passage was barely wide enough for her to walk without brushing her shoulders against the walls. She moved forward cautiously, her footsteps echoing faintly in the confined space. The tapping sound had stopped, but the oppressive silence was worse. Each step felt heavier, the darkness pressing closer. The passage turned sharply, and as she rounded the corner, her breath caught Dot in the faint light spilling in from the library. She could see the outline of a door at the end of the corridor. Unlike the other doors in the house, this one was made of solid iron. its surface marked with the same strange engravings she had seen on the windowsill, and in the library dot in the center of the door was a keyhole. She stared at it, her pulse pounding. In her ears, the silent key. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out the note she had found in the book. The silent key rests where the first star fell. Guard it, for it unlocks more than doors. Her fingers tightened around the paper. The phrase felt both like a warning and an invitation. She approached the door, her steps hesitant, and ran her fingers over the engravings. The lines were intricate, their patterns almost hypnotic. Her touch lingered on the keyhole, and for a moment, she felt a faint vibration beneath her fingertips. Before she could react, a sound echoed from behind her, a faint, deliberate creak. Like a footstep on old wood. Sarah spun around, her back pressed against the iron door. The library beyond the passage was out of sight now, swallowed by the twisting corridor. "Hello?" she called, her voice trembling. The silence that followed was deafening. She squinted into the darkness, her breath catching when she thought she saw a shadow shift. But when she blinked, it was gone. Her hands trembled as she turned back to the iron door. The vibrations beneath her fingertips grew stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat. She took a step back, her mind racing. This was too much. Too strange. The faint sound of footsteps echoed again. Closer this time. She bolted, turning on her heel. Sarah ran back through the narrow corridor, her heart hammering in her chest. The air seemed to press against her as she moved, each step. Feeling slower, heavier. By the time she reached the library, she was gasping for breath. She slammed the bookshelf shut behind her, the sound reverberating through the room. Her hands gripped the edge of the desk as she tried to steady herself. The faint tapping had stopped, replaced by a suffocating stillness. For several minutes, she stood frozen, waiting for something, anything to happen. But the room remained silent. Slowly, her breathing steadied, though the fear lingered, curling around her like smoke. She glanced at the note still clutched in her hand, its cryptic message mocking her. "I need answers," she muttered under her breath. Her first instinct was to find Mrs. Finch, but part of her doubted the caretaker would provide any clarity. Mrs. Finch had been evasive from the start, her warnings vague and unhelpful. If anything, the woman seemed more interested in keeping Sarah in the dark. The memory of the scratches on the windowsill, the engravings on the iron door, and the strange tapping sounds all pointed to something deeper, something the house wanted her to find. But what? She didn't have long to think. The sound of footsteps broke the silence, this time coming from the hallway outside the library. Double quotes Mrs. Finch. She called, her voice shaking. The footsteps paused. A shadow moved across the doorway, long and distorted by the light filtering in from the foyer. "Hello?" Sarah tried again, louder this time. The figure stepped into view. It wasn't Mrs. Finch. A man stood in the doorway, his dark coat dusted with rain and his face partially obscured by the shadows. His expression was calm, almost too calm, as he regarded her. "Miss Grayson," he said, his voice smooth and measured. Sarah's grip on the desk tightened. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man stepped closer, his movements deliberate but unthreatening. "My name is Dominic. I was a friend of your great-uncle Aldous." Sarah frowned, her unease deepening. "Why are you here now?" Dominic's lips curved into a faint smile. "Because I believe you've discovered something important, something Aldous would have wanted you to find." Her stomach churned. "I don't know what you're talking about, don't you?" Dominic's gaze flicked to the bookshelf she had just closed. Your great uncle spoke often of the silent key. It seems you've already started to unravel its mystery. Her blood ran cold. How do you know about that? I know a great deal about this house, Dominic said, his tone even. More than you might think. Sarah took a step back, her heart pounding. If you're really a friend of Aldous, why haven't I heard of you before? Dominic's smile faded, replaced by a look of quiet intensity. Because Aldous and I shared certain secrets. Secrets he worked very hard to keep hidden. And now it seems those secrets are yours to guard. Her mind raced, trying to piece together his words. What secrets? What does any of this have to do with me? Dominic's gaze softened, though the sharpness in his eyes remained. You've inherited more than a house, Miss Grayson. You've inherited a legacy, and whether you like it or not, that legacy comes with responsibilities and dangers. The weight of his words pressed down on her, the enormity of the situation sinking in. She didn't know who to trust, Mrs. Finch, Dominic, or even herself. All she knew was that Blackwood Manor was far more than an old house, and the deeper she delved into its mysteries, the more certain she became that it would change her life forever. Sarah stared at Dominic, her pulse racing. The calmness in his voice and the certainty in his gaze unsettled her more than the strange happenings in the house. She wasn't ready to trust him, not yet. What kind of legacy? She asked, forcing her voice to steady Dominic tilted his head slightly, as if measuring his response. Your great-uncle was the last guardian of something rare and dangerous. It's not just the house you've inherited, Miss Grayson. It's his role, his responsibility. Guardian. Of what? She pressed. Dominic's eyes flicked toward the bookshelf she had just closed. The silent key. Sarah's heart sank. The words had followed her since she arrived on the cryptic note. In her dreams, and now from the lips of this stranger. Keep saying that, but no one will tell me what it is, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. Mrs. Finch won't explain anything, and now you show up out of nowhere talking about legacies and responsibilities. What is the silent key? Dominic stepped closer, his movements careful but deliberate. The silent key isn't just a physical object. It's knowledge, power, something your great-uncle spent his life protecting because in the wrong hands it could be devastating. Knowledge of what? Sarah asked, her chest tightening. Dominic hesitated, his expression darkening. That depends on where you look for it and whether you're prepared for what you'll find. Sarah took a step back, her mind spinning. Every answer he gave only deepened the mystery, adding layers to a puzzle she wasn't sure she wanted to solve. I don't understand why Aldous would leave this to me, she said. I didn't even know him. Why would he think I could handle whatever this is? He didn't think, Dominic replied, his tone softening. He knew. He must have seen something in you, something that made him believe you could succeed where others might fail. His words felt like both a burden and a challenge, but before Sarah could respond, a sound broke the tense silence, a faint creaking, like footsteps moving across the floor above Dot. Both Sarah and Dominic froze, their eyes snapping to the ceiling. Mrs. Finch? Sarah called, her voice trembling. There was no reply. Dominic's posture shifted subtly, his hand disappearing into his coat. Stay here, he said, his tone quiet but firm. Sarah grabbed his arm before he could move. What are you doing? Making sure we're alone, he said, his calm demeanor now edged with something harder. I'm coming with you, Sarah insisted. She wasn't about to be left alone in a house that seemed to breathe with its own life. Dominic gave her A long, considering look before nodding. Stay close and don't make a sound. They moved cautiously toward the staircase, the heavy silence amplifying every creak of the floorboards beneath their feet. The faint sound of footsteps above had stopped, but the tension in the air was palpable. The second floor was dimly lit, the heavy curtains drawn tightly over the windows. Shadows stretched across the narrow hallway, their shapes distorted by the flickering light of an old wall sconce. "Which room is yours?" Dominic asked in a low voice. Sarah pointed toward the door near the end of the hall. "That one?" Dominic led the way, his movements quiet and deliberate. He reached the door and pushed it open slowly, revealing the bedroom exactly as Sarah had left it, but something was wrong. The curtains she had drawn tightly the night before were now partially open, allowing a sliver of pale morning light to spill into the room. Sarah's pulse quickened. "I didn't open those." Dominic's sharp eyes scanned the room, lingering on the small desk by the window. The note she had hidden in her pocket the previous night was now lying on the desk, perfectly flat, as though someone had deliberately placed it there. She crossed the room and picked it up, her hands trembling. The same cryptic words stared back at her. "The silent key rests where the first star fell. What does it mean?" She whispered, more to herself than to Dominic. He stepped closer, his gaze narrowing. "It's a clue. Your great-uncle always hid things in plain sight, trusting only those who could decipher his riddles." Before Sarah could reply, the sound of footsteps echoed again, this time coming from the end of the hallway. Dominic's hand moved to his coat, pulling out a sleek silver object that gleamed faintly in the dim light. A knife. Sarah's breath hitched. "What are you planning to do with that?" "Protect us," Dominic said, his voice cold and focused. "Stay behind me." The footsteps grew louder, deliberate and unhurried, as if whoever or whatever was approaching had no reason to rush. Dominic moved toward the door, motioning for Sarah to follow. The hallway stretched before them, empty except for the flickering shadows cast by the sconce. But as they reached the landing, the footsteps stopped. The silence was deafening, broken only by the faint creak of a floorboard behind them. Sarah spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The hallway was empty. "Someone's playing games," Dominic muttered, his grip tightening on the knife. A faint rustling sound drew their attention to the far end of the hall, where a door stood slightly ajar. "That leads to the attic," Sarah whispered. Dominic nodded. "Stay close." They moved toward the door, the air growing colder with each step. The faint scent of mildew and age wafted from the narrow staircase beyond. Dominic pushed the door open fully, revealing a steep set of wooden stairs that spiraled upward into darkness. "Wait here," he said, beginning to ascend. Sarah grabbed his arm. "No, I'm not staying behind." He hesitated, then nodded. Together they climbed the stairs, their footsteps slow and deliberate. The attic was vast and cluttered, filled with old furniture, trunks, and cobweb-covered mirrors. Dust hung thick in the air, making each breath feel heavy. The sound of rustling came again, faint but unmistakable. Drawing their eyes to the far corner of the attic. Dominic moved ahead, his knife held at the ready. Sarah followed closely, her eyes darting between the shadows. As they approached the corner, she caught a glimpse of something, a shape moving just beyond the edge of her vision. Dominic stopped abruptly, his body tense. "There's something here," he said under his breath. Sarah peered over his shoulder, her stomach twisting into knots. Lying on the floor, partially obscured by a tattered sheet, was a small wooden box. Its surface was carved with the same strange engravings she had seen on the iron door and WINDOSIL. Dominic knelt beside it, his expression guarded. This belonged to Aldous? Sarah's pulse quickened. What's inside? Dominic lifted the lid carefully, revealing a stack of faded papers and a small metal key. The silent key. Sarah stared at it, her breath catching. This is what he was protecting, isn't it? Dominic nodded slowly. The beginning of it. Before they could say more, the attic door slammed shut behind them. The sharp echo of the attic door slamming shut reverberated through the space, freezing Sarah in place. The air seemed to grow heavier, colder, as though the very walls of Blackwood Manor were closing in on them. Dominic sprang to his feet, his knife glinting in the dim light. His eyes darted toward the staircase, but the door at the bottom remained shut, trapping them inside. What the hell was that? Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Dominic's jaw tightened. Something doesn't want us to leave. The silence that followed was suffocating. The faint creak of wood under pressure, the slow groan of the house, felt almost alive. Sarah's gaze shifted back to the small wooden box on the floor. Inside, the stack of faded papers trembled slightly, disturbed by the cold draft that seemed to emanate from nowhere. The key nestled among them caught the faint light, its dull surface etched with intricate designs. "This is it," Sarah said, her voice barely audible. She crouched and picked up the key, her fingers brushing the cold metal. The silent key. Dominic watched her carefully, his posture still tense. "Be careful. If this key is what I think it is, it's far more dangerous than it seems." Sarah stood, clutching the key tightly. "Dangerous how?" "You keep talking in riddles, but I need answers." Before Dominic could respond, a soft, rhythmic tapping echoed through the attic. Sarah spun around, her heart hammering in her chest. The sound was faint at first, like fingers drumming against wood, but it grew louder, more insistent. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Dominic nodded, his eyes narrowing. "Stay close." The tapping seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, bouncing off the cluttered walls of the attic. Sarah's pulse quickened as her gaze darted from shadow to shadow, half expecting something to lunge at her from the darkness. Then the sound stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a new noise cut through the air, a slow, deliberate creak, like the groan of a heavy door being pushed open. "It's coming from below," Dominic said, his voice low and steady. Sarah's stomach twisted. "The passage behind the bookshelf," she whispered. Dominic's expression darkened. "We're not alone in this house." The realization sent a chill down her spine. Whoever, whatever had slammed the attic door was now moving through the hidden corridors of Blackwood Manor. Dominic motioned toward the staircase. "We need to get out of here, now." Together, they approached the attic door. Dominic tested the handle, his grip firm, but it refused to budge. "Locked," he muttered, his frustration barely contained. Sarah stepped back, clutching the key tightly in her hand. "The silent key. Do you think it could open this?" Dominic glanced at the key, then back at the door. "Only one way to find out." Sarah stepped forward, her hands trembling as she inserted the key into the lock. It fit perfectly, the engravings on the metal aligning with faint, matching patterns carved into the wood. She turned the key, and with a loud click, the lock released. Door creaked open slowly, revealing the staircase beyond. "Stay behind me," Dominic said, his voice low but firm. Sarah followed him down the narrow stairs, her grip on the key tightening with each step. The faint tapping sound had returned, echoing faintly from the lower floors. When they reached the hallway, the house felt different. The air was colder, heavier, and the shadows seemed darker, more defined. Sarah glanced toward the library, her pulse quickening as she noticed the bookshelf door was ajar again. "That's where they went," she said, nodding toward the passage. Dominic moved cautiously toward the opening, his knife at the ready. He peered into the narrow corridor, his expression hardening. "It's empty," he said after a moment. Sarah frowned, stepping closer. The passage was just as she had left it, dark, cold, and foreboding. But the faint vibration she had felt earlier near the iron door was gone, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. "Do you think they're still in there?" she asked. Dominic shook his head. "Whoever it was is gone for now." Sarah's fingers brushed against the note still tucked in her pocket. The silent key rests where the first star fell. "Guard it, for it unlocks more than doors." "What does that mean?" she asked aloud, more to herself than to Dominic. "Where the first star fell, is that supposed to be this house?" Dominic glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "The first star, it's an old phrase. It refers to something ancient, something powerful. Your great-uncle was obsessed with it. He believed it was connected to the foundation of this house, to the secrets hidden within its walls." Sarah's chest tightened. "What kind of secrets?" Dominic hesitated, his gaze fixed on the darkened passage. "The kind that people would kill for, the kind that shouldn't be uncovered." His words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. Before Sarah could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed again, this time coming from the foyer. Dominic turned sharply, his grip tightening on his knife. "We're not alone," he said. Sarah's heart raced as she followed him back into the main hallway. The tapping sound grew louder, more deliberate, as if something or someone was drawing them closer. They rounded the corner and Sarah froze, standing. In the center of the foyer was Mrs. Finch. Her face was pale, her eyes glassy, and her hands hung limply at her sides. She didn't move, didn't speak, but the faint tapping sound continued, coming from somewhere beyond her. "Mrs. Finch?" Sarah called, her voice shaking. The caretaker's head tilted slightly, her blank eyes fixing on Sarah, but she said nothing. The silence in the foyer was thick, broken only by the faint, rhythmic tapping echoing somewhere beyond Mrs. Finch. She stood motionless in the center of the room, her pale face and glassy eyes eerily vacant. Sarah's throat tightened as she stepped closer. "Mrs. Finch?" she said again, her voice trembling. Dominic raised a hand to stop her, his movements sharp and deliberate. "Wait," Sarah halted, her gaze flicking between Dominic and Mrs. Finch. "What's wrong with her?" she whispered. Dominic didn't answer immediately. His eyes narrowed, scanning Mrs. Finch as though she were a puzzle to be solved. "She's not herself," he said finally, his voice low. The tapping sound grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to come from every direction, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. "Mrs. Finch," Sarah said again, more forcefully this time. "What's going on? Are you—" Before she could finish, Mrs. Finch's head jerked sharply to the side, her neck twisting at an unnatural angle. Her eyes locked onto Sarah, and her lips parted. But the voice that emerged was not her own. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice rasped. Low and guttural. Sarah stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. What's happening to her?" Dominic stepped in front of Sarah, his knife gleaming faintly in the dim light. Whatever this is, it's not her. Stay behind me. The caretaker's body moved stiffly, her limbs jerking as if she were a puppet on invisible strings. The key. You found it, the voice rasped again, each word sending a chill down Sarah's spine. What do you want? Dominic demanded, his voice steady despite the tension in his stance. Mrs. Finch tilted her head, the motion unnervingly slow. It doesn't belong to you, she said, her tone dripping with malice. It never did. Dominic's grip on the knife tightened. We're leaving. Get out of our way. The tapping stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, and for a moment, the house felt like it was holding its breath. Then Mrs. Finch let out a low, guttural laugh that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. You can't leave, she said, her voice hollow and mocking. The house won't let you. Sarah's pulse thundered in her ears. She reached into her pocket, her fingers brushing against the silent key. What do you mean? She asked, her voice shaking. Mrs. Finch's vacant eyes locked onto Sarah's. Pocket. The key binds you to this place, she said. Just as it bound him, Sarah's stomach churned. Him? My great-uncle? The caretaker didn't respond. Instead, her body convulsed violently, her head snapping back as a guttural scream tore from her throat. Dominic barked, grabbing Sarah's arm and pulling her toward the stairs. They bolted up the staircase, the sound of Mrs. Finch's inhuman screams chasing them. Sarah's chest burned as she ran, her mind spinning with fear and confusion. What's happening? She gasped as they reached the second floor. She's been compromised, Dominic said grimly, glancing over his shoulder. The house is using her. Using her? Sarah echoed, her voice rising. What does that even mean? Dominic didn't answer. He yanked open the door to Sarah's bedroom and ushered her inside. Slamming it shut behind them, Sarah leaned against the wall, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. You need to start explaining. What's happening to her? What's happening to this house? Dominic's face was grim as he locked the door. The house is more than just stone and wood. It's tied to the key to the knowledge your great-uncle tried to protect. The more you interact with it, the stronger its influence becomes. Sarah shook her head, her hands trembling. This is insane. It's like the house is alive. In a way it is, Dominic said. And it doesn't want you to leave until it gets what it wants. Her stomach twisted as she recalled Mrs. Finch's chilling words. The key binds you to this place. Is it true? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Am I bound to this house? Dominic hesitated, his expression dark. That depends on what you do next. Before she could ask what he meant, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside the room. Slow, deliberate, and impossibly heavy. Dominic motioned for her to stay quiet, his knife at the ready. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Sarah held her breath, her body pressed against the wall. The silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. Then the doorknob rattled. Sarah's heart leapt into her throat as the door creaked, the lock straining against the pressure. Stay back, Dominic whispered, his voice low but firm. The rattling stopped. For a moment, everything was still. Then a loud crash shook the door as something slammed into it with incredible force. Dominic stepped forward, his body tense. Get behind me, he said. Sarah obeyed, clutching the key tightly in her hand. Door shuddered again under another impact, the wood splintering slightly around the edges. Whatever was on the other side wasn't stopping. What do we do? Sarah asked, her voice shaking. Dominic didn't answer. His gaze remained fixed on the door, his knife held steady. Another crash, then another. The door splintered further, cracks spreading across its surface like a spider web. Dominic glanced back at Sarah, his expression grave. When the door gives, run. Don't look back. What about you? She demanded. I'll hold it off, he said, her stomach twisted, panic rising in her chest. No, you can't. Before she could finish, the door burst open. Fragments of wood flying into the room. Mrs. Finch stood in the doorway, her body jerking unnaturally as if pulled by invisible strings. Her eyes were dark now, empty pits that seemed to swallow the light. Dominic lunged forward, his knife flashing in the dim light. Go, he shouted. Sarah hesitated for a split second before obeying, bolting past the chaos and out into the hallway. The house seemed to shift around her, the walls groaning and the air growing colder with each step. The shadows stretched and twisted as if reaching for her. She didn't stop, didn't look back, her only thought to get as far away as possible. Somewhere behind her, Dominic's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Then came another sound, a deep, guttural growl that didn't belong to any human. The house seemed alive with movement, its very foundations trembling beneath her feet. As she rounded the corner, she clutched the silent key tightly in her hand. Whatever was happening, whatever Dominic had meant by the next step, she knew one thing. The answers lay with the key, and she would find them or die trying. The hallway stretched endlessly before Sarah, its walls closing in as the groaning of the house seemed to follow her every step. Her lungs burned and her legs felt like lead, but she couldn't stop. The image of Mrs. Finch, her twisted form, jerking unnaturally, seared itself into her mind. She tightened her grip on the silent key, the cold metal biting into her palm. It felt like the only solid thing in a world that was unraveling around her. The house shifted again, the floor creaking beneath her feet as though something massive was moving just out of sight. Shadows danced on the walls, writhing like living things. Sarah stumbled into the grand staircase and froze. The foyer below was unrecognizable. Where once there had been an open, cavernous space, now stood a swirling darkness, an abyss that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. Tendrils of shadow stretched up the walls, creeping closer to the second floor. Her instincts screamed at her to turn back, but the sound of heavy footsteps behind her made the decision for her. She sprinted down the hallway toward the library, her breaths ragged and uneven. The door loomed ahead, its familiar frame offering the faintest glimmer of hope. She burst through it, slamming it shut behind her and sliding the bolt into place. The library was eerily quiet, the faint smell of old leather and dust hanging in the air. The familiar rows of books and towering shelves seemed almost comforting. After the chaos she'd just fled, Sarah leaned against the door, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. Her mind raced, replaying Dominic's words and the cryptic warnings she'd received since arriving at the manor. The silent key binds you to this place. The house won't let you leave. It's more than a key, it's knowledge. Power. Her eyes fell on the key in her hand. It was small and unassuming, its surface worn smooth by time, but its weight felt immense. She moved to the desk in the center of the room, where she had found the note that had started it all. The silent key rests where the first star fell. The words haunted her. What did they mean? Where was she supposed to go? As she sat down, the faintest vibration ran through the key, pulsing in her palm. She stared at it, her pulse quickening. What are you trying to tell me? She whispered. Vibration grew stronger, resonating with a low hum that seemed to echo in her bones. Her gaze darted around the room, searching for anything that might make sense of what was happening. Her eyes landed on a small brass globe sitting on a nearby shelf. Its surface was etched with constellations, their patterns intricate and precise. She stood and approached the globe, drawn to it by an inexplicable pull. As she reached out to touch it, the vibration in the key surged. The hum growing louder. Her fingers brushed the cool metal, and the globe spun slightly, revealing a faint engraving. At its base, where the first star fell, her breath caught. The phrase from the note here was, etched into the globe like a signpost. She knelt to examine it more closely, her fingers tracing the engraving. The base of the globe shifted slightly under her touch, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a folded piece of parchment, its edges yellowed with age. Sarah unfolded it carefully, her hands trembling. The parchment bore a map of the estate, its intricate lines and markings detailing not just the house, but the surrounding grounds. At the center of the map was a star-shaped symbol, marked with a single word, sanctum. The vibration in the key ceased, replaced by a heavy silence that settled over the room. The sanctum, she whispered, her gaze locked on the map. Before she could study it further, a sharp knock on the library door shattered the quiet. Sarah froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The knock came again, harder this time, followed by the faint sound of something scraping against the wood. "Miss Grayson," a voice rasped from the other side. It wasn't Dominic. It wasn't even human. She backed away from the door, clutching the map and the key tightly. The scraping grew louder, more insistent, as though claws were raking across the surface. The door rattled, and the bolt began to strain under the pressure. Sarah's gaze darted around the room, searching for an escape. Her eyes landed on the bookshelf that concealed the hidden passage. She hesitated, her mind racing. The passage had felt like a trap before, but now it was her only option. The bolt on the door gave a loud snap, and the wood splintered. Sarah bolted for the bookshelf, yanking it open to reveal the dark, narrow corridor beyond. She slipped inside, pulling the shelf shut behind her just as the door to the library burst open. The sound of heavy, uneven footsteps echoed through the room, accompanied by a low, guttural growl. Sarah pressed herself against the wall of the passage, her breath shallow. Whatever had entered the library was massive. Its footsteps sent faint vibrations through the stone beneath her feet. "Find her," the voice rasped, low and menacing. The footsteps moved closer, the sound of books being knocked off shelves, and furniture being overturned, filling the air. Sarah bit down on her lip, willing herself to remain silent. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps receded, the growling fading into the distance. She exhaled shakily, her body trembling with fear and adrenaline. The passage stretched before her, its darkness swallowing the faint light from the library. Clutching the map and the key, she forced herself to move forward. The sanctum, whatever it was, held the answer she needed, and she was going to find it, no matter what stood in her way. The narrow passage was cold, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and decay. Sarah moved carefully, her fingers trailing along the rough walls for balance. The key and map pressed tightly against her chest, their weight grounding her as she navigated the twisting corridor. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint sound of her footsteps echoing in the confined space. Every creak of the floorboards above her and groan of the house around her set her nerves on edge. The passage twisted sharply, descending into a set of uneven stone stairs. The dim light from the library faded entirely, leaving her in near total darkness. She hesitated at the top of the staircase, her breath catching. The map in her hand crinkled slightly as she unfolded it, using her phone's flashlight to examine its intricate lines. The star-shaped, symbol-marked sanctum was surrounded by a labyrinth of hallways and chambers, some of which were marked with cryptic warnings, sealed for a reason, never open. "Beware the whispers." Her pulse quickened as her eyes traced the path leading to the sanctum. The map indicated that the passage would end at a hidden door beneath the estate. With a deep breath, she folded the map and continued down the stairs, the cold stone biting against her fingertips as she steadied herself. At the bottom of the stairs, The passage opened into a larger corridor, its walls lined with alcoves. Each alcove contained an object, a tarnished goblet, a broken clock, a child's doll with glassy, unseeing eyes. Sarah's footsteps slowed as her flashlight swept over the eerie collection. The objects seemed out of place, as though they had been taken from different eras and gathered here for some inexplicable purpose. One alcove caught her attention. Inside was a small wooden box, its lid carved with the same engravings that adorned the key. Her fingers hovered over it, hesitant. The vibration in the key had stopped when she found the map, but now, as she neared the box, it began again, subtle and rhythmic. Pulsing like a heartbeat dot, she opened the box carefully, revealing a piece of parchment folded neatly inside. Unfolding it, she found a single sentence written in a flowing hand. "The sanctum demands a sacrifice." The words sent a chill through her, and her hand trembled as she placed the parchment back into the box. What does that mean? She whispered to herself. The key's vibration grew stronger, urging her forward. She pushed past the alcoves, her pace quickening as the passage narrowed again. The hidden door appeared exactly where the map said it would be, its iron surface blending seamlessly with the stone walls. The engravings on the door matched those on the key, their intricate patterns glowing faintly in the beam of her flashlight. She traced the keyhole with her fingers, her heart pounding. The key vibrated in her hand, its hum growing louder as though urging her to act. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The vibration stopped instantly, replaced by a low, resonant click that echoed through the corridor. The door creaked open, revealing a chamber beyond. The sanctum was vast and circular, its domed ceiling disappearing into darkness. The walls were lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes and artifacts, their presence suffused with an almost palpable energy dot. At the center of the room stood a stone pedestal, its surface engraved with the same star-shaped symbol from the map. Resting atop the pedestal was a black, featureless cube, its surface shimmering faintly in the dim light. Sarah approached cautiously, her footsteps echoing on the smooth stone floor. The air in the sanctum felt different, heavier, charged. With a subtle hum that seemed to vibrate in her bones, the cube drew her in, its presence both magnetic and unsettling. She reached out, her hand hovering over it. Before she could touch it, a voice echoed through the chamber. "Stop." She spun around, her heart racing. Dominic stood in the doorway, his face pale and his eyes filled with a strange mixture of fear and determination. "How did you find me?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "The same way you did," Dominic replied, stepping into the room. "The key led me here." Sarah's grip on the key tightened. "What is this place?" "The heart of Blackwood Manor," Dominic said, his gaze fixed on the cube. "And the source of its power." She glanced at the cube, unease twisting in her stomach. "What does it do?" Dominic hesitated, his expression darkening. "It's not what it does, Sarah. It's what it holds." "What it holds?" She repeated, her voice rising. "What are you talking about?" He stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. "Your great-uncle spent his life protecting this secret. The cube contains knowledge, dangerous, forbidden knowledge. The kind of truth that could reshape the world." Her pulse quickened. "Then why leave it for me?" "Because he knew someone would come for it," Dominic said. "And he needed someone strong enough to decide its fate." Sarah's chest tightened. "What fate? What are you saying?" Dominic's eyes met hers, his expression grave. "The sanctum demands a sacrifice, Sarah. If you want to unlock the cube, you have to give something in return." She shook her head, taking a step back. "No, this can't be real." "It's real," Dominic said, his voice steady. "And it's why I'm here." Before she could react, Dominic lunged forward, grabbing her wrist. The key fell from her, GRSP, clattering onto the stone floor. "Let go," she shouted, struggling against him. "You don't understand." Dominic shouted back, his grip tightening. If you open the cube, there's no going back. You have to destroy it. The room seemed to pulse around them, the hum growing louder. The air crackled with unseen energy, and the cube began to glow faintly. Destroy it? Sarah repeated, her voice trembling. Why? Because some truths are too dangerous to know. Dominic shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. Sarah broke free from his grasp, stumbling backward. She reached down, grabbing the key and clutching it tightly. The cube pulsed again, the glow intensifying. She looked at Dominic, then at the cube, her mind racing. What happens if I don't destroy it? She asked, her voice barely audible. Dominic's expression darkened. Then the truth will destroy you. The sanctum seemed to hold its breath as Sarah stood frozen, the silent key clenched tightly in her hand. The cube on the pedestal pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light, its glow casting flickering shadows across the room. Dominic watched her carefully, his face pale and drawn. Sarah, listen to me, he said, his voice low but urgent. The knowledge inside that cube, it's not meant to be known. Your great-uncle spent his life trying to keep it hidden for a reason. Sarah shook her head, her heart pounding. Then why leave it for me? Why not destroy it himself? Because he couldn't, Dominic said. The sanctum won't let you destroy the cube unless you've proven yourself worthy. And Aldous. He hesitated, his gaze flickering toward the glowing pedestal. He wasn't strong enough. The weight of his words pressed down on her, but they only raised more questions. What does that mean? Prove myself how? The sanctum demands a sacrifice, Dominic said, his voice grim. You've read the warning. To unlock the cube, you have to give up something precious, something that defines who you are. Her breath hitched. The words on the parchment flashed in her mind. The sanctum demands a sacrifice. She looked down at the key in her hand, its intricate engravings glowing faintly in the cube's light. And if I refuse? Dominic's expression darkened. Then the sanctum will take it from you, one way or another. The words sent a chill down her spine. She stepped back, her gaze darting between Dominic and the cube. The air in the sanctum was thick, charged with an energy that seemed to seep into her very bones. You don't understand, Dominic said, taking a cautious step toward her. The knowledge in that cube, it's not just facts or memories. It's truth. The kind of truth that can destroy you from the inside out. Then why are you here? Sarah asked, her voice rising. If it's so dangerous, why didn't you leave it alone? Dominic's jaw tightened. Because someone has to make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Someone has to make sure it doesn't destroy everything. Sarah shook her head, her chest tightening. And you think that someone is me? I think Aldous believed in you, Dominic said quietly. He saw something in you that made him think you could succeed where he failed. But this isn't just about you, Sarah. If you unlock that cube, you'll unleash something you can't take back. Her grip on the key tightened as the pedestal pulsed again, its light growing brighter. She felt the pull of the cube, an almost magnetic force that seemed to reach for her, calling her closer. What happens if I destroy it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Dominic hesitated. The truth dies with it. The sanctum will crumble, and the secrets of Blackwood Manor will be lost forever. The thought sent a pang through her, a mix of relief and regret. She didn't know what the cube contained, but the idea of erasing its mysteries felt like an unbearable loss. She took a step toward the pedestal, her heart hammering in her chest. And if I open it? Dominic's hand shot out, grabbing her arm. Don't. She met his gaze, her eyes burning with determination. You don't get to decide that for me. Dominic's expression twisted with frustration. If you open that cube, it'll demand a piece of you. And once you give it, there's no going back. Is that what you want? Sarah wrenched her arm free, her breaths coming fast and shallow. I don't know what I want, but I know I can't walk away from this, not now. The pedestal pulsed again, the light from the cube intensifying. The room seemed to hum with energy, the air growing heavier with each passing second. Dominic stepped back, his hands raised. If you're going to do this, you need to understand what you're risking. What am I risking? Sarah demanded, her voice shaking. Yourself, Dominic said simply. The cube doesn't just take something, it changes you. And once it does, you won't be the same. Her chest tightened, doubt creeping into her mind. But beneath the fear, a spark of resolve burned brighter. She thought of Aldous, the secrets he had carried, and the sacrifices he had made to protect the sanctum. If he had believed in her, then maybe she owed it to him and to herself to see this through. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and placed the silent key into the slot at the base of the pedestal. The room shuddered as the key clicked. Into place, the vibrations reverberating through the floor. The cube's glow intensified, its surface rippling like liquid. Sarah, stop. Dominic shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. But it was too late. The cube began to split apart, its sides folding outward to reveal a swirling void of light and shadow within. The energy pouring from it was overwhelming, pressing against her like a physical force. Her knees buckled, but she forced herself to stay upright, her gaze locked on the cube. A voice echoed from the void, deep and resonant, speaking words she couldn't understand. The sound seemed to bypass her ears entirely, resonating directly in her mind. The sanctum trembled, cracks spreading across the stone floor as the voice grew louder. What do you demand? Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. The answer came, not in words, but in a flood of images, memories of her childhood, her father's death, the loneliness that had followed. The cube wasn't asking for a thing, Dot, it was asking for her. She stumbled back, her mind spinning. The voice surged again, filling her with a mix of terror and awe. The cube's light pulsed brighter, and she felt a pull deep in her chest, as though the sanctum itself were reaching into her soul. Sarah, Dominic shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. The connection broke, and the cube's light dimmed slightly, but the sanctum was alive now, its energy building to a crescendo. The choice loomed before her, stark and inescapable. Destroy the cube, or embrace its truth. Sarah looked at Dominic, her voice trembling as she spoke. I have to decide now, don't I? Dominic's eyes were filled with urgency and something that looked like pity. Yes, the sanctum vibrated with a power so intense that Sarah could feel it in her chest, her breath catching as the cube hovered above the pedestal. Its glow pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and the whispers from within the void grew louder, an indecipherable chorus that seemed to call her name. Dominic tightened his grip on her arm. Sarah, whatever you're thinking, stop. This isn't something you can undo. Her eyes darted between Dominic and the cube, her mind racing. The truth was right in front of her, so close she could almost touch it. And yet, the fear that gnawed at her wouldn't let go. Why are you so afraid of it? She asked, her voice trembling. If this knowledge is so dangerous, why not let it be destroyed? Why are you here, Dominic? He hesitated, his expression darkening. Because I've seen what it can do. To Aldous, to me. It's not just knowledge, Sarah, it's a weapon. And once you open it, you can't put it back. She shook her head, stepping away from him. You don't understand. I've been running my whole life, running from questions, from myself. If this is my legacy, if Aldous believed I could handle this, then I have to see it through. Dominic's jaw tightened, his frustration evident. If you open that cube, it will take something from you. Something you might not be ready to give. What choice do I have? She asked, her voice rising. This house won't let me leave. The key ... the sanctum. It all leads here. If I destroy it, everything Aldous protected dies with it. Maybe that's the better choice. Dominic shot back, his voice sharp. Maybe some truths aren't meant to survive. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Sarah turned back to the cube, its light pulsing steadily. The whispers shifted, softening into something almost melodic. As if coaxing her closer, she stepped toward it, her hand outstretched. Sarah, no. Dominic lunged forward, grabbing her wrist. She twisted free, her gaze locked on the cube. I need to know, she whispered, more to herself than to him. With a deep breath, she placed her hand on the surface of the cube. The world exploded in a blinding light. The moment her fingers touched the cube, the whispers surged, flooding her mind with a torrent of voices and images. Memories that weren't her own flashed before her eyes, ancient rituals. A shadowy figure standing before a crowd, a star-shaped symbol carved into the earth. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the floor, clutching her head as the visions consumed. Her dot, she saw Aldous, younger and more vibrant, standing in this very room. His hands trembled as he placed the silent key into the pedestal, his face etched with fear and determination. Then another image, Aldous hunched over his desk, writing furiously in a journal, his eyes haunted. He whispered to himself, over and over, the sanctum demands a sacrifice. The visions shifted again, faster now. Faces blurred together, men and women she didn't recognize, their expressions twisted with fear, awe, and pain. The whispers grew louder, overlapping until they became a single voice. Knowledge is the price, and you are the vessel. Sarah gasped, her body shaking as the cube's light pulsed brighter. She could feel it inside her now, a presence that pressed against her mind, demanding to be let in. Sarah. Dominic's voice cut through the chaos, distant but urgent. She opened her eyes, her vision swimming. The sanctum was alive with energy, cracks spreading across the walls and floor. The cube hovered above the pedestal, its surface shifting like liquid. Dominic crouched beside her, his face pale. Let go of it. Whatever it's showing you, it's not worth it. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him. I can't, it's too late. He grabbed her shoulders, shaking her gently. Listen to me. The sanctum wants you to believe this is your only choice, but it's not. You don't have to let it take you. The cube's light flared again, and Sarah's body convulsed. The whispers surged, louder and more insistent, drowning out everything else. Embrace the truth, become the key. She screamed, the pain in her head sharp and relentless. Her vision blurred, and for a moment she felt herself slipping away, the weight of the cube's power threatening to consume her entirely. But then, through the chaos, she heard a voice. It wasn't the cube. It wasn't Dominic. It was Clara. Ellie, stop. You're stronger than this. The memory of her sister's voice cut through the noise, grounding her. The warmth in Clara's tone, the fierce love she had always shown, filled her with a sudden, fierce resolve. No, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling but firm. The whispers faltered. She forced herself to her feet, her hands gripping the edge of the pedestal. You don't get to decide who I am. I do. The cube's light flared again, but this time it felt different, less overpowering, more restrained. The whispers softened, retreating into the void. Dominic stared at her, his expression a mix of shock and relief. What are you doing? Sarah turned to him, her gaze steady. I'm not letting it win. With a surge of strength, she grabbed the cube and lifted it from the pedestal. The energy in the sanctum shifted instantly, the oppressive weight lifting. As the cube's glow dimmed, the cracks in the walls stopped spreading, and the air grew still. Dominic stood, his expression wary. What now? Sarah held the cube tightly, its surface cool and smooth in her hands. I don't know, but it's not going to control me. The sanctum was silent now, the hum of energy replaced by a quiet stillness. For the first time since entering the house, Sarah felt a faint flicker of hope. She turned to Dominic, her voice firm. We're going to figure this out. Together. The silence in the sanctum was absolute, broken only by Sarah's ragged breaths as she clutched the cube in her trembling hands. Its glow had dimmed, but the weight of it was still palpable, as though the object carried an immense presence within. Dominic's expression remained cautious, his eyes flicking between Sarah and the cube. You've taken control of it, he said, his voice low. But that doesn't mean it's safe. Sarah tightened her grip on the cube, her knuckles turning white. It doesn't feel dangerous anymore. It's like it's waiting. For what? Dominic asked, stepping closer. I don't know. She stared at the object, its surface dark and still now, reflecting faint ripples of light from the cracked walls of the sanctum. But whatever's inside it, I think it's listening. Dominic reached for her shoulder, his grip steadying. If that's true, we can't afford to stay here. The sanctum isn't stable anymore. This place could collapse at any moment. Sarah glanced around, her gaze lingering on the fractured stone floor and the thin trails of smoke rising from the cracks. The energy that had once pulsed through the room seemed to have dissipated, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. She nodded, clutching the cube tightly as Dominic guided her toward the hidden door. The passageway was colder than before, the air heavy, with the scent of damp stone and old decay. Sarah moved carefully, her feet brushing against the uneven floor as Dominic led the way. What now? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. We take the cube somewhere safe, Dominic said without hesitation. Somewhere it can't hurt anyone or fall into the wrong hands. Like where? Sarah pressed. If this thing has the kind of power you're talking about, is anywhere safe enough? Dominic didn't answer immediately. His jaw tightened as he glanced over his shoulder. There's a place I know, he said after a moment. An old network of vaults beneath. The estate. Aldous mentioned them once, said they were used to store the Society's most dangerous artifacts. The Society? Sarah asked, her brow furrowing. The ones who built this place, Dominic explained. Your great-uncle was one of them, but they weren't always unified. Some members wanted to protect the knowledge of the sanctum. Others ... wanted to exploit it. Sarah shuddered. And the ones who wanted to exploit it, they didn't survive, Dominic said bluntly. But their influence lingers. That's why Aldous sealed the sanctum and hid the key. He knew the dangers. Better than anyone. The passage opened into a wider corridor, and Sarah felt the tension in her chest ease slightly. The suffocating weight of the sanctum had faded, replaced by a faint hope that they might escape this nightmare. But that hope was short-lived. Faint sound echoed through the corridor, the unmistakable scrape of footsteps on stone. Sarah froze, her grip tightening on the cube. What was that? Dominic held up a hand, signaling for silence. He drew his knife, his posture tense as his gaze scanned the shadows. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by the faint sound of ragged breathing. Move, Dominic whispered, motioning for Sarah to follow him. They quickened their pace, the dim light from Sarah's phone casting eerie shadows on the walls. The sound of pursuit grew closer, more deliberate, and Sarah's stomach twisted with fear. As they rounded a corner, the figure came into view, a twisted silhouette that moved with an unnatural gait. Mrs. Finch, Sarah breathed, her voice trembling. The caretaker's body was barely recognizable. Her face was gaunt and pale, her eyes black pits that gleamed faintly in the dark. Her movements were jerky, like a marionette controlled by invisible strings. The key ... Mrs. Finch rasped, her voice guttural and broken. The key belongs to the house. You can't take it. Sarah stumbled back, her breath catching. She's still alive? She's not herself anymore, Dominic said, his voice grim. The house has taken her. Run. Mrs. Finch lunged toward them with a shriek. Her claw-like hands outstretched. Dominic shoved Sarah behind him, slashing at the air with his knife. Go! He barked. Sarah hesitated for a split second before turning and running down the corridor. The sound of the struggle behind her sent adrenaline coursing through her veins, but she didn't look back. The passage twisted and turned, the air growing colder with each step. Her legs burned as she pushed herself forward, the cube growing, heavier in her arms. Finally, she emerged into a larger chamber, a vast, open space with high ceilings and rows of ancient vaults carved into the walls. The map Aldous had left her flashed in her mind, The vaults beneath the estate. She moved to the nearest vault, scanning the engravings etched into its stone surface. One of them bore a symbol she recognized, the star-shaped mark that had guided her since the beginning. "This has to be it," she whispered, fumbling with the cube. The engravings glowed faintly as she placed the cube on the surface of the vault. A low hum filled the air, and the stone began to shift, the engravings rearranging themselves to form a lock. Behind her, the sound of footsteps echoed again. She turned sharply, her chest tightening. Dominic stumbled into the chamber, blood dripping from a gash on his shoulder. "Seal it," he said through gritted teeth, his voice strained. "What about you?" Sarah asked, panic rising in her chest. "I'll hold her off," Dominic said, gripping his knife tightly. "Just do it." Tears stung her eyes as she turned back to the vault. The engravings glowed brighter, the lock clicking into place. The cube pulsed once, and then the stone door slid open, revealing a dark, hollow space within. Without hesitation, Sarah placed the cube inside. The vault's light flared, and the door began to close, sealing the cube behind layers of stone. Behind her, Mrs. Finch's guttural screams filled the chamber, followed by the sound of Dominic shouting. The vault sealed with a heavy thud. The light from the engravings fading. Sarah turned to see Dominic standing over Mrs. Finch's collapsed form, his chest heaving. The caretaker's body was still now, her twisted limbs limp and unmoving. "It's done," Sarah said, her voice trembling. Dominic nodded, his expression weary. "Then let's get out of here." The ascent back to the surface was slow and tense. The house remained silent as they emerged into the library. Its oppressive weight diminished, but not gone. As they stepped into the moonlit foyer, Sarah turned to Dominic, her voice soft. "Is it really over?" He shook his head, his expression somber. "The house will always be watching, but for now, the key is safe." Sarah nodded, her gaze lingering on the shadows that stretched across the walls. The weight of what she had done pressed heavily on her, but for the first time, she felt a flicker of peace. She had made her choice, and whatever came next, she would face it head-on. The air in the foyer was cold and still, the oppressive energy that had gripped the house seemingly diminished. Yet Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that Blackwood Manor was still watching her, its unseen gaze following her every move. Dominic leaned heavily against the banister, his face pale as he pressed a hand to the wound on his shoulder. The blood seeped through his fingers, staining the fabric of his coat. "You're hurt," Sarah said, her voice trembling with exhaustion. "I'll manage," Dominic replied, his tone brusque. "We need to leave the house before it changes." "It's mind about letting us go." Sarah hesitated, glancing up the grand staircase toward the second floor. The rooms she had explored, the hidden passages, and the sanctum, all of it felt like a dream, fragmented and surreal. "Do you think it's over?" she asked quietly. Dominic's dark eyes met hers, his expression unreadable. "The cube is secure, but this house, it doesn't forget. It's dormant for now, but it will always be tied to the key and to you." The weight of his words settled over her like a shroud. She tightened her arms around herself, her gaze drifting to the front door. The idea of stepping outside, of leaving Blackwood Manor behind, felt almost impossible after everything she had endured, but she couldn't stay. Dominic pushed off the banister, wincing slightly as he straightened. "Come on," he said. "I'll explain everything once we're clear of this place." Sarah followed him to the door, her footsteps heavy with reluctance. As they stepped onto the front porch, the cold night air washed over her, carrying the faint scent of rain. For the first time in what felt like hours, she could breathe. The gravel driveway stretched before them, the dark woods that surrounded the manor shrouded in mist. Sarah glanced over her shoulder, her eyes lingering on the towering silhouette of the house in the moonlight. Blackwood Manor seemed almost peaceful, its ivy-covered walls glinting faintly. But she knew better. Beneath its facade lay secrets that could never truly be contained. Dominic led her to his car, A battered old sedan parked near the edge of the property. He opened the passenger door for her, his movements slower than usual. Where are we going? Sarah asked as she climbed in. To somewhere safe, Dominic replied. His tone clipped. I know people who can help ensure the vault stays sealed. Sarah frowned, a knot of unease forming in her stomach. You said the house is tied to the key. If that's true, won't it try to bring me back? Dominic hesitated, his hand pausing on the doorframe. It might, he admitted. But as long as the key stays locked away, the house's influence will be limited. And if someone finds it, she pressed. Dominic's gaze darkened. Then everything we've done tonight will have been for nothing. The thought sent a chill down her spine. She sank back into the seat, her mind racing with possibilities. The drive away from Blackwood Manor was silent, the only sound the faint hum of a car's engine. The road twisted through the dense forest, the shadows of the trees stretching. Long across the asphalt, Sarah stared out the window, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, guilt, and lingering questions. What happens now? She asked finally, breaking the silence. Dominic glanced at her, his expression guarded. Now, you move on. You've done your part. The key is safe, and the sanctum secrets are buried. It's over. She shook her head, her chest tightening. It doesn't feel over, that house. It's still connected to me. I can feel it. That connection will fade, Dominic said. In time. His words were meant to reassure her, but they didn't. If anything, they only deepened the unease in her chest. What about you? She asked, turning to him. Why are you still here? What's your part in all this? Dominic's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. My part ended a long time ago, he said quietly. But I made a promise to Aldous to protect the sanctum and anyone who came after him. That's why I'm here. Promise, Sarah echoed, her brow furrowing. To keep me safe? To keep the key safe, Dominic corrected. You were never supposed to open it, Sarah. But you made a choice, and now you'll have to live with the consequences. Her stomach churned. What consequences? Dominic didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the road, his expression unreadable. Finally he spoke, his voice low. The cube changes people. It doesn't matter how strong you are or how prepared you think you are. Once you've touched it, it leaves a mark. A part of it stays with you. Sarah's chest tightened. What does that mean for me? It means you'll never be the same, Dominic said. You'll see things, know things that you can't explain. And the house will always be a part of you, whether you like it or not. Her hands clenched into fists in her lap. So I'm tied to that place forever? No, Dominic said firmly. You're stronger than the house, but you'll have to fight to stay that way. His words offered little comfort. She turned her gaze back to the window, the misty forest blurring into shadows as the car sped down the winding road as dawn broke over the horizon. The faint glow of sunlight pierced through the mist, casting the world in shades of gold and gray. Dominic pulled the car to the side of the road, parking near a small clearing. This is as far as I go, he said, turning to Sarah. She frowned, confusion flashing across her face. What do you mean? Dominic reached into his coat, pulling out a small envelope. He handed it to her, his expression serious. Inside, you'll find instructions. A list of people who can help you if the house calls you back. Sarah stared at the envelope, her hands trembling. You're leaving me? Dominic nodded. I've done what I can. The rest is up to you. Tears pricked up the corners of her eyes, but she blinked them away. What if I can't do it alone? You're not alone, Dominic said softly. You have the strength Aldous saw in you. Trust that. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat. Before she could say anything, Dominic stepped out of the car and closed the door behind him. He stood in the clearing, his figure framed by the soft glow of morning light. Take care, Sarah, he said, his voice carrying over the stillness, and then he was gone, disappearing into the mist. Sarah sat in the car, the envelope in her lap, her mind heavy with unanswered questions. The road stretched ahead of her, winding into the unknown. For the first time in days, she was alone. But as she started the engine and began to drive, a faint, familiar hum echoed in the back of her mind. Key might have been locked away, but its story was far from over. The road stretched endlessly ahead of Sarah, the sunlight breaking through the mist and fractured beams. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles pale. The envelope Dominic had handed her rested on the passenger seat, its unassuming weight a stark contrast to the burden it carried. The events of the night replayed in her mind, Mrs. Finch's twisted form, the sanctum's power, the moment she touched the cube and felt it reach into her very soul. It was as though a part of her still lingered in that room, tethered to the house by invisible threads. A sharp ring from her phone broke her thoughts, the sound startling in the quiet. She fumbled to retrieve it from the cup holder, her heart skipping when she saw an unknown number on the screen. Hesitating for a moment, she pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Miss Grayson, an unfamiliar voice, greeted her, calm and composed. "I'm glad to hear you're safe." She frowned, gripping the phone tighter. "Who is this?" "My name is Dr. Elias Wren. Dominic informed me of your situation. I'm part of the network he mentioned, those entrusted with safeguarding what your family left behind." Sarah's stomach churned. "Safeguarding? Is that what you call locking secrets away in a house that feels like it's alive?" Dr. Wren chuckled softly, though there was no humor in it. "I understand your frustration, but what we do is necessary. The sanctum's power isn't something that can be destroyed, not completely. The best we can do is contain it." "And me?" Sarah asked, her voice sharp. "What am I supposed to do now? Just pretend none of this happened?" "You've touched the cube," Dr. Wren said, his tone shifting to something more serious. "That makes you part of its legacy, whether you want to be or not. The knowledge it imparted, whatever glimpse you saw, is now a part of you." Her chest tightened. "I didn't ask for this." "No one does," Dr. Wren replied gently. "That Aldous chose you for a reason. He believed you could carry this responsibility. And you're not alone. We're here to help." The faint hum she had felt since leaving the house grew louder, like a whisper at the edge of her consciousness. She pressed a hand to her temple, trying to block it out. "How do I stop it? The connection? The noise?" "You can't," Dr. Wren admitted. "Not entirely. But with time, you'll learn to control it. The cube's influence will fade as long as you don't return to Blackwood Manor." Sarah's grip on the phone tightened. "And if I do?" "Doctor." Wren's pause was brief, but it carried weight. "Then the house will claim you, just as it did others before you." A chill ran down her spine. The call ended shortly after, leaving Sarah with more questions than answers. She pulled over onto the shoulder of the road, her hands trembling as she opened the envelope Dominic had given her. Inside was a single piece of paper, its surface marked with neat, handwritten instructions. "If you hear the whispers, find me. Eatwood." Below the message was an address, a small town a few hours away. Sarah stared at the note, her mind racing. She could continue driving, leave all of this behind, and hope the connection to the house would fade over time. Or she could follow the address, meet this Dr. Wren, and face the truth of what she had inherited. Her fingers brushed against the envelope, and for a moment she thought of Dominic. His calm, determined demeanor had carried her through the chaos of the night. But now she was alone. No one else could make this choice for her. The sun was high in the sky by the time Sarah pulled into a quiet diner parking lot. She hadn't eaten since the night before, and the ache in her stomach demanded attention. Sliding into a booth by the window, she ordered a coffee and a sandwich, the normalcy of the interaction almost jarring after everything she had been through. As she sipped her coffee, her gaze drifted to the envelope on the table. The address stared back at her, an unspoken challenge. A memory surfaced Clara's voice, soft and insistent. Ellie, stop. You're stronger than this. She clenched her jaw, her hands tightening around the mug. Clara's belief in her had carried her through the darkest moments of the sanctum. Now it gave her the strength to make a decision. She folded the envelope and slid it into her bag, her resolve hardening. The drive to the address was uneventful, the winding roads giving way to a small, unassuming town nestled in the hills. The house she arrived at was modest, its white paint peeling slightly, but well dashed, kept Dr. Wren greeted her at the door, his kind eyes and gentle smile putting her slightly at ease. He was older, with silver hair and a calm presence that reminded her of her father. "Miss Grayson," he said, stepping aside to let her in. "I've been expecting you." The interior of the house was warm and inviting, filled with books and artifacts that spoke of a life dedicated to knowledge. Sarah felt a flicker of familiarity. This wasn't so different from Aldous' study in Blackwood Manor. "Why did Aldous trust you?" she asked as she settled into a chair in the living room. Dr. Wren took a seat across from her, his gaze steady. "Because I shared his vision. The sanctum secrets are dangerous, but they're also responsibility. Aldous knew he couldn't protect it forever, and he wanted to ensure its legacy was preserved." Sarah frowned. "What kind of legacy?" "All I've seen is pain and fear." Dr. Wren's expression softened. "The sanctum doesn't just hold danger, Sarah. It holds truth about the world, about humanity, about the choices we make. It's up to people like us to decide how that truth is used." Her chest tightened as his words sank in. The sanctum had tested her, forced her to confront parts of herself she hadn't wanted to see. And yet, she had survived. "What now?" she asked, her voice quiet. Dr. Wren smiled faintly. "Now you learn. You've taken the first step by coming here. The rest will take time." She nodded slowly, a flicker of hope stirring in her chest. The first time since arriving at Blackwood Manor, Sarah felt like she wasn't alone. Dr. Wren led Sarah into a room that felt like the heart of the house. The walls were lined with shelves packed with books, scrolls, and artifacts, all arranged with meticulous care. In the center of the room stood a large oak table, its surface scarred from years of use. "This is where I do my work," Dr. Wren said. Motioning for Sarah to sit. She hesitated, her gaze wandering over the collection of objects. Some seemed ordinary: a compass, a stack of aged papers, while others radiated a quiet but unmistakable power. A small stone orb on the far shelf seemed to hum faintly, its surface etched with glowing lines. "What is all this?" she asked, lowering herself into a chair. "Remnants," Dr. Wren replied. "Pieces of a larger puzzle gathered over decades. Most of these are tied to the sanctum or places like it, hidden repositories of knowledge that were never meant to be revealed to the world." Sarah frowned, her fingers brushing against the edge of the table. "There are more sanctums?" Dr. Wren nodded, his expression grave. "Not many, but enough to remind us that humanity has always sought to understand the unknowable. Each sanctum holds a fragment of that understanding, locked away for a reason." Her stomach churned as she thought of the cube, still pulsing faintly in her memory. And the cube. What does it hold? Dr. Wren's gaze sharpened. "What? Did it show you?" Sarah hesitated, the memory of the visions she'd seen flashing in her mind. The rituals, the faces twisted in fear and awe. The whispers that had burrowed into her thoughts. "Truths," she said finally. "About the people who built the sanctum. About what they were willing to do to protect it." But it felt incomplete. Dr. Wren leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. "The cube doesn't just show you knowledge, Sarah. It shapes you. It tests your resolve, your ability to handle what it contains. That's why it's dangerous, because not everyone can withstand the weight of its truths." "Is that why Aldous couldn't destroy it?" she asked. "Yes," Dr. Wren said. "And it's why he chose you. He saw something in you, something that gave him hope." You've already passed the first test by locking the cube away, but the sanctum's mark on you won't fade entirely. She leaned back in her chair, her chest tightening. Dominic said the same thing, that the house and the key are still connected to me, that they'll always be part of me. Dr. Wren nodded slowly. He's right. The connection is permanent, but it doesn't have to control you. That's why I'm here, to help you understand it, to teach you how to live with it. His words offered a glimmer of reassurance, but the weight of her experiences still pressed heavily on her chest. She thought of the house, the way its walls seemed to breathe, the whispers that had followed her even after she'd left. What if I don't want to live with it? She asked quietly. What if I just want it to go away? Dr. Wren's expression softened. I understand. Many have felt the same way. But the truth is, Sarah, this isn't something you can run from. The sanctum chose you for a reason. The sooner you accept that, the stronger you'll become. The room fell silent, the hum of the stone orb on the shelf the only sound. The next few hours, Dr. Wren guided Sarah through the intricacies of the sanctum's legacy. He explained the society Aldous had been part of, their mission to safeguard dangerous knowledge, and the sacrifices they had made to keep the sanctum's secrets from falling into the wrong hands. He showed her old journals, filled with detailed sketches and notes, maps of other sanctum sites, and fragments of texts written in languages she couldn't recognize. This is what Aldous dedicated his life to, Dr. Wren said, placing a weathered journal in front of her. And now it's part of your story too. Sarah flipped through the journal, her fingers tracing the faded ink. The pages were filled with diagrams of the sanctum, sketches of artifacts, and cryptic notes about rituals and symbols. One entry caught her attention, a passage written in Aldous' precise handwriting. The key is not just an object, it is a threshold, a bridge between what is known and what is hidden. To hold it is to carry the burden of choice, to decide whether the door remains closed or opens to reveal the light and the darkness within. Her stomach tightened as she read the words. She had made the choice to seal the cube, but the memory of its pull still lingered. Did Aldous ever regret it? She asked, looking up at Dr. Wren. The older man's expression was thoughtful. I think he struggled with it every day, but in the end, he believed it was the right thing to do, and that belief gave him peace. Sarah nodded slowly, her gaze returning to the journal. She wanted to believe that she could find peace too, but the path ahead felt uncertain and fraught with danger. As evening fell, Dr. Wren showed Sarah to a small guest room tucked away at the back of the house. It was modest but comfortable, with a single bed and a window that overlooked a quiet garden. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need, he said, his voice kind. But if you ever feel the pull of the sanctum again, don't face it alone. Call me or Dominic or anyone on that list. We'll be there. Sarah nodded, exhaustion settling over her like a heavy blanket. Thank you, she said softly. Dr. Wren smiled faintly. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll start making sense of what you've seen. He left her alone, and she sank onto the bed, her mind swirling with thoughts and memories as she lay staring. At the ceiling, the faint hum of the sanctum returned, a quiet reminder of the choice she had made. The house might be behind her for now, but its legacy was far from over, and deep down she knew her journey with the sanctum and the truths it held was only beginning. The first rays of dawn filtered through the guest room window, bathing the walls in a soft golden light. Sarah sat on the edge of the bed, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had long since gone cold. She had barely slept, her mind circling endlessly around the events of the past days. The cube, the sanctum. Aldous. Each memory felt sharper in the stillness of the morning, cutting through her attempts to find clarity. She glanced at the envelope Dominic had given her, now resting on the nightstand. The names inside Dr. Wren's network represented her best chance at understanding what she had inherited. But the weight of that inheritance felt unbearable. a constant hum in the back of her mind that refused to quiet. A soft knock on the door broke her reverie. "Come in," she said, her voice rasping from lack of sleep. Dr. Wren stepped inside, his expression warm but concerned. He held a tray with a fresh pot of tea and a plate of toast. "I thought you could use something warm to start the day," he said, placing the tray on the small table by the window. "Thanks," Sarah said, though her voice lacked conviction. He pulled up a chair and sat across from her, his gaze steady. "You didn't sleep, did you?" Sarah shook her head. "I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing the sanctum. The cube. And Finch ... Dr. Wren's expression darkened. "Mrs. Finch's fate is a tragedy, one that underscores how dangerous the sanctum's power can be. But it's also a reminder of why Aldous fought so hard to protect it." Sarah set the mug down, her hands trembling slightly. How did it come to this? Why would anyone create something so ... destructive? Dr. Wren leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting toward the window. People have always sought answers to life's greatest mysteries. Where we come from, why we're here, what lies beyond. The sanctum is the result of that pursuit, a repository of knowledge so vast, so profound, that it changes anyone who touches it. But why hide it? Sarah asked. If it's so important, shouldn't it be shared? Dr. Wren's eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw the weight of years in his expression. Because not everyone seeks knowledge for the right reasons. Power, greed, fear, these things twist even the noblest intentions. The sanctum's truths are dangerous because they challenge everything we think we know. Most people aren't ready for that. Sarah's chest tightened, and Aldous thought I was. He believed in your strength, Dr. Wren said, and he trusted that you would make the right choice when the time came. And you did. She looked away, her gaze falling on the faint light dancing on the floor. It doesn't feel like it. I still don't know if locking the cube away was the right thing to do. Dr. Wren leaned forward, his voice gentle. It's normal to question your choices, but the fact that you're questioning them shows that you understand the responsibility you've taken on. That's more than most would do. The hours that followed were filled with quiet study. Dr. Wren guided Sarah through the journals Aldous had left behind, pointing out key passages and annotations that offered glimpses into his thoughts. One journal in particular stood out. Slim, leather-bound volume filled with personal reflections. As Sarah read through it, a passage caught her eye. The sanctum does not give its secrets freely. It demands a price of peace of oneself that cannot be reclaimed. The key is not just a tool, but a test, a measure of whether one is worthy to carry the burden of truth. The words struck a chord in her, echoing the feeling she had experienced in the sanctum. The cube's pull, the whispers, the visions, all of it had felt like a test of her resolve. Her identity. She closed the journal and looked at Dr. Wren. Aldous wrote about the sanctum like it was alive, like it could choose who was worthy. Dr. Wren nodded. In a way it is. The sanctum responds to intent. It can sense strength, fear, ambition. That's why so few survive it intact. Sarah frowned. What about you? Have you ever? No, Dr. Wren said quickly, his tone firm. I've studied the sanctum from a distance, but I've never entered it. My role is to guide, not to confront its power directly. That responsibility has always belonged to the Grayson line. She hesitated, the weight of his words settling over her. So it's my responsibility now? It's yours to share, Dr. Wren said, his voice kind but resolute. You're not alone in this, Sarah. The network Aldous helped build exists to support people like you, to ensure the sanctum's legacy doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Her thoughts turned to Dominic. He had risked everything to help her, but his warnings about the sanctum still lingered in her mind. Dominic said the sanctum changes people. She said quietly that it leaves a mark. Dr. Wren's expression grew somber. He's right. Once you've touched the sanctum, it becomes a part of you. but that doesn't mean it has to define you. The choice of how you move forward is still yours. Sarah nodded, though the uncertainty in her chest didn't abate. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sarah stood in the garden behind Dr. Wren's house. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of blooming flowers, and deep in pit earth she stared up at the stars, her thoughts swirling like the constellations above. The sanctum's pull was quieter now, a faint hum at the edges of her awareness, but it was still there, a reminder of what she had seen, what she had survived. For the first time, she allowed herself to feel the enormity of it all. The fear, the loss, the unanswered questions, they were a part of her now. Just as sanctum was taught, but beneath the fear, she felt something else, resolve. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew she couldn't turn away from it. The sanctum had chosen her, and she would not let it break her. The following morning brought a sense of quiet purpose. The air in Dr. Wren's house felt lighter somehow, though Sarah wasn't sure if the change was in the atmosphere or within herself. She joined Dr. Wren in the study, where he was already, surrounded by open books and scattered notes. He looked up as she entered, his expression warm. "Good morning," he said, motioning to a chair across from him. "Morning," Sarah replied, sitting down. The weight of the past days lingered, but for the first time, she felt a spark of control. Dr. Wren slid a book across the table toward her. Its cover was faded, the leather cracked with age, but the star-shaped symbol etched into the front was unmistakable. "This is one of the oldest texts we have about the sanctum," he said. "It's more myth than fact, but it gives insight into how it came to be and what it might want." Sarah hesitated before opening the book. The idea of the sanctum wanting something sent a shiver down her spine. "What do you mean, what it might want?" Dr. Wren leaned back, his expression thoughtful. "The sanctum is more than a place. It's a construct, an intersection of human intent and something other. Over time, those who interact with it have described it as sentient, almost alive. The cube is an extension of that, a focal point for the sanctum's power." She frowned, flipping through the brittle pages. "So it's not just a repository of knowledge, it's aware?" "In a way," Dr. Wren said, "but its awareness isn't like ours. It doesn't think or feel in the traditional sense. It reacts to intent, to the choices we make when we interact with it." The weight of his words settled over her, familiar and unsettling. She thought of the cube's whispers, the way it had seemed to test her resolve. What happens if someone fails? She asked. Dr. Wren's expression darkened. "The sanctum takes what it's owed, and the cost is always high." Sarah swallowed hard, her gaze dropping to the book in her hands. She thought of Mrs. Finch, of the way the house had twisted her into something unrecognizable. Did she fail? She whispered. Dr. Wren sighed. Mrs. Finch wasn't supposed to be part of this. She stayed at Blackwood Manor to honor Aldous' wishes, but the sanctum's influence grew over time. It wore her down, used her as a vessel when its power couldn't reach you directly. The guilt that had lingered since that night surged again. "So it's my fault?" "No," Dr. Wren said firmly. "The sanctum's actions aren't yours to bear. What happened to Mrs. Finch was tragic, but it wasn't your doing." Sarah nodded, though the knot in her chest didn't ease out as the day wore on. Sarah immersed herself in the books and notes Dr. Wren provided. The texts were dense and often cryptic, filled with references to ancient rituals, forgotten languages, and mysterious figures who had interacted with the sanctum throughout history. One figure in particular caught her attention, a woman named Helena Kane, described as the first keeper of the key. According to the texts, Helena had been chosen by the sanctum centuries ago, her connection to it so profound that she was said to have gained insight into the past, present, and future. But her knowledge came at a cost. She had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only fragments of her writings. Sarah ran her fingers over a passage written in jagged, hurried hand. "The key is not a gift but a burden." To hold it is to hold the weight of 1,000 choices, each one echoing through time. Beware the light, for it reveals all and consumes the unworthy. The words sent a chill through her, their warning clear. What happened to her? She asked, looking up at Dr. Wren. He frowned, his gaze distant. No one knows. Some believe the sanctum claimed her. Others think she unlocked its full power and ascended to something beyond human understanding. Whatever the truth, her legacy lives on in those who follow in her footsteps. Sarah leaned back in her chair, her mind racing. Do you think I'm supposed to be like her? Dr. Wren hesitated. You're not meant to be anyone but yourself, Sarah. What you choose to do with this legacy is entirely up to you. She nodded, though the weight of the connection between her and Helena felt impossible to ignore. That evening, Sarah found herself alone in the study, the dim light of a desk lamp casting long shadows across the room. The texts and journals surrounded her, their pages filled with the whispers of the past. She stared at Helena's passage, the words echoing in her mind. Beware the light, for it reveals all and consumes the unworthy. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the moon hung low in the sky, its light pale and cold. The hum of the sanctum had grown faint, but it was still there, a quiet reminder of its presence. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. For the first time, she allowed herself to confront the question that had haunted her since she first touched the cube. What if the sanctum chose wrong? The thought was terrifying, but it was also a question she couldn't avoid. The sanctum had marked her, tied her to a legacy she hadn't asked for. But what if she wasn't strong enough to bear it? The sound of footsteps broke her thoughts, and she turned to see Dr. Wren standing in the doorway. Still at it? He asked. His voice gentled out. Sarah nodded. I don't think I'll ever understand all of this. You're not meant to, Dr. Wren said, stepping into the room. The sanctum's mysteries aren't something that can be solved overnight, but understanding isn't the goal. It's how you choose to carry the knowledge you've gained. That matters. She met his gaze, her voice trembling. What if I make the wrong choice? Dr. Wren's expression softened. You won't, because you're asking the right questions. That's what sets you apart. Sarah nodded slowly, the weight in her chest easing slightly. The sanctum's hum lingered, faint but constant. Its mark on her was undeniable, but for the first time, she felt a glimmer of hope that she could carry it out as she climbed into bed that night. Sarah stared at the ceiling, the faint light of the moon casting shifting patterns on the walls. The sanctum had tested her. It had shown her its truths and its horrors, and though she was far from understanding its purpose, she knew one thing for certain: she was still here, and she wasn't giving up. The morning dawned gray and muted, the sky heavy with clouds that promised rain. Sarah stood by the window of her guest room, watching as a gentle breeze stirred the trees in Dr. Wren's garden. Her thoughts were restless, circling back to the sanctum and the lingering hum that seemed to exist just beneath her consciousness. Even now, with miles between her and Blackwood Manor, she felt the house's quiet pull a tether she couldn't sever. Dr. Wren's voice called from the kitchen, breaking her reverie. Sarah, breakfast is ready. She pulled herself away from the window and made her way downstairs, where the smell of fresh coffee and warm toast greeted her. Dr. Wren sat at the small dining table, his demeanor calm as he sorted through a stack of papers. Good morning, he said, motioning to the plate he prepared for her. Morning, Sarah replied, taking a seat. She sipped her coffee, savoring the simple comfort of the moment. Dr. Wren studied her for a moment before speaking. You seem quieter today, she shrugged, her gaze fixed on her cup. I just keep thinking about the sanctum and what comes next, he nodded, setting his papers aside. That's natural. What you've experienced isn't something you can process overnight, but you've already taken the hardest step facing it and walking away. Sarah's brow furrowed. Walking away doesn't feel like enough. It's still out there, and I still feel it. Dr. Wren leaned forward, his tone serious. The sanctum will always be a part of you, Sarah, but that doesn't mean it has to define you. You've proven your strength by resisting its pull. Now, it's about deciding what you want to do with the knowledge you've gained. She looked up at him, the weight of his words sinking in. And what if the sanctum doesn't let me move on? Dr. Wren's expression softened. Then you call on the people who can help. Myself, Dominic, the network. You don't have to face this alone. The thought brought her some comfort, but the knot of uncertainty in her chest remained. Later that day, Sarah and Dr. Wren returned to the study, where he began to show her more of Aldis's journals. The entries were meticulous, filled with diagrams and notes about the sanctum's history and its connection to other sites around the world. Passage caught Sarah's attention. The sanctum's reach extends far beyond the manor. Its influence seeps into those who come too close, binding them to its will. But the key is different. It offers a choice, a chance to shape the sanctum's purpose rather than be shaped by it. She frowned, tracing the lines of Aldis's handwriting. A chance to shape the sanctum's purpose. What does that mean? Dr. Wren glanced at the passage, his expression contemplative. Aldis believed the sanctum wasn't inherently good or evil. It reflects the intent of those who interact with it. If someone with ill intentions gains control, it becomes a force of destruction. But in the hands of someone with strength and clarity, it can be a force for understanding. Sarah stared at the words, her chest tightening. The weight of her choices pressed heavily on her, and she couldn't help but wonder if she had already influenced the sanctum in ways she didn't understand. What if I've already shaped it? She asked quietly. What if I've made it worse? Dr. Wren shook his head. You've done nothing but protect it. Locking the cube away was the right choice. It ensured the sanctum's power wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. But the fact that you're asking these questions proves you're the kind of person the sanctum needs. His words brought a flicker of reassurance, but they also deepened her resolve. That evening, as the rain began to fall, Sarah stood on the back porch, watching the droplets slide down the wooden railing. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and blooming flowers that her mind wandered back to Blackwood Manor, the memories of its dark halls and hidden chambers vivid in her mind. She could still hear the whispers of the cube, the haunting echoes of a power she couldn't fully understand. Thinking about the house, she turned to see Dr. Wren standing in the doorway, his arms crossed as he leaned against the frame. Always, she admitted, a wry smile tugging at her lips. He stepped onto the porch, his expression thoughtful. That's to be expected. The sanctum has a way of leaving its mark, even when you think you've left it behind. Sarah leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the rain-soaked garden. Do you think it'll ever stop? The pull, the whispers? Dr. Wren was silent for a moment before answering. In time, it will fade, but it may never disappear completely. The sanctum chose you for a reason, Sarah. That connection doesn't just vanish. She sighed, her shoulders sagging. I don't know if I'm ready for that. You don't have to be ready all at once, Dr. Wren said. You just have to keep moving forward, one step at a time. His words resonated with her, offering a quiet comfort she hadn't expected to add as night fell. Sarah returned to her room, the rain tapping softly against the window. She lay on the bed, her mind racing as the sanctum's hum thrummed faintly in the background. For the first time, she didn't try to block it out. Instead, she let it wash over her, acknowledging its presence without fear. The sanctum was a part of her now, but it didn't have to define her. With that thought, she closed her eyes, her breathing steady as she drifted into the first peaceful sleep she'd had in days. The first streaks of dawn painted the sky a soft amber as Sarah woke, feeling more rested than she had in weeks. The persistent hum of the sanctum, though faint, had grown familiar, no longer an unwelcome intrusion, but a subtle reminder of her connection to something far greater than herself. She stretched and rose from the bed, her mind clearer than it had been since she arrived at Blackwood Manor. For the first time, she felt as though she could breathe without the weight of uncertainty. Pressing on her chest out downstairs, Dr. Wren was already at work in the study, his desk cluttered with open books and artifacts. He looked up as Sarah entered, offering her a warm smile. "Good morning," he said. "You look better." "I feel better," she admitted, sitting across from him. "It's like I've finally made peace with everything. Or at least, I'm starting to." "That's a good sign," Dr. Wren said. "It means you're beginning to understand your role in all this." Sarah frowned, leaning forward. "What exactly is my role?" "You've said the sanctum chose me, but why? And what does it expect me to do?" Dr. Wren set down the book he had been reading, his expression serious. "The sanctum doesn't expect anything, Sarah. It responds to those who interact with it, shaping itself to reflect their intentions. Your role is whatever you decide it to be." Her brow furrowed as she processed his words. "So I could walk away from all this? Leave the sanctum behind and live a normal life?" Dr. Wren hesitated. "You could try, but the connection you share with the sanctum is unique. Ignoring it won't make it go away. It will always be a part of you, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not." The truth of his words settled over her like a shadow. She thought of Blackwood Manor, the sanctum's endless whispers, and the cube's pull. No matter how far she traveled, she would never truly be free of it, but maybe freedom wasn't what she needed. "Then I need to learn how to live with it," she said finally, her voice steady. "If this is my legacy, I have to take control of it." Dr. Wren nodded, his expression approving. "That's the right mindset. The sanctum is neither your enemy nor your master. It's a tool, a resource that can be used for good or ill. The choice is yours." Her chest tightened at the enormity of the responsibility, but beneath the fear was a spark of determination. The day passed quickly as Sarah immersed herself in Dr. Wren's teachings. He showed her maps of other sanctum sites around the world, hidden places of power that had been sealed away for centuries. Each site held its own secrets, its own dangers, but they all shared a connection to the key she had locked away. "This is just the beginning," Dr. Wren said, tracing a finger over a map marked with small, precise symbols. "The sanctum you encountered is one piece of a much larger puzzle. The network was created to keep these sites secure, but the knowledge they hold is far too vast for any one person to comprehend." Sarah studied the map, her mind racing. "Have any of these other sites been opened?" Dr. Wren's expression darkened. "A few, and the results were disastrous. That's why the network exists, to prevent these places from falling into the wrong hands." "Who would want to open them?" she asked. "Powerful people," he said simply, "and desperate ones. Some believe the sanctums hold the answers to life's greatest mysteries. Others see them as weapons to be wielded." The weight of his words was sobering. Sarah had seen firsthand what the sanctum could do, how it could twist and consume those who weren't prepared for its truths. "Have you ever had to stop someone?" she asked quietly. Dr. Wren hesitated, his gaze distant. "Yes, and it never gets easier, but that's why people like you are so important. You've experienced the sanctum's power, and you've survived it. That gives you a unique perspective, one that can help protect others from making the same mistakes." Sarah nodded slowly, the gravity of her role settling over her. She wasn't just a bystander in this legacy, she was a guardian, tasked with ensuring the sanctum's power was used responsibly, or not at all. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sarah found herself standing in the garden behind Dr. Wren's house. The air was cool and fragrant, the sky painted in shades of orange and pink. She stared up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to Aldous and the sacrifices he had made to protect the sanctum. Though she had never known him in life, she felt a deep connection to him now, a shared understanding of the burden they both. CRIED. Dr. Wren joined her, his footsteps quiet on the grass. "It's beautiful out here," he said, glancing up at the sky. "It is," Sarah agreed, Her voice soft. They stood in companionable silence for a moment before Dr. Wren spoke again. "What do you see when you look at the stars?" Sarah thought for a moment before answering. "Possibility, mystery, something bigger than myself." Dr. Wren smiled faintly. "That's a good way to look at it. The sanctum is like the stars, vast, mysterious, and full of potential. But it's also distant, something that requires careful study and respect. The key is finding balance." Sarah nodded, his words resonating with her. She thought of the sanctum's pull, the way it had tested her and revealed parts of herself she hadn't wanted to face. It was a force she would never fully understand, but she could learn to live with it. "Do you think Aldous ever found balance?" She asked that Dr. Wren's expression soften. "I think he tried. And I think he found peace in knowing he had done everything he could to protect the sanctum. But it was a lonely path for him. You have the chance to make it different." Sarah met his gaze, her voice steady. "I will. Whatever happens, I won't let it break me." Dr. Wren nodded, his smile faint but genuine. "I believe you." As the night deepened, Sarah felt a quiet strength settle within her. She didn't have all the answers, but she was ready to face whatever came next. The sanctum's hum lingered at the edges of her mind, a reminder of the path she had chosen. For the first time, she welcomed it. The days passed with a quiet sense of purpose. Under Dr. Wren's guidance, Sarah began to understand more about the sanctum and the role she had inherited. She studied Aldous's journals and learned about the intricate web of sites and artifacts connected to the sanctum's power. But for all the knowledge she gained, one question continued to linger in her mind. What if the sanctum called her back? One evening, as the first stars appeared in the sky, Sarah sat alone in the study. The house was quiet, the faint rustle of wind against the windows, the only sound. She ran her fingers over the faded cover of Aldous's journal, her thoughts heavy. A sudden vibration jolted her from her reverie. She glanced at the desk, where her phone buzzed against the wood dot. It was a message from Dominic. "How are you holding up?" A small smile tugged at her lips. Though their parting had been abrupt, she had thought of him often. He had been her ally in the darkest moments, a grounding presence when the sanctum threatened to overwhelm her. Still figuring things out, she typed back, "But it's getting easier." The reply came almost immediately. "Good. Keep going. You're stronger than you think." Her smile faded slightly as she stared at the screen. Dominic's words were kind, but they reminded her of the weight she carried. The sanctum had chosen her, but the responsibility was hers to bear alone. Or was it? The next morning, Sarah woke early, her mind clearer than it had been in weeks. She dressed quickly and joined Dr. Wren in the kitchen, where he was sipping tea and reading the newspaper. "I want to go back to the manor," she said, her voice firm. Dr. Wren looked up sharply, his brow furrowing. "Why would you want to do that?" "Because I need to face it," Sarah replied. "I can't keep running from the sanctum, pretending it's not part of me. If I'm going to carry this legacy, I need to understand it fully." He set his cup down, his expression grave. "Sarah, the sanctum isn't something you can face lightly. It's powerful and dangerous. Even locked away, its influence could—" "I know," she interrupted, her voice steady. "But it's already a part of me. If I don't go back and confront it, I'll never be able to move forward." Dr. Wren studied her for a long moment, then sighed heavily. "If you're certain about this, I won't stop you. But you won't go alone. I'll reach out to Dominic. He can help." Sarah nodded, relief flooding through her. "Thank you." 2 days later, Sarah stood at the edge of Blackwood Manor's property, the towering silhouette of the house looming against the overcast sky. The air was colder here, heavy with a tension that made her heart race. Dominic stood beside her, his expression unreadable. He had arrived that morning, his calm demeanor a welcome reassurance. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, glancing at her. "Yes," Sarah said, her voice resolute. "I need to do this." Dominic nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of the knife tucked into his belt. Then let's go. The interior of Blackwood Manor was exactly as Sarah remembered, dark, cold, and suffused with an oppressive silence. Dust coated the floors and furniture, and the air smelled of damp stone and decay. Sarah led the way to the library, her footsteps echoing faintly in the empty halls. The bookshelf that concealed the passage to the sanctum was still slightly ajar, a faint draft seeping from the dark corridor beyond. Dominic followed her closely, his eyes scanning the shadows. Whatever you're looking for, find it quickly. This place has a way of twisting things the longer you stay. Sarah nodded, her hand brushing against the hidden door as she stepped inside the passage. The journey to the sanctum felt longer. This time, the narrow corridor stretching endlessly into the dark. The hum in Sarah's mind grew stronger with each step, resonating in her bones like a distant heartbeat. When they reached the iron door, Sarah hesitated. The engravings on its surface glowed faintly, their patterns shifting as though alive. "This is it?" she said, her voice barely audible. Dominic placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm. "Whatever happens, don't let it overwhelm you. Remember who you are." She nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping forward. The sanctum opened before her, its vast chamber bathed in a pale, otherworldly light. The pedestal at its center was empty now, the cube locked away in the vault. But the energy of the place was still palpable, an invisible force that pressed against her skin. Sarah walked to the pedestal, her hands trembling. She closed her eyes and let the sanctum's hum wash over her, its presence filling the silence. For a moment, she felt nothing but the weight of the past, the choices she had made, the lives that had been lost, and the legacy she had inherited. But then, slowly, she felt something else, a sense of peace. The sanctum's energy didn't feel threatening anymore. It felt accepting. When she opened her eyes, the pedestal's surface shimmered faintly, revealing an inscription she hadn't seen before. "The key is not the end, but the beginning. Trust yourself, and the truth will guide you." Her chest tightened as the words sank in. The sanctum wasn't her enemy. It was a part of her, a guide, a mirror of her own strength and resolve. She turned to Dominic, her voice steady. "It's done. I understand now." He nodded, his expression softening. "Then let's leave this place behind." As they stepped out of the sanctum and back into the world, Sarah felt lighter. The connection to the house, the sanctum, and the cube was still there, but it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a part of her story, and she was ready to write the next chapter. Story 3. The world didn't end with fire, floods, or nuclear war. It ended with silence. At first, it had been subtle, a lingering cough, a quiet rasp to the voice, and then nothing. People lost their words like slipping into a dreamless sleep, their voices fading into the void. Doctors were baffled. The media called it the silent epidemic. No one realized how much worse it could get, not until they started vanishing. Galia pressed her back against the wall of the crumbling apartment building, her breath shallow as her eyes darted to the long shadows pooling in the hallway ahead. She gripped the makeshift club in her hands, a broken chair leg wrapped in duct tape, and waited, her ears straining for any sound. The silence was deafening. She had learned quickly, sound was a weapon now, but not hers. The infected didn't hunt with their eyes, they hunted with their ears, drawn to every creak of a floorboard, every shuffling step. And when they came, They didn't drag their victims into the light, they dragged them into the dark. Dahlia's throat tightened as she remembered her neighbor, Mrs. Castor, the kind woman who used to bake cookies for the building's tenants. One moment, she'd been standing in the lobby, her voice hoarse but friendly, offering Dahlia a tin of oatmeal raisin cookies. The next, she was gone. A shadow had reached from the stairwell, and then silence. Dahlia blinked away the memory, forcing herself to focus. She crouched low, moving toward the apartment door at the end of the hallway. It was ajar, the faint glint of moonlight spilling into the darkness beyond. She didn't want to be here. No one wanted to be out after sunset, but supplies didn't gather themselves, and the city's daylight hours were no longer safe. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open with the end of her club and stepped inside. The apartment was as she expected, ransacked. Drawers hung open, furniture was overturned, and the faint scent of decay lingered in the air. Dahlia swept her flashlight across the room, careful to keep the beam low. She searched quickly, her hands trembling as she rummaged through the cabinets in the tiny kitchen. Most of the shelves were bare, but her fingers brushed against a can of beans, and she snatched it up, her heart racing. One more meal, she thought grimly. A faint sound stopped her cold dot. It wasn't a creak or a thud. Those would have been manageable. This was different dot. It was breathing that slow, shallow, close. Dahlia's blood ran cold. She turned off her flashlight, plunging the apartment into darkness. Her grip tightened on the club as she crouched behind the kitchen counter, her breaths coming in shallow, controlled bursts. The breathing grew louder, echoing faintly in the stillness. She strained her ears, trying to pinpoint its location. Then she saw it. A figure stood in the corner of the living room, barely visible in the dim light filtering through the curtains. Its form was unnaturally still, its head tilted slightly as if listening. Dahlia's heart thundered in her chest. She knew better than to make a sound, but the primal fear rising within her was suffocating. She fought the urge to run, to scream, to do anything that would draw its attention. The figure shifted, its head turning toward her. Her breath hitched out. It didn't move closer. It didn't speak. It simply watched. Time stretched endlessly as Dahlia remained frozen, her knees aching from the strain. She didn't dare move, didn't dare even blink. The figure remained in the shadows, its presence oppressive, its silence unbearable. Finally, after what felt like hours, it turned away. It melted into the darkness, its footsteps eerily soft as it disappeared into the far end of the apartment. Dahlia didn't wait. She scrambled to her feet and bolted for the door, her fear overpowering any thought of stealth. Her footsteps echoed in the hallway as she ran. The can of beans clutched tightly in her hand. Behind her, the silence shattered. A guttural, rasping breath filled the air, followed by the faint sound of something scraping against the walls. It was coming for her. Dahlia didn't look back. She threw herself down the stairwell, her legs screaming with effort as she leapt over broken steps and debris. The building's front door was ahead, its frame cracked but intact. She burst through it into the night, her feet pounding against the pavement as she sprinted toward the safety of the nearby alley. The rasping breath grew louder, closer. She ducked into the alley, pressing herself against the wall. The shadows swallowed her whole, but she didn't dare move. Her chest heaved, her lungs burning as she struggled to stay quiet. The rasping stopped. She waited, her ears straining. Seconds passed, then minutes, Finally, the silence returned. Dahlia sank to the ground, the can of beans clattering softly against the pavement. Her body shook with adrenaline and exhaustion, but she was alive. For now, as the first rays of dawn broke over the city, Dahlia crept back toward her hideout, her nerves frayed and her body aching. The world around her was eerily quiet, the streets empty save for the shadows that lingered in doorways and alleys. The silence wasn't just the absence of sound, it was a presence, a force that pressed against her like a living thing, and she knew it was only a matter of time before it consumed her too. The mornings in the city were deceptively serene. Dahlia crouched on the rooftop of her hideout, a dilapidated two-story building that overlooked a grid of abandoned streets. The rising sun cast long shadows across the pavement, revealing overturned cars, broken storefronts, and the faint remnants of the lives that once filled the city. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional distant rustle of wind. But even the wind sounded muted, as if the world itself was holding its breath. She scanned the streets below with a pair of battered binoculars, her gaze darting from one dark corner to the next. The infected didn't venture into the light knot during the day, but their shadows lingered in doorways and alleys. Waiting for dusk, she lowered the binoculars and rubbed at her tired eyes. Sleep had been elusive since the epidemic began. The constant threat of the infected, the memories of those she'd lost, and the suffocating quiet all conspired to keep her on edge. But today, something was different. Far down the street, near the edge of her binoculars range, she saw movement. Dahlia froze, her heart skipping a beat. Movement during the day was rare and dangerous. She raised the binoculars again, her hands steady despite the rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins. A figure was darting between abandoned cars, their movements quick and deliberate. They weren't infected, they were alive. Dahlia made her way down to the street, her steps careful and deliberate. She clutched her club tightly, the familiar weight a small comfort. The city was a labyrinth of danger, and every corner she turned felt like stepping into the unknown. She followed the figure from a distance, using the abandoned vehicles and debris for cover. Whoever they were moving with purpose, their heads swiveling as if searching for something or someone. Dahlia's curiosity gnawed at her. In the weeks since the epidemic had taken hold, she'd encountered very few survivors. Most had either fled the city or fallen victim to the infected. The strangers suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, their body tense. Dahlia ducked behind a car, holding her breath as she watched. The figure turned, their gaze sweeping over the area. They were a man, younger than she'd expected, with a lean build and a backpack slung over one shoulder. His clothes were dirty but intact, and his hands were empty. "Hello?" The man called out, his voice rough from disuse. Dahlia's heart leapt into her throat. Speaking was a risk. Every noise, no matter how small, was a beacon for the infected. She debated whether to reveal herself, her mind racing. Trust was a luxury she couldn't afford, but the possibility of an ally was too tempting to ignore. Before she could decide, a faint rasping sound echoed from the shadows. The man froze, his head snapping toward the source of the noise. The rasping grew louder, accompanied by the soft scrape of feet dragging against the pavement. From the shadows of a nearby alley, an infected emerged. It was a woman, or it had been once. Her body was gaunt and twisted, her skin pale and stretched tightly over her bones. Her eyes were black pits, lifeless and void of humanity. She moved slowly at first, her head tilting as if listening. The man took a step back, his hands trembling. "Stay in the light," Dahlia muttered under her breath, willing him to move. But the infected moved faster than it should have been able to. It lunged, its silent mouth gaping as it reached for him with claw-like hands. The man stumbled, his foot catching on debris, and he fell to the ground with a muffled cry. Dahlia didn't hesitate. She sprang from her hiding place, her club swinging. As she charged toward the infected, the blow connected with a sickening crunch, sending the creature sprawling to the ground. "Get up," she hissed at the man, her voice low but urgent. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. "Who? No." "Time," she snapped, grabbing his arm. "We have to go." The two of them ran, their footsteps echoing in the stillness as they darted through the maze of streets. The rasping cries of more infected filled the air, growing louder with every step. Dahlia led him toward her hideout, her mind racing. She hadn't planned to bring anyone back with her, but the streets weren't safe, and the light was fading dot when they reached the building. She shoved him inside and slammed the door shut, bolting it securely. "Upstairs," she ordered, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. The man followed her without question, his own breath ragged from exertion, and the safety of the hideout. Dahlia leaned against the wall, her heart pounding in her chest. The man stood across from her, his expression a mixture of fear and gratitude. "Thanks," he said, his voice hoarse. "You saved my life." Dahlia didn't respond immediately. She studied him, her eyes narrowing. "Who are you? What are you doing out here alone?" He hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm Ezra. I've been looking for supplies, and other survivors. I didn't think anyone was still alive in this part of the city." "Well, now you know," she said curtly. "But you almost got yourself killed back there. What were you thinking, calling out like that?" Ezra's jaw tightened. "I didn't have a choice. I've been alone for weeks." "I thought maybe you thought wrong," she interrupted, the infected hunt by sound. "You can't take risks like that." He nodded, his shoulders thumping. "I know. I just didn't know what else to do." Dahlia sighed, the tension in her body easing slightly. She couldn't blame him for being reckless desperation had a way of clouding judgment. "Look," she said, her tone softening. "You're safe here for now. But if you're going to survive, you need to be smarter." Ezra met her gaze, his expression earnest. "I'll do whatever it takes, just Don't send me back out there." Dahlia hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to keep her distance. Trust was dangerous, and she barely had enough resources for herself. But as she looked at him, she saw a flicker of the same fear and determination that had driven her to keep going. "Fine," she said finally. "You can stay. But if you draw them here, you're on your own." Ezra nodded quickly. "Understood." Dahlia turned away, her grip tightening on her club. The infected were getting smarter, and the city was growing darker by the day. She didn't know how long they could last, but for now she wasn't alone. The small hideout was quiet except for the faint sound of Ezra shuffling around the room. Dahlia kept her back to him, scanning the street below through the narrow gap in the boarded-up window. Morning light spilled through the cracks, casting long shadows across the abandoned cars and debris. Ezra had been fidgeting ever since they'd woken. Dahlia could feel his nervous energy like a current in the air. and it set her teeth on edge. "You're going to wear a hole in the floor," she said finally, glancing over her shoulder. Ezra stopped mid-step, looking sheepish. "Sorry, I'm not used to staying still. It feels wrong." "It's safer than running around outside," she replied, turning back to the window. Ezra moved closer, leaning against the wall beside her. "How long have you been here?" "Long enough," Dahlia said, keeping her tone curt. She didn't want to share too much. Trust wasn't something she handed out freely. "Alone?" He pressed. She tensed but didn't answer. Ezra sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I didn't mean to pry. It's just ... I've been on my own since this whole thing started. Seeing someone else alive feels ... unreal." Dahlia glanced at him, her expression softening slightly. "Yeah, well, don't get too comfortable. The infected don't take days off." By midday, the tension in the room had become unbearable. Ezra was restless, pacing from one corner of the room to another, and Dahlia was on edge from his constant movement. "Do you have a plan?" he asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Dahlia frowned, looking up from her small stash of supplies. "A plan for what?" "For getting out of the city," Ezra said, his tone laced with urgency. "There's no future here. We can't survive like this forever." Dahlia snorted. "You just got here and you're already planning to leave?" "I didn't mean alone," Ezra said quickly. "I meant we could go together, find somewhere safer." She stared at him, her expression unreadable. "There's no such thing as safe anymore. The epidemic's everywhere. If you think running will fix that, you're fooling yourself." Ezra hesitated, his shoulders slumping. "So what then?" "We just sit here until the infected find us." Dahlia didn't respond immediately. She hated to admit it, but he wasn't wrong. Staying put was a temporary solution at best. The infected were growing bolder, and every night their rasping breaths seemed closer. "We survive," she said finally. "One day at a time. That's all we can do." Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ezra leaned against the window, peering out into the growing darkness. "Have you ever wondered why it started?" he asked, his voice quiet. Dahlia paused in the middle of organizing her supplies. "What do you mean?" "The epidemic," Ezra said, turning to face her. "Why people started losing their voices. Why they disappear. Why the infected." He trailed off, shivering. Dahlia frowned, the question gnawing at her. She had avoided thinking about it for months. "Thinking didn't keep you alive?" "I don't know," she said finally. "And it doesn't matter. Knowing why won't change anything." Ezra shook his head. "I think it does. There has to be a reason, something that caused all of this. And if there's a cause ... He hesitated, his eyes meeting hers. "Maybe there's a way to stop it." She stared at him, her expression hard. "You sound like one of those conspiracy nuts. The kind who thought the epidemic was aliens or some government experiment gone wrong." "Maybe they weren't wrong," Ezra said quietly. Dahlia scoffed and returned to her supplies, but his words stayed with her. As the first stars appeared in the night sky, the rasping breaths of the infected began to fill the air. Dahlia and Ezra extinguished their light, sitting in silence as the noise grew louder outside. It wasn't the first time the infected had passed near the hideout, but tonight felt different. The sounds were closer, more deliberate. Ezra tensed, his grip tightening on the crowbar he had scavenged earlier. "They're circling," he whispered. Dahlia nodded, her eyes locked on the shadows shifting outside the window. They know we're here. Her heart pounded in her chest as she realized what this meant. The infected had always been drawn to sound, but now they were showing intense strategy. They're getting smarter, she muttered under her breath. Ezra looked at her, his face pale. What do we do? Dahlia gritted her teeth, gripping her club tightly. We stay quiet, and we don't move until they're gone. The rasping breaths continued to grow, filling the night with a sound that felt like the absence of life itself. And then, suddenly, they stopped. Dahlia froze, her ears straining against the silence. The infected didn't leave, she could feel their presence lingering just beyond the walls. They're waiting, Ezra whispered, his voice trembling. She nodded, her blood running cold. The infected weren't just hunting anymore. They were watching. The oppressive silence in the hideout stretched on, broken only by the faint creak of floorboards as Dahlia shifted her weight. Her grip on the club tightened, her knuckles white as she stared at the boarded-up window. Ezra sat across from her, his breath shallow and his crowbar clutched tightly in his hands. The infected hadn't moved or made a sound for what felt like hours, but the tension in the air was suffocating. Dahlia could feel them out there, lurking in the darkness, their lifeless eyes fixed on the building. What are they waiting for? Ezra whispered, his voice barely audible. I don't know, Dahlia replied, her tone clipped. She hated the uncertainty, the not knowing. The infected had always been relentless, mindless, but this felt calculated. As the hours crept by, the night deepened, and the faint light of the moon cast eerie shadows through the gaps in the boards. Dahlia glanced at Ezra, who was leaning against the wall, his head tilted back and his eyes closed. He looked exhausted, his body sagging from the weight of fear and fatigue. Don't fall asleep, she said sharply, snapping him out of his daze. He blinked at her, startled. I wasn't. You were, she interrupted. If they hear? U.S., we're dead. Stay alert. Ezra nodded, sitting up straighter. You think they can hear us through the walls? I think they're listening to everything, Dahlia muttered. Dahlia's instincts were proven right when the faintest creak echoed through the hideout. Her breath hitched, and she froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The sound hadn't come from her or Ezra, it had come from below. They're inside, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Ezra's eyes widened, his grip on the crowbar tightening. How? The door. They must have found another way, Dahlia said, cutting him off. Her mind raced as she tried to figure out their next move. If the infected were inside the building, staying still wouldn't save them. We need to get out of here, she said, rising to her feet as quietly as possible. Ezra followed her lead, his movements tense and deliberate. How? They're everywhere out there. We stick to the light, Dahlia replied. If we move fast and stay quiet, we might have a chance. The stairs creaked faintly beneath their feet as they descended, the sound muffled but still too loud in the suffocating silence. Dahlia led the way, her club held tightly in her hands as she peered into the darkness ahead. The faint rasping breath of the infected echoed from somewhere in the building, sending a chill down her spine. When they reached the ground floor, Dahlia paused, her ears straining for any sound. The infected were close, she could feel their presence, a suffocating weight pressing against her chest. Follow me, she whispered, motioning for Ezra to stay close. They moved toward the back of the building, where a small service entrance led to an alleyway. Dahlia pushed the door open cautiously, the hinges groaning softly, The alley was bathed in moonlight, its narrow walls offering a small measure of safety. "Stay in the light," Dahlia whispered as they stepped outside. Ezra nodded, his eyes darting nervously to the shadows that stretched along the edges of the alley. They hadn't made it more than a few steps when a figure emerged from the darkness ahead. Dahlia froze, her breath catching in her throat. The infected stood motionless in the shadow of a dumpster, its black eyes fixed on them. "Move," Dahlia hissed, shoving Ezra toward the opposite end of the alley. The infected let out a guttural rasp, its body jerking unnaturally as it stepped into the moonlight. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as though testing the limits of its reach. "Run," Dahlia shouted, her voice breaking the silence like a gunshot. She and Ezra sprinted down the alley, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Behind them, the infected let out a bone-chilling screech, and the sound of its pursuit filled the air. Dahlia's chest burned as she pushed herself to keep moving. The end of the alley was just ahead, a narrow opening that led to another street. "Go," she yelled, shoving Ezra through the gap. As she followed, she caught a glimpse of more infected spilling into the alley, their silent forms moving with eerie coordination. They burst onto the street, the open space offering a brief reprieve from the suffocating confines of the alley. The infected hesitated at the edge of the shadows, their black eyes gleaming as they watched from the darkness. "There." "Not following," Ezra said, his voice trembling. "Not yet," Dahlia muttered. She glanced around, her mind racing. The street was bathed in moonlight, but the infected wouldn't wait forever. She spotted a small convenience store across the road, its front windows shattered, but its interior illuminated by the faint glow of the moon. "There," she said, pointing. "We'll take cover inside," Ezra hesitated. "What if it's not safe?" "It's safer than out here," Dahlia snapped. The convenience store was a mess of overturned shelves and broken glass. Dahlia moved quickly, scanning the space for anything useful while Ezra secured the door. "What now?" he asked, his voice low. Dahlia leaned against the counter, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. "We wait. If they don't follow, we'll head out before dawn. And if they do?" Her grip on the club tightened. "Then we fight." Ezra didn't look reassured, but he nodded. "You think they'll leave us alone?" Dahlia shook her head. "No, they're watching us, waiting." Ezra shuddered, glancing toward the shattered window. Outside, the infected lingered at the edges of the shadows, their lifeless eyes fixed on the store. "They're getting smarter," Dahlia said quietly, her stomach twisting with unease, "and more patient." Ezra added as the night dragged on. The infected didn't move. They didn't attack. They just watched. The hours crawled by in the ruined convenience store, every creak of the shelves and gust of wind outside making the silence feel heavier. The infected remained at the edge of the shadows, unmoving but ever-present. Ezra paced near the back of the store, his crowbar resting on his shoulder. "They're not going to leave, are they?" Dahlia sat on an overturned crate near the counter, her eyes fixed on the shattered window. "No," she said flatly. "They've got all the time in the world." Her fingers tightened around her club. The infected had always been relentless, but this was different. This wasn't the mindless aggression she'd grown used to. This was a trapped dot. By the time the faint glow of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Dahlia and Ezra were both exhausted. They'd spent the night in tense silence, watching the infected for any sign of movement. "They're still out there," Ezra said, Peering through the cracks in the boarded-up door, Dahlia nodded. The faint light of morning had pushed the infected further into the shadows, but they hadn't left. Why don't they move during the day? Ezra asked more to himself than to her. I don't know, Dahlia replied, but I'm not going to be the one to test it. She stood stretching her stiff legs. We need to get moving. They'll come back out as soon as the sun starts to set. Ezra turned to her, his brow furrowed. Where do we go? The city's overrun. We can't keep running forever. She didn't answer immediately. The truth was, she didn't know where they could go. The city was a maze of danger, and the infected were getting smarter, more coordinated. But staying still wasn't an option either. We head east, she said finally, toward the edge of the city. Maybe we'll find somewhere safer out there. Ezra hesitated but nodded. Okay, east it is. The streets were eerily quiet as they made their way through the city, sticking to the sunlight as much as possible. The infected were nowhere to be seen, but Dahlia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Every alley, every shadow felt like a threat. Ezra kept close to her, his footsteps careful as they navigated the debris-strewn streets. You've been out here longer than me, he said after a while. Have you ever heard of anyone making it out of the city? No, Dahlia replied without looking at him. But that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Ezra fell silent, his gaze drifting to the empty windows of the buildings they passed. Do you think there's anyone left? Anywhere? Dahlia hesitated. She wanted to reassure him, to tell him there were safe zones out there, places untouched by the epidemic. She couldn't lie. I don't know, she said finally. But we won't find out if we don't keep moving. By midday, they had reached the outskirts of the city, where the buildings gave way to sprawling industrial lots and empty fields. Dahlia scanned the horizon, her eyes narrowing as she spotted a cluster of structures in the distance. There, she said, pointing. That looks like an old warehouse. We can check it out. Ezra followed her gaze. You think it's safe? No, Dahlia admitted. But it's better than being out here in the open. They approached the warehouse cautiously, their footsteps crunching softly against the gravel. The building was massive, its rusted exterior looming over the surrounding fields like a sleeping giant. Dahlia pushed the door open with her club, wincing as the hinges groaned loudly. She stepped inside, her flashlight cutting through the gloom. The interior was a cavernous space filled with stacks of crates and machinery. Dust hung heavy in the air, and the faint smell of oil lingered. Looks abandoned, Ezra said, his voice echoing faintly. For now, Dahlia muttered. She moved further into the warehouse, her eyes scanning for anything useful. They found a small office tucked away in the corner of the warehouse. The door was locked, but Ezra managed to pry it open with his crowbar dot inside. They discovered a stash of supplies, bottled water, canned food, and even a few medical kits. This is a gold mine, Ezra said, grinning as he opened one of the cans. Dahlia nodded, though her expression remained cautious. It's too convenient, she said. Why would all of this still be here? Ezra's smile faltered. You think someone left it behind? Or someone's coming back for it? Dahlia replied. The thought hung heavily in the air as they divided the supplies, taking only what they could carry. As the afternoon wore on, the tension in the warehouse grew. Every creak of the building, every distant sound set Dahlia on edge. She checked the small window in the office, her gaze sweeping the field outside. The sunlight was fading, casting long shadows across the ground. "We need to move," she said. Her voice tensed. Ezra looked up from where he was stuffing his bag. "We just got here, and now we're leaving," Dahlia said. "The infected will be out as soon as the sun's down." "I don't want to be trapped in here with them." Ezra sighed but didn't argue. They exited the warehouse just as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon. The cool evening air sent a shiver down Dahlia's spine as she scanned the darkening landscape. "We stick to the open," she said. "No alleys, no shadows. Got it?" Ezra nodded, his grip tightening on his crowbar. They moved quickly, their footsteps crunching softly against the gravel as they made their way toward the next stretch of open land, but they didn't make it. Far before the first rasping breath reached their ears, Dahlia froze, her heart hammering in her chest. The sound was faint but unmistakable, carried on the wind like a warning. "They're here," she whispered. Ezra turned, his eyes wide with fear. "Where?" Dahlia didn't answer. She didn't need to. The infected emerged from the shadows of the warehouse, their lifeless eyes gleaming in the dim light. They weren't just watching anymore. They were hunting. The infected moved with an eerie, synchronized purpose, their gaunt forms slipping through the encroaching darkness like shadows given life. Dahlia and Ezra stood frozen for a heartbeat, their bodies tense with fear. The rasping breaths grew louder, multiplying as more infected emerged from the shadows surrounding the warehouse. They were waiting. Dahlia muttered, gripping her club tightly. Ezra took a step back, his voice trembling. "What do we do?" Dahlia's eyes darted across the landscape, searching for an escape route. The open field that had felt like safety during the day now seemed like a death trap, its vast emptiness leaving them exposed. "Run," she said, her voice steady despite the panic clawing at her chest. "And don't stop." The two of them bolted across the field, their footsteps pounding against the uneven ground. The infected surged after them, their movements unnervingly swift for creatures that had once been human. The sound of rasping breaths and dragging feet filled the air, drowning out everything else. "Keep going," Dahlia shouted, her lungs burning. As she pushed herself forward, Ezra was only a few steps ahead of her, his bag bouncing against his back as he sprinted. "Where are we going?" "Anywhere but here." The ground beneath them sloped downward, leading toward a narrow gully lined with sparse trees and bushes. Dahlia veered toward it, the cover of the trees offering a slim chance of survival. She could hear the infected closing in, their relentless pursuit driving her forward. They slid into the gully, their boots skidding on the loose dirt. Dahlia grabbed Ezra's arm, pulling him toward a cluster of thick bushes. "Hide," she hissed, crouching low and pulling the branches over them. Ezra didn't argue. He ducked beside her, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. The infected reached the edge of the gully seconds later, their rasping breaths filling the air like a chorus of the damned. Dahlia peeked through the leaves, her heart pounding as she watched them. They stopped at the top of the slope, their heads tilting as if listening. Dahlia held her breath, her body frozen. The infected didn't have eyes, but their hearing was unnervingly acute. Any sound could give them away. One of the creatures took a tentative step down the slope, its movements jerky but deliberate. The others followed, their gaunt forms silhouetted against the darkening sky. Dahlia tightened her grip on her club, her knuckles white. She knew they couldn't stay hidden forever. The infected were nearly upon them when Ezra shifted, the crowbar in his hands brushing against the dirt with a faint scrape. The sound was barely audible, but it was enough to stop the nearest infected snapped, its head toward the bush, its rasping breath quickening. Dahlia's heart leapt into her throat as the creature lunged, its claw-like hands reaching for the branches. "Go!" she shouted, shoving Ezra away as she swung her club at the infected. The blow connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature crumpled to the ground, but the others were already moving. Their lifeless eyes fixed on her. Ezra scrambled to his feet, panic in his eyes. "Dahlia, run!" she yelled, swinging her club again as another infected lunged at her. Ezra hesitated for a moment before turning and sprinting up the gully. Dahlia fought with everything she had, her swings precise but desperate. The infected were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. She managed to take down 2 more before one of them grabbed her arm, its grip impossibly strong. She let out a strangled cry as it pulled her toward the ground. Its gaping mouth inches from her face. A loud clang echoed through the gully as Ezra's crowbar smashed into the creature's head, sending it sprawling. "Get up!" Ezra shouted, grabbing Dahlia's arm and pulling her to her feet. She didn't have time to thank him. The remaining infected were closing in, their movements faster and more coordinated than she had ever seen. Together, they scrambled out of the gully, their legs burning with effort. When they finally reached the edge of the field, the infected had fallen behind, their forms barely visible in the distance. Dahlia collapsed against a tree, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. Ezra leaned against the trunk. Beside her, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "That was too close," he said between gasps. Dahlia nodded, her grip on the club loosening. Her arms ached, and her body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder, but they were alive. Now Ezra looked at her, his expression grim. "They're not like they used to be. They're getting smarter. Faster." "I know," Dahlia said quietly. She didn't want to admit it, but he was right. The infected weren't just mindless predators anymore. They were evolving. "What do we do now?" Ezra asked, his voice tinged with desperation. Dahlia stared at the horizon, where the faintest hint of dawn was beginning to appear. The city loomed in the distance, its dark silhouette a reminder of everything they had left behind. "Moving?" she said. "And we find out what's making them like this?" Ezra frowned. "You think there's a reason?" "There has to be," Dahlia replied. "People don't just lose their voices and vanish into the dark for no reason. Someone or something did this." Ezra hesitated, then nodded. "If we're going to find answers, we'll need more than just us. We'll need help." Dahlia glanced at him, her expression hard. "Help won't come cheap, and trusting the wrong people will get us killed." "I know," Ezra said, "but we can't do this alone." Dahlia didn't respond immediately. The idea of seeking out other survivors made her skin crawl, but Ezra was right. If they were going to uncover the truth, they couldn't do it on their own. "Fine," she said finally, "but we do it my way." Ezra nodded, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Your way. Got it." As the sun rose, Dahlia and Ezra set off toward the distant horizon, their shadows stretching along behind them. The infected were changing, and the world was growing darker by the day. But if there was a reason behind the epidemic, they were determined to find it, no matter the cost. The road stretched endlessly before them, flanked by overgrown fields and crumbling asphalt. Dahlia and Ezra walked in silence, Their footsteps the only sound against the oppressive quiet of the abandoned world. The infected weren't far behind. Dahlia could feel it, a persistent weight pressing against her senses. Though the sunlight offered some measure of protection, she knew it wouldn't last. "We need to figure out where we're going," Ezra said, breaking the silence. He adjusted the strap of his backpack, his face drawn with exhaustion. "We're going east," Dahlia replied curtly, scanning the horizon. "Toward the outskirts," Ezra sighed. "And then what?" "Just wander until we find something." "What if there's nothing out there?" Dahlia stopped, turning to face him. "There's always something. Supplies, shelter, maybe even answers. But if you've got a better idea, let's hear it." Ezra hesitated, then shook his head. A distant sound cut him off. A low, rhythmic hum carried on the wind. Both of them froze, their eyes meeting in alarm. The sound was faint but distinct, like machinery running in the distance. "You hear that?" Ezra whispered. Dahlia nodded, her grip tightening on her club. "Sounds like a generator." Ezra's expression shifted to cautious hope. "That means people." "Or worse," Dahlia muttered, her gaze narrowing as she scanned the horizon. The sound was coming from the southeast, near a cluster of low buildings partially obscured by trees. "We should check it out," Ezra said, already moving toward the noise. Dahlia grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "Are you insane?" "We don't know what's over there. It could be a trap. It could be help," Ezra countered. "We can't keep running blind, Dahlia. If there's a chance someone knows what's going on, we have to take it." She frowned, her instincts warring with the faint flicker of hope his words sparked. Finally, she relented. "Fine," she said. "But we go slow and we don't trust anyone. Got it?" Ezra nodded. "Got it." They approached the buildings cautiously, sticking to the shadows as the hum grew louder. The structures were old and weathered, their metal walls streaked with rust. Dahlia stopped at the edge of the tree line, her eyes scanning the area. A large metal gate surrounded the compound, its perimeter lined with motionless security cameras. "There," she said, pointing to a gap in the fence where a section had collapsed. Ezra followed her lead, crouching low as they slipped through. The opening. The air inside the compound felt heavier, the hum of machinery vibrating faintly through the ground. "This place looks abandoned," Ezra whispered, glancing around. "Doesn't mean it is," Dahlia replied. They moved deeper into the compound, their footsteps muffled against the dirt and gravel. The hum was louder now, emanating from a large building near the center of the site. Dahlia motioned for Ezra to stay close as they approached the structure. The door was slightly ajar, a faint light spilling out into the dim afternoon. "Careful," she murmured, pushing the door open with her club. The interior was a maze of metal walkways and machinery, the air thick with the smell of oil and dust. A large generator hummed loudly in the corner, its steady vibration filling the room. "Someone's been keeping this running," Ezra said, his voice low. Dahlia nodded, her eyes scanning the space. "Stay sharp." They explored the building cautiously, moving from room to room. Most of the spaces were empty, filled with broken equipment and discarded tools dot in one room. They found a cot and a pile of blankets, along with a half-empty can of beans and a flashlight. "Someone's living here," Ezra said, picking up the flashlight. "Or they were," Dahlia replied, her gaze lingering on the untouched food. She didn't trust the silence. In the main control room, they found a series of monitors mounted on the wall. Most of them were dark, but one displayed a grainy feed of the surrounding area. Ezra leaned in, studying the screen. Looks like a surveillance system. The cameras are still running, which means someone's watching, Dahlia said grimly. As if on cue. A voice crackled through an old intercom mounted on the wall. You shouldn't be here. Dahlia and Ezra froze, their eyes darting around the room. Who are you? Dahlia demanded, her voice steady despite the fear creeping into her chest. The voice didn't respond immediately. When it did, it was low and gravelly, as if the speaker hadn't used it in a long time. You need to leave, now. We're not leaving until you tell us what's going on, Dahlia said. The intercom crackled again, but the voice didn't return. Instead, the hum of the generator grew louder, filling the room with an ominous vibration. Ezra glanced at Dahlia, his face pale. What's happening? I don't know, she said, gripping her club tightly. Suddenly, one of the monitors flickered to life, displaying a live feed of the compound's exterior. The infected were there. Dozens of them, maybe more, stood just outside the fence, their lifeless eyes fixed on the building. They're here, Ezra whispered, his voice trembling. Dahlia's stomach dropped as the screen showed more infected emerging from the trees, their movements slow but deliberate. The intercom crackled again. They followed the sound. The voice said, You brought them here. Panic surged through Dahlia as she turned to Ezra. We need to move. Now. What about whoever's here? Ezra asked. They're not helping us, she snapped. Come on. The two of them bolted from the control room, their footsteps echoing against the metal walkways. The infected had begun to breach the perimeter, their rasping breaths growing louder as they moved closer. Dahlia led Ezra through the building, her mind racing as she searched for an exit. This way, she shouted, spotting a side door that led out into the open field beyond the compound. They burst through the door, the cool evening air hitting them like a wall. The infected were closing in, their forms silhouetted against the fading light. This isn't over, Dahlia muttered, gripping her club tightly as they ran. The infected were smarter now, more coordinated, and the voice on the intercom knew. Something they needed to survive, but first they had to make it out alive. The fading light made the open field a nightmare of shadows and uncertainty. Dahlia and Ezra sprinted away from the compound, the infected surging behind them in a relentless tide. Keep moving, Dahlia shouted, her lungs burning with the effort. Ezra stumbled but quickly regained his footing, his backpack bouncing against his back as he pushed himself forward. Where are we going? Away? Dahlia snapped, scanning the horizon for anything resembling shelter. The infected were faster now, their rasping breaths and dragging footsteps closing in. The hum of the generator was still faintly audible. Behind them, its low vibrations drawing the creatures like a beacon. They reached a shallow ravine, its jagged edges lined with loose rocks and dry grass. Dahlia slid down the slope, her feet kicking up dirt as she descended. Ezra followed close behind, his breaths coming in panicked gasps. When they reached the bottom, Dahlia pulled him into the cover of the dense thicket, crouching low as she listened. Infected reached the edge of the ravine seconds later. Their shadows stretched long across the ground, their forms eerily still as they stood at the top. Dahlia held her breath, her hand tightening on her club. Ezra didn't move, his wide eyes fixed on the silhouettes above them. For a moment, the only sound was the faint rustle of the wind through the dry grass. Then one of the infected tilted its head, as if listening. Dahlia's heart pounded as the creature stepped forward, its lifeless eyes scanning the ravine. "Stay quiet. Don't move." The mantra repeated in her mind as the creature descended, its claw-like hands brushing against the rocks. Another infected followed, then another. Soon, the ravine was filled with their rasping breaths, the sound echoing off the narrow walls. Ezra shifted slightly, the movement almost imperceptible. Dahlia's hand shot out, gripping his arm. Her glare was sharp, her meaning clear. "Don't make a sound." The infected moved closer, their movements slow but deliberate. Dahlia could feel the weight of their presence pressing against her, suffocating and inescapable. One of them passed within arm's reach, its pale, gaunt face illuminated briefly by the fading light. Ezra's breath hitched, the sound barely audible but enough to make Dahlia's stomach drop. The creature froze. It turned its head toward them, its black eyes locking onto the thicket. Dahlia reacted instantly. She shoved Ezra away, bursting from the bushes and swinging her club with all her strength. The blow connected with the creature's head, sending it crumpling to the ground. The other infected turned, their rasping breaths quickening. "Run!" Dahlia screamed, her voice breaking the silence like a gunshot. Ezra scrambled up the opposite side of the ravine, his crowbar swinging wildly as he tried to keep his balance. Dahlia followed, her legs burning as she climbed the steep slope. The infected surged after them, their movements frantic and uncoordinated, but no less terrifying. Dahlia reached the top first, grabbing Ezra's arm and pulling him to his feet. "Keep going." They sprinted across the open field, the infected hot on their heels. Dahlia's mind raced, her survival instincts screaming for an escape route. Ahead, she spotted a small grove of trees clustered around the entrance to what looked like an old storm drain. "There!" she shouted, pointing. Ezra didn't hesitate. He dove into the grove, stumbling toward the storm drain's rustic grate. Dahlia reached it seconds later, yanking the grate open with a grunt of effort. The dark tunnel beyond was narrow and damp, the smell of stagnant water filling the air. "Get inside," she ordered, shoving Ezra through the opening. He crawled into the tunnel, his movements frantic. Dahlia followed, pulling the grate shut. Behind them, just as the first infected reached the grove, the tunnel was pitch black, the only sound the ragged breathing of the two survivors. Dahlia pressed herself against the wall, her heart hammering in her chest as she listened to the infected. Outside, they clawed at the grate, their rasping breaths filling the air. The sound was deafening in the confined space, each metallic scrape sending chills down Dahlia's spine. Ezra crouched beside her, his voice trembling. "What do we do now?" "Wait," Dahlia whispered, her voice barely audible. The infected continued their assault on the grate, their strength relentless. The metal groaned under the pressure, and Dahlia knew it wouldn't hold for long. She turned to Ezra, her mind racing. "We need to move deeper into the tunnel, now." He nodded, his fear palpable. The two of them crawled through the narrow passage, their movements slow and deliberate. The tunnel was damp and slick, the air thick with the smell of mildew and decay. Dahlia's flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the rusted walls and stagnant puddles that lined the floor. "Where does this lead?" Ezra asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "No idea," Dahlia admitted, "but anywhere's better than back there." After what felt like hours, the tunnel began to widen, opening into a larger chamber. The space was filled with old pipes and crumbling machinery. the remnants of a long-forgotten drainage system. Dahlia shone her flashlight across the room, her eyes scanning for any sign of danger. "It's empty," she said, her voice filled. With cautious relief, Ezra collapsed against the wall, his chest heaving. "I thought we were dead back there." "Me too," Dahlia admitted, leaning her head against the cool metal dot. The silence that followed was oppressive, but it felt different from the quiet of the infected. This silence was simply the absence of sound, not a presence pressing against them. For the first time in what felt like days, Dahlia allowed herself to breathe. Ezra broke the silence, his voice quiet. "What was that back there? At the compound?" The voice? Dahlia frowned, her thoughts returning to the intercom. "I don't know. But they knew something. About the infected. About us." Ezra sat up, his expression grim. "Do you think they were telling the truth? That we brought them there?" Dahlia's stomach twisted. "It doesn't matter. What matters is figuring out what's making the infected like this." Ezra nodded, his determination mirroring her own. "Then we need to find that person. Whoever they are, they know more than we do." Dahlia leaned back, exhaustion weighing on her. "First we rest, then we figure out our next move." The infected were changing, and now there was proof that someone knew why. Dahlia wasn't sure what they'd find when they caught up to the mysterious voice, but one thing was certain: she wouldn't stop until she got answers. The chamber felt like a tomb, the air thick with dampness and silence. Dahlia sat with her back against the wall, her flashlight propped on the ground between her and Ezra. The dim glow barely cut through the shadows, but it was enough to let them see each other's faces. "How long do you think we can stay here?" Ezra asked, breaking the quiet. "Not long," Dahlia replied. "We need to stay ahead of them." "Them," Ezra repeated, the word hanging heavily in the air. He rested his head against the wall, his gaze distant. "They're more coordinated now, smarter, like they're thinking. They're learning," Dahlia muttered, her stomach twisting at the thought. Ezra hesitated before speaking again. "Do you think they're still human, somewhere inside?" Dahlia's grip tightened on her club. She had wondered the same thing, but never allowed herself to linger on it. "Does it matter? They're trying to kill us either way." "Yeah," Ezra said quietly. "I guess it doesn't." As the hours passed, the faint sound of water dripping from the pipes became their only companion. Dahlia rested with her eyes half closed, her mind racing with thoughts of the compound and the voice on the intercom. Whoever that person was, they knew something about the infected. Maybe even how it all started. "We should go back," she said, suddenly breaking the silence. Ezra frowned, his brow furrowing. "Back? To the compound?" "They know something," Dahlia said. "Something about the infected. About the sound. If we can find them, maybe we can figure out what's happening." Ezra shook his head. "Did you see how many infected were there? If we go back, we'll be walking into a death trap." "We don't have a choice," Dahlia insisted. "We can't just keep running. If we're going to survive, we need answers." Ezra looked away, his jaw tight. "It's suicide." "Maybe," Dahlia admitted. "But if we don't try, we're dead anyway." They set out at first light, the faint glow of dawn filtering through cracks in the tunnel walls. The infected wouldn't be far, but Dahlia hoped they had gained enough ground to avoid another confrontation. The tunnels led them to the outskirts of the city, where crumbling buildings gave way to open fields and patches of overgrown forest dot as they moved. The hum of the generator faded into memory, replaced by the oppressive quiet of the abandoned world. Ezra glanced at Dahlia as they walked, his expression troubled. What if the voice was lying? What if it's just another trap? It could be, Dahlia said. But if they know enough to use the intercom, they're not just some random survivor. They're connected to all this. Ezra nodded reluctantly. I hope you're right. By midday, they reached the compound's perimeter. The metal fence loomed before them, its rusted frame twisted and broken in places. The infected were gone. Dahlia crouched behind a cluster of bushes, scanning the area. It's too quiet. Maybe they moved on, Ezra suggested. Maybe. Dahlia muttered, though she didn't believe it. She motioned for Ezra to follow as she crept toward the collapsed section of the fence. The generator's hum was faint, but still present. A low vibration that set her nerves on edge. Inside, the compound looked the same as when they had fled. The same rusted buildings, the same eerie stillness, but something felt different. They entered the main building cautiously, their weapons at the ready. The interior was dark, the faint glow of the generator casting flickering shadows on the walls. This feels like a bad idea, Ezra whispered. It's the only idea we've got. Dahlia replied, her voice low. They moved through the building, retracing their steps to the control room. The monitors were still active, their grainy feeds displaying empty fields and abandoned structures. Dahlia approached the intercom, her heart pounding in her chest. Hello? She said, her voice steady despite her nerves. The static crackled, and for a moment there was no response. Then the voice returned. You shouldn't have come back. Dahlia's grip tightened on the intercom. We don't have a choice. You know something about the infected, about the epidemic. We need answers. The voice hesitated, the static filling the silence. Answers won't save you, it said. Finally, they'll only bring more danger, Dahlia scowled. Danger is already here. The infected are changing. They're smarter, faster. You know why? Another pause. Then you brought them here again. They're already coming. Ezra cursed, his eyes darting to the monitors. Sure enough, the screen showed the infected approaching from the tree line. Their movements coordinated and deliberate. They're drawn to the sound, the voice continued. The generator. Your footsteps, your voices. Every noise you make is a signal to them. Then why keep the generator running? Dahlia demanded. To keep them away from others, the voice said. To control the spread. To protect what's left. Dahlia's stomach twisted. Who are you? How do you know all this? The voice didn't answer. The infected were nearly at the fence now, their lifeless eyes fixed on the building. We're out of time, Ezra said, panic creeping into his voice. Dahlia slammed her fist against the intercom. Tell us what you know. The voice returned, its tone sharp. The epidemic wasn't natural. It was created designed to spread through sound, to turn noise into a weapon. The infected are drawn to it because it's part of them now. What? Do you mean created? Dahlia pressed dot. The static crackled louder. There's a facility north of here. The answers you want are there, but you'll never make it. The infected are already inside. The intercom went dead dot. The sound of glass shattering filled the air as the infected breached the building. Go! Dahlia shouted, grabbing Ezra's arm and pulling him toward the exit. They ran through the narrow corridors, the rasping breaths of the infected growing louder behind them. Dahlia's mind raced with the voice's words. The epidemic had been created a deliberate act. She didn't know who or why, but she was determined to find out. If the facility north of the compound held the answers, that's where they would go. But first, they had to survive. The infected surged through the compound like a living tide, their rasping breaths echoing off the metal walls. Dahlia and Ezra bolted down the corridor, their footsteps pounding against the floor as the horde closed in behind them. "This way," Dahlia shouted, skidding around a corner and shoving open a rusted side door. They burst into the open air, the sun casting long shadows across the compound. The infected spilled out after them, their forms jerking unnaturally as they moved with chilling precision. Dahlia led Ezra toward the fence, her eyes scanning for the gap they had entered through. The infected were faster now, their footsteps growing louder with every passing second. "There," Ezra shouted, pointing to the collapsed section of the fence. They sprinted toward the opening, the horde only steps behind them. Dahlia shoved. Ezra threw first, then dove after him, her shoulder slamming into the dirt as she rolled to her feet. "Run!" she yelled, not bothering to look back. They raced through the overgrown fields, the infected pursuing them with relentless determination. Dahlia's lungs burned, and her legs felt like lead, but she didn't dare slow down. "They're not stopping," Ezra gasped, glancing over his shoulder. "They never do." Dahlia snapped. Ahead, the ground sloped downward into a dry riverbed, lined with jagged rocks and scattered debris. Dahlia veered toward it, motioning for Ezra to follow. They slid down the slope, their boots skidding on the loose dirt. Dahlia nearly lost her balance, but managed to steady herself, her heart pounding in her chest. The infected reached the edge of the riverbed seconds later, their gaunt forms silhouetted against the sky. Dahlia tightened her grip on her club, mind racing. "They'll follow us down here," she muttered. Ezra looked around frantically. "So what do we do?" Dahlia's eyes landed on a cluster of boulders near the far end of the riverbed. "We use the terrain." "Come on." They scrambled toward the boulders, the infected descending into the riverbed behind them. Dahlia climbed onto one of the larger rocks, her chest heaving as she turned to face the approaching horde. "Keep going," she shouted to Ezra. "What about you?" He yelled, his voice tinged with panic. "I'll hold them off." Ezra hesitated, his gaze flicking between her and the advancing infected. Finally, he nodded, his jaw tight. "Don't get yourself killed," he said before turning and climbing over the rocks. Dahlia gritted her teeth, her grip on her club tightening. The first infected reached the base of the boulders, its lifeless eyes locking onto her. "Come on," she muttered, raising her weapon. The creature lunged, its claw-like hands reaching for her. Dahlia swung her club with all her strength, the blow connecting with a sickening crunch. The infected crumpled to the ground, but more were already climbing over its body, their movements unerringly coordinated. Dahlia swung again and again, each strike fueled by adrenaline and sheer determination. But for every infected she took down, two more took its place. Her arms ached, and her breathing grew ragged, but she refused to give up. "Dahlia, this way." Ezra's voice cut through the chaos, drawing her attention to a narrow crevice between two boulders. He was crouched inside, motioning frantically for her to follow. Dahlia hesitated for only a second before she jumped down from the rock, sprinting toward him as the infected closed in. She dove into the crevice, the sharp edges of the rocks scraping against her arms and legs. Ezra grabbed her hand, pulling her further into the narrow passage. The infected clawed at the entrance, their rasping breaths filling the air. But the rocks were too tight, their jagged surfaces creating a barrier the creatures couldn't breach. Now, they crawled through the crevice, the space growing narrower with each step. The sound of the infected grew fainter, replaced by the echo of their breathing and the scrape of their movements against the rocks. When they finally emerged on the other side, Dahlia collapsed onto the ground, her chest heaving. Ezra dropped. Beside her, his face pale and streaked with sweat. That was too close, he said between gasps. Dahlia nodded, her body trembling with exhaustion. Her arms ached from swinging the club, and every inch of her felt bruised and battered. Alive, she said, her voice hoarse. That's what matters. They rested for a few minutes before forcing themselves to move again. The sun was lower in the sky now, the shadows growing longer and more menacing. We need to find shelter, Dahlia said, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. Ezra nodded. Somewhere far from here, they'll keep looking for us. Dahlia didn't respond. She didn't want to admit it, but she could feel the pull of the infected, like a constant pressure in the back of her mind. They weren't just hunting blindly anymore. They were tracking, and the voice on the intercom had been right. The infected were drawn to sound Dot as night fell. They stumbled across an old barn at the edge of a field. The structure was dilapidated, its roof sagging and its wooden walls riddled with holes, but it offered some measure of safety. Dahlia pushed the door open cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the gloom. The interior was empty, save for a few scattered tools and bales of hay. It's not much, but it'll do, she said, stepping inside. Ezra followed, closing the door behind him. Do you think they'll find us here? Probably, Dahlia admitted, but we'll deal with that when it happens. She dropped onto a bale of hay, her body sagging with exhaustion. Ezra sat across from her, his expression grim. What do you think that voice meant? About the epidemic being created? Dahlia frowned, her mind racing. I think someone knows a hell of a lot more about this than they're letting on. And if we're going to survive, we need to find them. Ezra nodded. The facility. Do you think it's real? It has to be, Dahlia said. And if it's not, we'll figure it out when we get there. Her gaze drifted to the barn door, where the faint sound of rasping breaths echoed in the distance. Thought the infected weren't far, but neither was the truth. The barn was suffused with an eerie quiet, the kind of silence that felt like it was holding its breath. Dahlia sat with her back against a bale of hay, her flashlight propped on the ground beside her. The faint glow barely cut through the gloom, but it was enough to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. Ezra leaned against the opposite wall, his crowbar resting across his knees. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was pale from exhaustion, but he hadn't stopped scanning the barns. Shadowy corners since they'd arrived. They'll find us eventually, he said, his voice low. Dahlia nodded. Probably. Then why are we sitting here? Because we're no good to anyone if we drop dead from exhaustion, Dahlia replied. We need to rest, even if it's just for a little while. Ezra didn't argue, but his expression remained tense. He glanced toward the barn door, where the faint sound of rasping breaths drifted on the wind. They're close, he muttered. I know, Dahlia said, gripping her club tightly. They're always close. The hours dragged by as night deepened, the darkness outside pressing against the barn like a living thing. Dahlia fought to keep her eyes open, but exhaustion weighed heavily on her. Ezra dozed off briefly, his head lolling to one side before he jolted awake, his hand tightening on his crowbar. "Get some sleep," Dahlia said, her voice softer than usual. "I'll keep watch." Ezra shook his head. "I can't, not with them out there." "Suit yourself," Dahlia muttered, though she understood his fear. Every creak of the barn, every faint rustle of the wind outside felt like a warning. The infected were always watching, always waiting by the time the first rays of dawn began to filter through the cracks in the barn walls. Dahlia's mind was already racing with plans. "We head north," she said, breaking the silence. Ezra frowned. "You're sure the facility is real?" The voice could have been lying. "It's a lead," Dahlia replied. "The only one we've got." Ezra sighed, running a hand through his hair. "What if it's a trap? What if this facility is like the compound, just another dead end?" "Then we'll deal with it," Dahlia said firmly. "But we're not staying here. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets." Ezra nodded reluctantly, his resolve hardening. "All right, north it is." The two of them set out just after sunrise, sticking to the shadows and avoiding open spaces as much as possible. The air was crisp and cold, the faint scent of damp earth lingering from a recent rain. Dahlia led the way, her club resting on her shoulder as she scanned the horizon. The infected weren't visible, but she could feel their presence, a constant pressure at the edges of her awareness. "You think they're following us?" Ezra asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "They always are," Dahlia replied. By midday, they had reached the outskirts of an abandoned town. The streets were eerily quiet, the buildings crumbling and overgrown with vines. Dahlia motioned for Ezra to stay low as they crept through the town, their footsteps muffled against the cracked pavement. The infected were nowhere to be seen, but the silence was unnerving. "This place feels wrong," Ezra muttered, gripping his crowbar tightly. "Everywhere feels wrong," Dahlia said, though she couldn't shake the unease crawling up her spine. As they passed a derelict gas station, Dahlia noticed something that made her stop. A set of fresh footprints led from the station's entrance to a nearby alley. "Someone's here," she whispered, her grip tightening on her club. Ezra followed her gaze, his expression tense. "You think it's another survivor?" "Maybe," Dahlia said, though she wasn't convinced. The footprints were deep, uneven. Whoever had made them was either injured or carrying something heavy. "Stay behind me," she said, motioning for Ezra to follow. The alley was narrow and lined with dumpsters, their metal sides streaked with rust. The footprints led to a small shed at the far end, its door slightly ajar. Dahlia approached cautiously, her heart pounding. "Hello," she called out, her voice low but firm. No response. She glanced back at Ezra, who nodded nervously. Taking a deep breath. Dahlia pushed the door open with her club. The shed was dimly lit, its interior cluttered with tools and broken equipment. In the corner, a figure sat slumped against the wall, their face obscured by a tangle of hair. "Hey," Dahlia said, stepping inside. "Are you okay?" The figure didn't move. Ezra hovered near the doorway, his crowbar raised. "Maybe they're infected," he whispered. Dahlia knelt beside the figure, her hand hovering over their shoulder. "If you can hear me, we're not here to hurt you. We're just trying to..." The figure's head snapped up, revealing hollow, lifeless eyes. Dahlia stumbled back as the infected lunged at her, its claw-like hands reaching for her throat. "Move," Ezra shouted, swinging his crowbar with all his strength. The blow connected, and the infected crumpled to the ground, its body twitching. Dahlia scrambled to her feet, her heart racing. That wasn't fresh, she muttered, her gaze darting. To the bloody footprints on the floor, Ezra frowned. You mean someone else was here? Dahlia said, cutting him off. Recently. She scanned the shed, her eyes landing on a stack of papers scattered across a workbench. What's this? She muttered, picking up one of the pages. The paper was covered in hastily scrawled notes, diagrams, and what appeared to be maps of the surrounding area. Ezra leaned over her shoulder, his brow furrowing. What does it mean? Dahlia's eyes narrowed as she read one of the notes aloud. Facility located 25 miles north. Confirmed presence of survivors. Avoid direct contact. Danger level critical. Her stomach twisted. It's real, she said. The facility. Someone was documenting it. Ezra's eyes widened. Then we have to go. If there are survivors there, it could still be a trap, Dahlia warned. We don't know who wrote this or why. Ezra nodded, though his expression was conflicted. But it's a chance, right? A real chance. Dahlia folded the paper and stuffed it into her bag. Let's move. We'll figure it out on the way. As they left the town and headed north, the faint sound of rasping breaths drifted on the wind, growing louder with each step. The infected were close, but so were the answers. The cold air bit at Dahlia's skin as she and Ezra trudged north through the overgrown terrain. The map from the shed was their only guide, its hastily drawn lines and cryptic notes hinting at the existence of the facility they now sought. This doesn't feel real, Ezra muttered, breaking the tense silence. He clutched his crowbar tightly, his knuckles white. What do you mean? Dahlia asked without breaking her stride. All of it. The infected, the silence, this facility. He said, it's like we're chasing a ghost. Dahlia glanced at him, her expression unreadable. Ghosts don't leave maps. Ezra didn't reply, but his frown deepened. The landscape became rougher as they pressed on, the fields giving way to dense clusters of trees and rocky hills. The sun hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows that danced unnervingly. With the wind, Dahlia kept her senses sharp, her ears straining for any sound beyond their footsteps. The infected were always close, even if they couldn't see them. What do you think it's like? Ezra asked suddenly, his voice quiet. What? The Rasa facility, he said. Do you think it's still operational? That there are really survivors there? Dahlia hesitated. She didn't want to give him false hope, but the thought of a functioning facility, a place with answers, was something she couldn't ignore. I don't know, she admitted. But if it's real, it's worth finding out. Ezra nodded, his gaze distant. By the time the sun began to set, they had reached the base of a ridge marked on the map. According to the notes, the facility lay just beyond it, hidden in a natural depression surrounded by dense forest. This is it, Dahlia said, folding the map and tucking it into her bag. We'll camp here for the night and head to the facility at first light. Ezra looked at her incredulously. Camp? Here? We're so close. Why not push through? Because it's almost dark, Dahlia replied. And if the infected are out there, we won't see them coming. Ezra hesitated but nodded reluctantly. All right, the first light, right? First light, Dahlia confirmed. They set up a small camp at the edge of the ridge, using the surrounding trees for cover. Dahlia built a modest barricade of rocks and branches while Ezra kept watch, his eyes darting nervously to the shadows. Do you think they're following us? He asked, his voice low. They always are, Dahlia replied without hesitation. Ezra shuddered, pulling his jacket tighter around himself. I hate this. The waiting. The silence. Get used to it, Dahlia said, sitting down against a tree. It's all we've got now. The night was restless. Every faint sound, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set their nerves on edge. Dahlia barely slept, her mind racing with thoughts of the facility and the dangers that might lie ahead. Ezra dozed fitfully, his crowbar never far from his hand. As the hours dragged on, the faint rasping breaths of the infected began to drift through the trees. They're close, Ezra whispered, sitting bolt upright. I know, Dahlia said, gripping her club. Stayed silent, their eyes scanning the darkness. The infected didn't attack, but their presence lingered, a constant reminder of the danger that surrounded them. When dawn finally broke, Dahlia and Ezra wasted no time. They packed their sparse belongings and set off toward the facility, the rising sun casting a pale light over the ridge. The climb was steep, the rocky terrain slick with morning dew. Dahlia led the way, her club strapped to her back as she pulled herself up the incline. Ezra followed close behind, his breath labored but steady. Are we almost there? Almost, Dahlia replied, her gaze fixed on the horizon. When they crested the ridge, the facility came into view. It was larger than Dahlia had expected, a sprawling complex of concrete buildings surrounded by a tall metal fence. The perimeter was dotted with guard towers, though their windows were dark and empty. The air around the facility was eerily still, the silence broken only by the faint hum of a distant generator. It's real, Ezra said, his voice tinged with awe. Yeah, Dahlia muttered, her eyes narrowing. But it doesn't look welcoming. The fence was intact, the gates shut tight. The buildings bore signs of disrepair, cracks in the walls, vines creeping up the sides, but the faint hum suggested someone was still inside. Think they're friendly? Ezra asked. Dahlia shot him a look. No. They approached the facility cautiously, keeping to the cover of the trees. Dahlia studied the gates, looking for any sign of movement. Looks deserted, Ezra said, peering through the binoculars they'd scavenged earlier. Doesn't mean. It is, Dahlia replied. She motioned for Ezra to follow as she crept toward a section of the fence where the ground sloped upward, creating a small gap beneath the metal. Dahlia knelt, inspecting the gap. We can fit through here, Ezra frowned. You think that's a good idea? No, Dahlia admitted, but we're out of options. They squeezed through the gap one at a time, their movements careful and deliberate. On the other side, the air felt heavier, as if the facility itself carried the weight of what had happened there. Dahlia led the way to the nearest building, her club at the ready. The door was ajar, revealing a dark, empty hallway beyond. The faint hum of the generator was louder now, resonating through the walls. Stay close, Dahlia whispered, stepping inside. Ezra followed, his crowbar raised. Do you think anyone's still here? Dahlia didn't answer. She wasn't sure what she hoped to find: survivors, answers, or something else entirely. But as they moved deeper into the facility, one thing became clear. Whatever had started the epidemic had begun here. The stale air inside the facility carried the faint scent of metal and mildew. Dahlia tightened her grip on her club as she and Ezra crept through the darkened hallway, their footsteps muffled by the cracked tile floor. The hum of the generator was omnipresent. vibrating faintly through the walls. It felt like the pulse of the building, alive in its own eerie way. Does it feel ... wrong to you? Ezra whispered, his voice barely audible. Dahlia shot him a glance. The whole world feels wrong. No, he said, shaking his head. I mean here, like this place is waiting for us. Dahlia didn't respond, but the uneasy feeling in her chest agreed. They reached a set of double doors marked with faded letters. Research wing, restricted access. Dahlia paused, her eyes narrowing as she inspected the doors. They were slightly ajar, a thin sliver of darkness visible beyond. Looks like someone's already been through here, she muttered. Do we go in? Ezra asked, his voice tense. Do we have a choice? Dahlia replied, pushing one of the doors open with her club. The room beyond was vast and dimly lit, its walls lined with shattered glass panels and abandoned workstations. Papers were scattered across the floor, mingling with broken equipment and overturned chairs. In the center of the room stood a cluster of cylindrical chambers, their surfaces marred with cracks and dark stains. Ezra approached one cautiously, his flashlight revealing the faded outline of a human figure etched against the inside of the glass. What the hell is this? He muttered, his voice tinged with fear. Experiments, Dahlia said grimly, her stomach twisting. They moved further into the room, the oppressive silence weighing heavily on them. Dahlia's eyes scanned the walls, landing on a whiteboard. Covered in faint, smeared writing. She wiped away the dust with her sleeve, revealing a series of hastily scrawled notes. Phase 3, cognitive alteration complete. Subjects display heightened auditory sensitivity. Unintended side effects noted: loss of speech, aggressive behavior, rapid neural degeneration. Project suspended indefinitely. All personnel evacuated. Ezra read over her shoulder, his expression growing more horrified with each line. They did this. They created the epidemic. Looks like it, Dahlia said, her jaw tight. Why? Ezra demanded, his voice rising. Why would anyone? A sudden crash from the far end of the room cut him off. Dahlia whirled around, her club raised as a faint rasping sound echoed through the space. They're here, she hissed, backing toward the nearest workstation. Ezra followed, his crowbar trembling in his hands. How? How did they get inside? The same way we did, Dahlia said. The rasping grew louder, joined by the soft shuffle of footsteps. Shadows flickered at the edge of the dim light, moving with unsettling precision. Stay low, Dahlia whispered, crouching behind a desk. Ezra knelt beside her, his breathing shallow. There's too many of them. Not if we're smart, Dahlia said. The infected entered the room in a slow, deliberate wave, their lifeless eyes scanning the space. They moved silently except for their breathing, their gaunt forms blending with the shadows. Dahlia motioned for Ezra to follow as she crept along. The row of workstations, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the infected drawing closer, their presence suffocating. One of the creatures paused near the cylindrical chambers, its head tilting as if listening. Ezra shifted slightly, his foot brushing against a fallen clipboard. The faint clatter echoed through the room. The infected's head snapped toward them, its rasping breath quickening. Move, Dahlia hissed, grabbing Ezra's arm. They bolted from their hiding place, weaving through the workstations as the infected let out guttural and human screeches. Dahlia swung her club at one of the creatures that lunged at her, the impact sending it sprawling to the ground. Keep going, she shouted, pushing Ezra toward the door at the back of the room. They burst through the doorway into another hallway, their footsteps echoing loudly. The infected followed, their movements frantic and unrelenting. "This way," Dahlia yelled, spotting a staircase that led downward. They descended quickly, the faint glow of emergency lights guiding their way. The infected screeches grew fainter as the stairwell twisted deeper into the building, but Dahlia didn't slow down. Bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in another wing of the facility. The air was colder here, the walls lined with metal doors and faded warning signs. Ezra leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. What was all that back there? "Evidence," Dahlia said, her voice steady despite her own exhaustion. "This place, it's where it all started. The experiments, the epidemic, everything." Ezra looked at her, his expression grim. "Then we need to destroy it. All of it." Dahlia nodded, though her mind was already racing. Destroying the facility might stop the spread of the infected, but it wouldn't undo what had already been done, and it wouldn't bring back the voices that had been lost as they moved deeper. Into the wing, they came across a locked door marked control room. Authorized personnel only. Dahlia tested the handle, but it didn't budge. "Figures," she muttered. "Maybe there's another way in," Ezra suggested, glancing around. Dahlia spotted a nearby panel with an access keypad. Its screen cracked, but still functional. "If we can find the code, we can open this door." Ezra frowned. "And if we can't?" Dahlia's gaze hardened. "Then we'll make our own way in." They searched the surrounding area, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. Most of the rooms were empty, their contents long since ransacked or abandoned. In one room, Dahlia found a desk with a locked drawer. She smashed it open with her club, revealing a stack of files and a small notebook. Flipping through the pages, she found a series of codes written in neat handwriting. "Got it," she said, holding up the notebook. Ezra grinned. "Let's hope it works." Back at the control room door, Dahlia entered the code into the keypad. The light blinked green, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside, the room was filled with monitors and control panels, their screens displaying grainy footage of the facilities. Exterior, Dahlia approached the central console, her eyes scanning the rows of buttons and switches. A file sat open on the desk, its pages filled with technical diagrams and handwritten notes. One phrase stood out: Phase 4, integration. "Final activation pending." "What does that mean?" Ezra asked, reading over her shoulder. Dahlia's stomach twisted. "It means it's not over." Before she could say more, the monitors flickered. One of the screens displayed a live feed of the infected, their forms swarming toward the building. "They're coming," Ezra said, panic creeping into his voice. Dahlia's jaw tightened. "Then we'd better be ready." The hum of the generator deepened as the infected swarmed closer to the facility. Dahlia stood in the control room, her gaze locked on the monitors as their shadowy forms advanced. They moved with an eerie precision, as if guided by an unseen hand. Ezra paced behind her, his breathing shallow. "They know we're here. It's like they can feel us." "Maybe they can," Dahlia muttered, scanning the control panels. The files scattered across the desk hinted at something more of connection between the infected and the experiments conducted here. Her eyes landed on a lever labeled Emergency Containment Lockdown. "This might buy us time," she said, gripping the handle. "Wait." Ezra stepped closer, his voice urgent. "What if it locks us in too?" Dahlia hesitated, her fingers tightening around the lever. Do you have a better idea? Ezra opened his mouth to reply, but a loud metallic crash echoed through the facility, cutting him off. They're inside, Dahlia said, her voice grim. We don't have a choice. She pulled the lever. A series of loud clanks reverberated through the building as steel shutters descended over the windows and doors. The monitors displayed the infected scrambling to breach the barriers, their claw-like hands scratching at the metal. It's working, Ezra said, his relief short-lived as one of the cameras showed a group of infected smashing through a weakened section of the outer wall. Not for long. Dahlia muttered dot. She grabbed the files from the desk and stuffed them into her bag. We need to move. If we're trapped when they get in, we're done. Ezra nodded, his knuckles white around his crowbar. Where do we go? Deeper, Dahlia said, heading for the door. We find whatever they were working on and figure out how to stop it. The lower levels of the facility were colder, the air thick with the smell of rust and mildew. Emergency lights flickered overhead, casting long, shifting shadows along the walls. Dahlia's flashlight illuminated signs marked biocontainment and testing labs. She followed the arrows, her heart pounding as the sounds of the infected echoed. Faintly above them, they'll break through soon, Ezra said, his voice tight. Then we'd better hurry. Dahlia replied dot. They reached a large door marked Phase 4 Development Restricted Access. Unlike the control room, this door was sealed tight, with no visible keypad or handle. Dahlia scowled. There has to be a way in. Ezra pointed to a panel on the wall, its screen dark but intact. Maybe this controls it? Only one way. To find out, Dahlia said, prying open the panel with her club. The wiring inside was a mess of frayed cables and scorched circuits. Dahlia worked quickly, splicing wires together while Ezra kept watch. Hurry, he whispered, his gaze darting. To the hallway. The distant screeches of the infected grew louder, reverberating through the building. Almost there, Dahlia muttered, sparks flying as she connected the final wires. The door hissed open, releasing a gust of cold air that sent a shiver down her spine. Go, she said, shoving Ezra inside before following him and slamming the door. Shut behind them. The room was vast and filled with strange machinery, its walls lined with glass panels displaying rows of files and equipment. Monitors flickered with streams of data, their screens filled with graphs and diagrams that made little sense to Dahlia dot. In the center of the room stood a single cylindrical chamber, larger and more advanced than the ones they'd seen earlier. Frost coated its surface, and faint wisps of vapor escaped from its seams. What the hell is that? Ezra whispered, his voice trembling. Dahlia approached the chamber cautiously, her flashlight revealing faint scratches on the glass. Inside, something shifted a shadowy, humanoid figure suspended in a pale liquid. This is what they were working on, Dahlia said, her voice barely audible. Ezra took a step back, shaking his head. No, no way. That thing, it's alive. Not for long, Dahlia muttered, searching for a way to disable the chamber. Her eyes landed on a console nearby, its screen displaying a series of commands. One option stood out, terminate subject. Here, she said, pointing to the screen. This ends it. Ezra hesitated, his face pale. What if it doesn't? What if killing it makes things worse? We don't have time for what ifs. Dahlia snapped. This thing is connected to the epidemic. If we destroy it, maybe we stop the infected. Ezra swallowed hard, then nodded. Do it. Dahlia entered the command, her fingers trembling as she typed. The screen flashed a warning. Are you sure? YN. She pressed Y. The chamber let out a low hiss as the liquid inside began to drain. The figure twitched, its limbs jerking spasmodically. As the containment system shut down, alarms blared, red lights flooding the room. A voice crackled over the speakers. Containment breach. Subject termination incomplete. Dahlia's stomach dropped. What? The chamber shattered. Shards of glass sprang across the room. The figure emerged, its movements slow but deliberate. It was humanoid but grotesquely deformed, its skin pale and stretched tightly over sharp, angular bones. It's black. Empty eyes fixed on Dahlia, and it let out a guttural rasp that sent chills down her spine. Ezra stumbled back, his crowbar shaking in his hands. What do we do? Dahlia raised her club, her voice steady despite the terror clawing at her chest. We fight. The creature lunged with inhuman speed, its clawed hands swiping at Dahlia. She ducked, swinging her club with all her strength. The blow connected with its torso, but it barely flinched, its head snapping toward her with unnatural precision. Ezra charged, his crowbar smashing into the creature's back. It let out a shriek, its movements jerking as if it were glitching. It's strong, Ezra shouted, dodging another swipe. No kidding. Dahlia snapped, rolling out of the way as the creature slammed into the ground where she had been. The alarms blared louder, the chaos overwhelming. Dahlia's eyes darted to the console. A new command flashed on the screen. Emergency self-destruct. Activate? YN. Ezra? She shouted. Keep it busy. What? Just do it. Dahlia sprinted to the console, her hands flying across the keyboard. The room trembled as the creature roared, its voice a guttural cacophony that shook her to her core. Ezra fought desperately, his crowbar clanging against the creature's claws as it advanced on him. Dahlia, hurry! He screamed. Her finger hovered over the Y key. This better work, she muttered, slamming it down. The voice over the speakers returned. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Facility will detonate in 60 seconds. Dahlia grabbed Ezra's arm, dragging him toward the door. Move. They sprinted through the hallway, the alarms blaring and the ground shaking beneath their feet. Behind them, the creature let out a furious roar, its footsteps echoing as it pursued them. The exit was in sight when the first explosion rocked the facility, sending a wave of heat and debris down the corridor. Keep going. Dahlia shouted, her voice barely audible over the chaos. They burst out into the open air just as a massive fireball erupted behind them, engulfing the facility in a blinding inferno. The force of the blast sent them sprawling to the ground. Rolled onto her back, gasping for breath as she stared up at the smoke-filled sky. Did we ... that? Do it? Ezra panted, lying beside her. Dahlia didn't answer, because in the distance, faint but unmistakable, she could hear the rasping breaths of the infected. The air was thick with smoke, the sky above painted in hues of orange and gray from the smoldering remains of the facility. Dahlia and Ezra lay sprawled in the dirt, their breaths ragged as the echoes of the explosion faded into silence. Ezra sat up first, clutching his ribs as he stared at the towering plume of fire and ash in the distance. We blew it all to hell, and they're still out there, he muttered, his voice hollow. Dahlia forced herself upright, her body aching from the force of the blast. Her eyes scanned the horizon, where faint figures moved in the distance, the infected. They don't know nothing. Stop, she said quietly, gripping her club tightly. Then what was the point? Ezra demanded, his frustration spilling out. We risked everything to destroy that place, and it didn't change anything. We don't know that, Dahlia snapped, her tone sharper than she intended. She turned to face him, her eyes burning. With determination, the facility's gone. Whatever experiments they were running, whatever was left, it's destroyed. That has to mean something. Ezra let out a bitter laugh. You think it'll magically fix the world? Bring back the people we've lost? The infected don't care about what we destroyed, Dahlia. They're still hunting us. Then we keep moving, Dahlia said firmly. Ezra stared at her, his expression unreadable. To where? Dahlia hesitated, the question cutting through her resolve like a blade. She didn't have an answer. They pushed forward as the sun began to rise, its pale light illuminating the desolate landscape. The distant rasping breaths of the infected lingered, growing fainter as they put more distance between themselves and the facility. The terrain became rougher, the ground littered with jagged rocks and patches of dry grass. Dahlia led the way, her eyes scanning for any sign of shelter. Ezra followed in silence, his expression dark. The weight of what they had just survived hung heavily between them, unspoken but palpable. Hours passed before they stumbled across a small farmhouse nestled in a shallow valley. The structure was weathered and leaning, its windows broken and its roof partially collapsed. It's not much, Dahlia said, approaching cautiously. But it's something, Ezra muttered, his grip tightening on his crowbar. The farmhouse was empty, its interior stripped of anything useful. Dahlia and Ezra searched the rooms, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. Nothing, Ezra said, kicking at a pile of debris. Dahlia didn't respond. She moved to a small table near the back of the room, where a faded notebook sat amidst the dust. Flipping through the pages, she found a series of scribbled entries. They're everywhere now. No escape. They hear everything. I tried staying quiet, but they know. Somehow they know. The silence ... it feels alive. Like it's inside my head. Dahlia's stomach twisted as she read the final entry. It's not the infected. We need to fear. It's what's controlling them. What is it? Ezra asked, appearing beside her. Dahlia handed him the notebook, her expression grim. Whoever lived here knew something about the infected, about what's driving them. Ezra read the entries, his face growing pale. You think this means it's not just the epidemic? There's something bigger behind it? I don't know, Dahlia said, though her voice betrayed her unease. But it explains a lot. The way they're changing, learning. It's not random. Then we have to figure out what it is, Ezra said, his tone resolute. Dahlia hesitated, the weight of their task settling heavily on her shoulders. One step at a time. First we rest. Then we decide what comes next. Night fell quickly, the farmhouse plunging into darkness. Dahlia and Ezra barricaded the doors and windows as best they could, using broken furniture and scraps of wood. Rasping breaths of the infected returned as the sun dipped below the horizon, faint but ever present. They're closer tonight, Ezra whispered, his eyes darting to the boarded-up window. Dahlia nodded, her grip on her club tightening. They're always close, but we'll deal with them if we have to. The hours passed in tense silence, the weight of exhaustion pulling at them. Dahlia rested her head against the wall, her mind racing with thoughts of the notebook's final entry. It's not the infected we need to fear. It's what's controlling them. What did that mean? The sound of breaking wood jolted Dahlia awake. Her eyes snapped open and she reached for her club, her heart pounding. Ezra was already on his feet, his crowbar raised as he stared at the door. "They're here," he whispered, his voice trembling. The barricade trembled as something heavy slammed against it, the wood creaking under the strain. Dahlia positioned herself near the door, her muscles tense. "Stay calm. We can take them." Ezra nodded, though his knuckles were white around his weapon. The door burst open, the barricade giving way with a deafening crash. Two infected stumbled into the room, their lifeless eyes gleaming in the faint moonlight. Dahlia swung her club, the impact sending one of the creatures sprawling. Ezra lunged at the other, his crowbar smashing into its head with a sickening crunch. More infected poured in, their movements unerringly coordinated. "There's too many," Ezra shouted, panic rising in his voice. Dahlia's mind raced as she fought, her swings growing desperate. They were outnumbered, cornered. "We have to go," she yelled, grabbing Ezra's arm. They pushed through the chaos, shoving past the infected as they fled into the night. The open field offered no cover, the moonlight casting long shadows that stretched toward the horizon. Dahlia and Ezra ran, their breaths ragged and their bodies aching. The infected followed, their rasping breaths growing louder with each passing moment. "Keep going," Dahlia shouted, her legs burning as she pushed herself forward. Ezra stumbled, but managed to keep pace, his fear driving him forward. "What do we do?" he gasped. "We survive," Dahlia said, her voice steely. The infected were relentless, their numbers growing as more emerged from the shadows, but Dahlia refused to stop. Whatever was controlling the infected, whatever truth lay behind the epidemic, it was still out there, and she wasn't done fighting. The moon hung high, bathing the landscape in a pale, cold light as Dahlia and Ezra sprinted through the open field. The infected followed relentlessly, their guttural rasps echoing through the still night. Dahlia's legs burned with exhaustion, her grip on the club slick with sweat. Every step felt heavier, her lungs struggling to pull in air. "Faster," she barked, glancing over her shoulder. The infected were gaining, their lifeless eyes fixed on them. "I'm trying," Ezra shouted, his voice raw with panic. Ahead, the terrain sloped downward into a shallow ravine bordered by a line of trees. Dahlia veered toward it, motioning for Ezra to follow, into the trees. The ravine offered some cover, its steep walls and tangled underbrush slowing the infected. Dahlia and Ezra pushed through the brush, branches clawing at their clothes as they struggled to put distance between themselves and the horde. The sound of the infected grew fainter. Their pursuit slowed but not stopped. Dahlia ducked behind a large boulder, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. Ezra collapsed beside her, clutching his crowbar like a lifeline. "Did we lose them?" he panted, his voice trembling. "For now," Dahlia said, her tone grim. Ezra let out a shaky laugh. "You're really good at this, you know. The running, the surviving." Dahlia shot him a look, her expression unreadable. "You get good at what you have to." They rested for a few minutes before Dahlia motioned for Ezra to follow her deeper into the ravine. The air was cooler here, damp and heavy with the scent of moss and earth. The faint glow of dawn was just beginning to touch the horizon, painting the sky in muted shades of gray and blue. "We'll need to find shelter soon," Dahlia said, her voice low. "They'll be back as soon as the sun goes down." "Yeah," Ezra muttered. Because that's the pattern, right? They hunt at night, rest during the day. It's almost ... organized. Dahlia frowned, his words striking a nerve. The infecteds. Behavior had always felt more deliberate than mindless. But what was driving them? What do you think it is? Ezra asked, breaking her train of thought. The thing controlling them? Dahlia hesitated, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's not human. Ezra shivered. That's not reassuring. It's not supposed to be, Dahlia replied. The ravine opened into a clearing, where a cluster of abandoned vehicles sat rusting in the tall grass. Dahlia approached cautiously, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger. Think these still work? Ezra asked, peering into the window of a battered pickup truck. Doubt it, Dahlia said. But they might have supplies. They split up, searching the vehicles quickly but thoroughly. Dahlia found a few unopened bottles of water in a sedan's trunk, while Ezra unearthed a small med kit from a shattered van window. Better than nothing, Dahlia muttered, stuffing the supplies into her bag. Yeah, but it's not going to last us long, Ezra said, frowning. Dahlia nodded, her thoughts already turning to their next move. The infected were growing smarter, more organized. The notebook from the farmhouse hinted at a greater force behind them. If they were going to survive, they needed answers by midday. They had left the ravine behind, the open fields giving way to a dense forest. The trees provided shade and cover, but the silence was unnerving. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves setting Dahlia on edge. Where do we go now? Ezra asked, his voice breaking the quiet. Dahlia didn't answer immediately. The facility was gone, reduced to rubble and ash, but it had revealed a terrifying truth. The epidemic wasn't natural. Someone or something had engineered it. There has to be more out there, she said finally. Another facility. A lab. Somewhere we can find out what's really happening. Ezra let out a bitter laugh. And then what? What do we do when we find it? Whatever it takes, Dahlia replied, her tone steely. The forest grew darker as the sun began to dip lower in the sky. Dahlia quickened her pace, her eyes scanning for a place to camp. They stumbled upon a small cabin nestled among the trees, its wooden walls weathered but intact. Think it's safe? Ezra asked, his voice low. No, Dahlia said, but it's better than being out here. They approached cautiously, weapons at the ready. The cabin's windows were boarded up, and the door hung slightly ajar. Dahlia motioned for Ezra to stay behind her as she pushed the door open with her club. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with the smell of decay. Hello? Dahlia called out, her voice steady. No response. They moved through the cabin carefully, checking each room. It was empty, save for a few broken chairs and a table covered in dust. Looks like no one's been here for a while, Ezra said, relaxing. Slightly. For now, Dahlia muttered. They barricaded the door and windows as best they could, using furniture and scraps of wood from outside. Dahlia set up a makeshift alarm using a pile of metal cans tied to the doorframe, the crude system designed to alert them to any movement. Ezra sat against the wall, his head resting on his knees. How much longer do you think we can do this? As long as we have to, Dahlia replied. That's not an answer, Ezra said, his voice tired. Dahlia sighed, leaning her head back against the wall. I don't know, but giving up isn't an option. Ezra nodded, though his expression remained. Grim dot as night fell. The familiar sound of rasping breaths began to drift through the forest. Dahlia and Ezra sat in tense silence, their weapons at the ready. The infected didn't attack, but their presence was a constant weight, pressing against the cabin like a tangible force. Dahlia stared out the small crack in the window, her eyes scanning the shadows. She couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching them. What if the notebook was right? Ezra whispered. What if it's not the infected we need to fear? What if it's something worse? Dahlia didn't respond. She didn't need to, because deep down, she already knew the truth. Whatever was controlling the infected, whatever had started the epidemic, it wasn't done with them yet. The cabin's silence was deceptive, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional creak of wood as the structure settled. Outside, the infected lingered in the darkness, their rasping breaths growing louder with each passing hour. Dahlia sat near the window, her club resting across her knees as she stared into the shadows. Her mind churned with thoughts of the farmhouse notebook, its cryptic warning replaying in her head. It's not the infected we need to fear. It's what's controlling them. Ezra sat across from her, his back against the wall. He was quiet, his fingers idly tracing the edge of his crowbar. His face was pale, his exhaustion and fear plain to see. What are we waiting for? He asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Dahlia turned to him, frowning. What do you mean? We're sitting here like targets, he said, gesturing to the barricaded windows. The infected know we're here. It's only a matter of time before they get in. We're waiting for daylight, Dahlia replied. They're less active during the day. And then what? Ezra pressed. We run? Again, until we find another ruined building to hide in. Dahlia's jaw tightened. She hated how much truth there was in his words. We'll figure it out, she said finally. Ezra let out a hollow laugh. That's not a plan, Dahlia. That's hoping for a miracle. Hours passed, the oppressive tension in the cabin thickening. As the infected grew more restless outside, Dahlia watched the shadows shift through the cracks in the boards, her senses on high alert. She couldn't see the infected, but she could feel them, their presence pressing against her like an unseen weight. Suddenly, the pile of cans tied to the doorframe rattled violently, the metallic clatter piercing the silence. They're here, Ezra whispered, his grip on his crowbar tightening. Dahlia stood, her muscles coiled as she moved toward the door. The infected were testing the barricade, their claw-like hands scraping against the wood. Get ready, she muttered, raising her club. The door shuddered under the force of their attacks, the wooden planks groaning with each impact. Dahlia's heart raced as she braced herself, her eyes fixed on the trembling barrier. The door burst open with a deafening crash, the barricade giving way as the infected poured into the cabin. Dahlia swung her club, the blow connecting with a sickening crack. The first creature crumpled to the ground, but more surged forward, their lifeless eyes gleaming in the faint moonlight. Ezra, move, she shouted, shoving him toward the back of the cabin. Ezra swung his crowbar wildly, the heavy steel smashing into the head of another infected. There's too many. We have to get out, Dahlia yelled, backing toward the window. The infected swarmed, their movements unervingly coordinated. Dahlia lashed out with her club, each strike fueled by desperation, but the horde was relentless. Here, Ezra shouted, yanking a board free from the back window. Come on. Dahlia didn't hesitate. She dove through the narrow opening, her shoulders scraping against the frame as she tumbled into the cool night air. Ezra followed, his movements frantic. The forest was alive with the sound of rasping breaths as the infected pursued them. Talia and Ezra sprinted through the trees, the moonlight barely illuminating their path. "Where are we going?" Ezra gasped, his voice raw. "Anywhere but here." Dahlia snapped, her legs burning as she pushed herself forward. The infected were close, their guttural noises growing louder with every step. Ahead, the ground sloped downward into a dense thicket. Dahlia veered toward it, hoping the tangled underbrush would slow their pursuers. "Stay low," she called, ducking into the thicket. The branches clawed at her clothes and skin, but she pushed through, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Ezra followed close behind, his movements clumsy but determined. They emerged on the other side of the thicket, the infected momentarily stalled by the dense vegetation. Dahlia leaned against a tree, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. "We can't keep this up," Ezra said, collapsing onto the ground. "They'll just keep coming." Dahlia's mind raced as she scanned the surrounding forest. She spotted a narrow path cutting through the trees, its edges lined with jagged rocks. "This way," she said, motioning for Ezra to follow. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice filled with doubt. "No," Dahlia admitted, gripping her club tightly. "But it's better than staying here." The path led them to a clearing where a rusted watchtower stood silhouetted against the night sky. The structure was tall and precarious, its wooden beams weathered and creaking in the wind. "Think it's stable?" Ezra asked, eyeing the tower. Warily, "It doesn't matter," Dahlia said. "It's high ground. If we can get up there, we'll have a better chance." They climbed the rickety ladder one at a time, the structure groaning under their weight. Dahlia reached the top first, pulling herself onto the platform and scanning the forest below Dot. The infected were emerging from the trees, their lifeless eyes fixed on the tower. "They found us," Ezra muttered, his voice heavy with dread. Dahlia searched the platform for anything they could use. A rusted toolbox sat in the corner, its contents scattered. She grabbed a heavy wrench, her mind racing. "We'll hold them off from up here," she said, her tone resolute. "For how long?" Ezra asked, panic creeping into his voice. "As long as we have to." The infected began to swarm the base of the tower, their clawed hands clawing at the ladder. The structure shook under the weight of their assault, the wooden beams groaning ominously. Dahlia raised her club, her jaw tightening. "Get ready." The first infected climbed onto the platform, its lifeless eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Dahlia swung her club with all her strength, sending the creature plummeting back to the ground. Ezra fought beside her, his crowbar smashing into another infected that reached the top. Dot. The platform trembled as more of them swarmed the ladder, their guttural rasps filling the night. "We can't hold them off forever," Ezra shouted, his voice filled with panic. Dahlia gritted her teeth, her arms aching as she swung her club again and again. "We don't have a choice." The tower shook violently, the wooden beams cracking under the strain. "This thing's not going to hold," Ezra said, his voice trembling. Dahlia's heart pounded as she searched for an escape, her mind racing. The infected were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. For the first time, she felt the crushing weight of inevitability. The infected pressed closer, their forms merging into a suffocating tide of darkness. Dahlia swung her club one last time, her muscles screaming with effort. Then the platform platform gave way. The world tilted violently as the tower collapsed, sending them plunging into the chaos below. The collapse felt endless. Dahlia's stomach lurched as she plummeted toward the ground, splintered wood and debris tumbling alongside her. She hit the earth with a bone-jarring thud, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. For a moment, the world was nothing but spinning shadows and muffled sounds. Dahlia struggled to breathe, her chest heaving as she forced herself onto her hands and knees. "Ezra," she croaked, her voice barely audible over the ringing in her ears. A groan answered her from a few feet away. She turned to see Ezra sprawled on the ground, his crowbar lying just out of reach. "Get up!" Dahlia shouted, her voice hoarse. Ezra stirred, clutching his side as he struggled to stand. I'm fine," he muttered. Though his face was pale and his movements slowed down, the infected were already closing in, their lifeless eyes gleaming in the faint moonlight. Dahlia grabbed Ezra's arm, pulling him to his feet. "Move!" They stumbled through the debris, the rasping breaths of the infected growing louder behind them. Dahlia's legs felt like lead, her body screaming in protest with every step. But she refused to stop. The forest loomed ahead, its dense underbrush offering a slim chance of escape. Dahlia pushed toward it, her grip on Ezra's arm tightening as she dragged him forward. "They're right behind us." Ezra gasped, glancing over his shoulder. "Don't look back." Dahlia snapped, her voice filled with urgency. They plunged into the trees, the darkness swallowing them whole. The forest was a chaotic maze of branches and shadows, every step a battle against the underbrush that clawed at their clothes and skin. Dahlia's breath came in ragged gasps, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. The infected followed, their guttural rasps cutting through the silence. "We can't outrun them forever," Ezra shouted, his voice tinged with panic. "We don't have to," Dahlia shot back. "We just need to find somewhere to lose them." Her eyes scanned the shadows desperately, searching for anything that could offer even a moment's reprieve. Ahead, she spotted a narrow fissure in the earth, partially concealed by a fallen tree. "There," she yelled, pulling Ezra toward it. Fissure was deep and jagged, its walls lined with sharp rocks. Dahlia slid down the slope, the loose dirt and stones scraping against her hands and knees. Ezra followed close behind, his crowbar clanging against the rocks as he descended. They reached the bottom, a narrow, twisting path that led deeper into the ground. "Keep moving," Dahlia said, her voice steady despite the terror clawing at her chest. The infected reached the edge of the fissure seconds later, their forms silhouetted against the moonlight. They hesitated for a moment, their heads tilting as if listening. Then they began to descend. "They're coming," Ezra shouted, his voice rising in panic. "I know," Dahlia snapped, shoving him forward. "Just keep going." The path wound deeper into the earth, the air growing colder and more oppressive with each step. The infected followed, their rasping breaths echoing through the narrow space. Dahlia's flashlight flickered, its weak beam barely cutting through the darkness. "Damn it," she muttered, smacking the side of the flashlight. "It's too dark," Ezra said, his voice trembling. "We can't see where we're going." "We don't have a choice," Dahlia replied, her grip on her club tightening. The path opened into a small chamber, its walls lined with jagged rocks and tangled roots. Dahlia stopped, her flashlight sweeping the space as she searched for another exit. "There's nowhere to go," Ezra said, panic rising in his voice. The infected were closing in, their shadows spilling into the chamber like a living tide. Dahlia positioned herself in front of Ezra, her club raised. "Stay behind me." Ezra shook his head, gripping his crowbar. "I'm not leaving you to fight them alone." "You don't have a choice," Dahlia snapped. "If we don't hold them here, we're both dead." The first infected entered the chamber, its lifeless eyes locking onto them. Dahlia swung her club, the blow sending it crashing to the ground. Another followed, and then another, the chamber filled with the sound of wood smashing against bone, the rasping breaths of the infected mingling with the echoes of their desperate fight. Dahlia's arms burned, her muscles screaming in protest as she swung her club again and again. "We can't hold them off," Ezra shouted, his voice filled with panic. "Then find a way out," Dahlia yelled. Ezra scrambled toward the back of the chamber, his flashlight illuminating a narrow crevice partially hidden by the shadows. "There's a way through," he shouted. "Go!" Dahlia barked, swinging her club at another infected that lunged at her dot. Ezra hesitated, his gaze darting between Dahlia and the crevice. "Ezra, move!" she yelled, her voice raw. He nodded, ducking into the crevice and crawling through the narrow passage. Dahlia followed, her body trembling with exhaustion as she forced herself forward. The infected clawed at the edges of the crevice, their rasping breaths filling the air. "Keep going," Dahlia shouted, her voice echoing through the passage. Crevice opened into another chamber, this one larger and dimly lit by a faint, unnatural glow emanating from the walls. Dahlia collapsed onto the ground, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. Ezra leaned against the wall, his face pale and streaked with sweat. What is this place?" Dahlia pushed herself upright, her gaze fixed on the glowing walls. Strange, vein-like patterns pulsed with light, casting an eerie, otherworldly glow across the chamber. "This isn't natural," she muttered, her voice filled with unease. Ezra stepped closer to one of the walls, his eyes narrowing as he studied the glowing patterns. "It looks alive." Dahlia frowned, her stomach twisting. "We need to keep moving." Ezra turned to her, his expression conflicted. "Dahlia, what if this is it? What if this is what's controlling them?" Her eyes widened as his words sank in. The infected. The notebook's warning, the strange glow, all connected. Whatever had started the epidemic, whatever was driving the infected, it was here, and it was watching. The chamber seemed to hum with an energy that set Dahlia's nerves on edge. The glowing patterns on the walls pulsed faintly, their light casting eerie, shifting shadows across the jagged rock. Ezra stepped closer to one of the walls, reaching out tentatively. "It's warm," he said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and dread. "Don't touch it." Dahlia snapped, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Ezra frowned. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know," Dahlia admitted, her grip on her club tightening. "But it's connected to the infected. I can feel it." The air in the chamber grew heavier, the faint hum growing louder. Dahlia's heart raced as she scanned the space, her instincts screaming that they were no longer alone. A low, guttural rasp echoed through the chamber, deeper and more resonant than the infected's usual breaths. It vibrated through the air, sending chills down Dahlia's spine. "They're here," Ezra whispered, his voice trembling. Dahlia turned toward the crevice they had crawled through, her eyes narrowing. The infected were entering the chamber, their movements slow and deliberate. But something was different. Their forms seemed to ripple, their gaunt bodies shifting unnaturally as they moved closer to the glowing walls. What are they doing? Ezra muttered, his grip on his crowbar tightening. I don't know. Dahlia said, her voice barely audible. The infected stopped in a semicircle around the chamber's center, their lifeless eyes fixed on the glowing walls. For a moment they were still, their rasping breaths blending with the hum of the chamber. Then, as if on cue, the glow intensified. The vein-like patterns pulsed rapidly, the light filling the space with a blinding radiance. Dahlia shielded her eyes, the overwhelming brightness disorienting her. What the hell is happening? Ezra stumbled back, his expression panicked. I don't know. This isn't normal. The infected began to move again, their bodies twitching and contorting. Their rasping breaths turned into guttural screeches, the sound reverberating through the chamber. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the light coalesced in the center of the chamber. It formed a shimmering sphere, its surface rippling like liquid. Dahlia stared in shock, her instincts urging her to run, but she was frozen in place. From the sphere, a voice emerged, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to echo inside their minds. You shouldn't have come here. Ezra staggered, clutching his head. What ... what is that? Dahlia's jaw tightened as she forced herself to speak. What are you? The voice chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down her spine. You already? No, I am what they are, what they were created to be. The sphere pulsed, its light dimming slightly. The infected remained still, their forms motionless, as if awaiting orders. You're controlling them, Dahlia said, her voice filled with quiet fury. You're the reason for all of this. I am the result, the voice corrected. The culmination of their ambition. They sought to improve humanity, to transcend limitations, but they lacked the vision to see what that meant. Ezra shook his head, his face pale. You're saying this. All of this ... was intentional? Their intentions were flawed, the voice said, but their execution was ... promising. I am the next step. The infected are merely my instruments. Dahlia's grip on her club tightened. And what happens now? You wipe us all out? Turn everyone into ... The voice chuckled again. Not everyone. Only those who resist. Humanity has proven ... inefficient. But those who embrace the change will find a purpose beyond their current existence. Ezra's eyes widened. You're trying to ... replace us? Adapt or perish, the voice said simply. The infected began to move again, their lifeless eyes locking onto Dahlia and Ezra. We need to get out of here, Ezra said, panic creeping into his voice. Dahlia's mind raced. The glowing walls, the sphere, the voice, it was all connected. If they destroyed it, maybe they could stop the epidemic. Not yet, she said, her tone resolute. Ezra stared at her, his expression incredulous. What do you mean, not yet? We'll die if we stay here. Dahlia turned to him, her gaze steely. If we don't stop this, it doesn't matter where we go. This thing ... it'll follow us. It'll follow everyone. Ezra hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. All right, what's the plan? Dahlia scanned the chamber, her eyes landing on the glowing walls. That light, it's feeding the sphere. If we take it out, maybe we shut this thing down. Ezra swallowed hard, gripping his crowbar. And if it doesn't work, then we go down fighting, Dahlia said, her voice unwavering. The infected began to advance, their movements jerky but coordinated. Dahlia swung her club, the blow smashing into the nearest creature's head. Ezra, the walls. She shouted. Ezra ran to one of the glowing veins, his crowbar striking it with all his strength. The metal cracked, sparks flying as the light flickered. The sphere let out a low, guttural hum, its surface rippling violently. "You will fail," the voice said, its tone sharper now. "Not today," Dahlia muttered, swinging her club at another infected. The chamber shook as more of the glowing veins were damaged, their light dimming with each strike. The infected became more erratic, their movements less coordinated as the sphere pulsed erratically. "We're doing it," Ezra shouted, smashing another vein. Dahlia didn't respond. She was focused on the infected, her swings precise but desperate. The creatures were relentless, their claw-like hands reaching for her with every step. The sphere let out a deafening roar, its light dimming as cracks appeared across its surface. "You cannot destroy what you do not understand," the voice boomed. "Watch us," Dahlia growled. With a final ear-splitting crack, the sphere shattered, the light vanished, plunging the chamber into darkness. The infected froze, their lifeless eyes flickering before they collapsed, their bodies crumpling to the ground like discarded puppets. Dahlia and Ezra stood in stunned silence, their breaths ragged in the newfound quiet. "Did we ... double quotes," Ezra began, his voice trembling. "It's over," Dahlia said, though her tone was uncertain. The air in the chamber felt lighter now, the oppressive weight of the sphere's presence gone. But as they turned to leave, a faint, echoing whisper filled the darkness. "This is only the beginning." The faint whisper lingered in the darkness, sending chills racing down Dahlia's spine. She tightened her grip on her club, her knuckles white as she scanned the shadowy chamber. "Tell me you heard that," Ezra said, his voice barely above. A whisper, Dahlia nodded, her breath steady despite the rising dread in her chest. "Yeah, I heard it." The glowing veins on the walls had dimmed completely, leaving the space bathed in a pale, eerie silence. The shattered remnants of the sphere lay scattered across the ground, their faint luminescence fading like dying embers. The infected remained motionless, their gaunt bodies crumpled and lifeless. But the sense of victory Dahlia expected didn't come. "We destroyed it," Ezra said, as if trying to convince himself. "We stopped ... whatever that thing was." Dahlia's jaw tightened. "Maybe." They moved cautiously through the chamber, their flashlights casting narrow beams of light that danced across the jagged walls. Dahlia's mind churned with unanswered questions. What had they just destroyed? And why did it feel like it wasn't truly gone? At the far end of the chamber, they found a narrow passage leading upward. The faintest traces of daylight filtered through the cracks, illuminating the path ahead. "We need to get out of here," Dahlia said, motioning for Ezra to follow. He hesitated, glancing back at the destroyed sphere. What if there's more of them? What if this was just one piece of something bigger? Dahlia met his gaze, her expression hard. "Then we'll deal with it, but we can't stay here." Ezra nodded reluctantly, gripping his crowbar as he followed her up the passage. Ascent was grueling, the air growing fresher but colder as they climbed. Dahlia's legs burned with exhaustion, her body aching from the relentless fight in the chamber. When they finally emerged into the open air, the sun was rising, casting a pale light over the forested landscape. Dahlia stopped, her chest heaving. As she surveyed their surroundings, the area was eerily quiet. The usual sounds of birds and insects conspicuously absent. Ezra stood beside her, his gaze distant. "It feels different," he said. "Yeah," Dahlia muttered, gripping her club tightly. "Too quiet." The forest stretched endlessly around them, its dense canopy casting long shadows over the ground. The silence was unnerving, every rustle of leaves and crack of a twig setting Dahlia's nerves on edge. They walked for hours, the weight of the chamber's destruction hanging heavily between them. Dahlia kept her thoughts to herself, her mind racing with possibilities. If the sphere had truly been the source of the infected's control, its destruction should have been the end. But the whisper in the darkness, the unnatural stillness of the world, they all pointed to something else. What if we didn't stop it? Ezra asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Dahlia glanced at him, frowning. "What do you mean? What if it's still out there?" He said, his voice filled with quiet dread. The voice said this was only the beginning. What if it wasn't lying? Dahlia's stomach twisted, but she refused to show her fear. "Then we keep moving, we find answers, and we stop it." Ezra let out a bitter laugh. "You make it sound so easy." "It's not," Dahlia said firmly, "but giving up isn't an option." By midday, they came across an old radio tower, perched on a hilltop, its rusted frame stretching high into the sky. Dahlia's eyes narrowed as she scanned the structure. "What do you think?" Ezra asked, his tone cautious. "It's high ground," Dahlia said. "Might give us a better view of the area. And if it still works, ... Ezra nodded, his hope cautious but visible. "We could send a signal." They approached the tower cautiously, their weapons at the ready. The structure's base was surrounded by overgrown grass and scattered debris, but the interior of the small control shack appeared intact. Dahlia pushed the door open with her club, her flashlight illuminating a cluttered desk and an old radio. Console covered in dust. "Think it still works?" Ezra asked, stepping inside. "Only one way to find out," Dahlia said, brushing off the console and flipping a few switches. The radio crackled to life, its faint static breaking the oppressive silence. Dahlia adjusted the dials, her heart pounding as she searched for a signal. "Hello?" she said into the microphone, her voice steady. "If anyone can hear this, we need help. Please respond." For a moment, there was only static. Then, faintly, a voice broke through. "Identify yourselves." Dahlia's breath caught in her throat. She glanced at Ezra, who nodded encouragingly. "This is Dahlia and Ezra," she said, her tone urgent. "We're survivors. We destroyed one of the infected's control points, but we think there might be more. Do you know anything about this?" The voice hesitated before replying. "You destroyed a node." That single quote's S. Impressive. A node. Dahlia pressed. "What are you talking about?" "The network," the voice said. "The infected are connected through a series of nodes, like the one you destroyed, but there are others. Bigger ones, stronger ones." Ezra's face paled. "How many?" The voice was grim. "Enough to ensure the epidemic continues." Dahlia gripped the microphone tightly, her mind racing. "How do we stop them?" "You'll need to destroy the core," the voice said. "It's what binds the network together, but it won't be easy. The core is heavily guarded and its location isn't widely known." "Do you know where it is?" Dahlia demanded. The voice hesitated. "We have coordinates, but if you go there, you'll be walking into the heart of their operation." "We don't have a choice," Dahlia said, her voice steely. The voice sighed. "Understood." The coordinates are 46.3272N, 112.0482W. It's an underground facility. Be prepared for anything. Dahlia scribbled down the coordinates, her resolve hardening. She turned to Ezra, her expression determined. This is it. We stop it here. Ezra nodded, though his fear was evident. And if we don't, then we keep fighting, Dahlia said firmly. The voice on the radio spoke again, its tone softer now. Good luck. You'll need it. The static returned, the connection severed. Dahlia and Ezra stood in silence, the weight of the journey, ahead settling heavily between them. The infected were still out there. The core awaited Dot, and the fight was far from over.